Welcome to Las Vegas. My name is Kyle Payne, investigative reporter at KLAS Television here in Sin City, and we are covering the Tupac Shakur murder trial. Duane Davis, Keffe D, an alleged court just started on the first day of trial. Opening statements slated for a little while from now, but the lawyers are speaking with Judge Carly Kearney in downtown Las Vegas. Let's listen in. You're looking at Duane Davis, Keffe D, on trial for orchestrating the murder of Tupac Shakur some 30 years ago, almost to the day, here in Las Vegas at the intersection of Flamingo and Koval after a Mike Tyson fight. Duane Davis charged with murder, including enhancements for use of a deadly weapon, in this case a gun, and for it being related to gang activity. Duane Davis, who we're used to seeing in a blue jumpsuit, in a nice suit and tie today, standing there, his life on the line, facing what would essentially be a life sentence if he is convicted. Everyone is on their feet, which to me indicates they are waiting for the arrival of the jury. If you see to the left, Michael Sanft is his attorney. He's the one with the long hair who keeps bouncing in and out of the screen. He is the third or fourth attorney that Davis has had. There were some problems in the beginning with theories of the case and perhaps with payment, and Sanft has now taken over the case. He expects to try the case. He did not ask for a delay when he took over the case, which I think is very common when someone takes over a case of this magnitude. The person behind him with the glasses, the woman there, is on his team. You can see even just in between Duane Davis and his attorney, people sitting in the gallery. They are, there is standing room only in that courtroom. There was a media and public overflow room, lottery by seating only. The international, local, and national media all vying for a seat. Our Vanessa Murphy, 8 News Now investigator Vanessa Murphy, is in the courtroom and will be for the duration of the trial. She is an experienced reporter covering high-profile cases like this one and has been on the Keffe D case since the beginning. And you just heard the court officer announce the incoming of the jury. Everyone on their feet, and we are about to be underway. Once the jury walks in, we will hear opening statements, first from the prosecution. There are 2 prosecutors at the table handling this matter, and 1 defense attorney, who I mentioned, Michael Sanft. And so this dramatic moment is 30 years in the making. And in fact, Keffe D, Duane Davis, was arrested 3 years ago on a walk outside his home in his Henderson neighborhood. It was a peaceful surrender. They told him that you're under arrest. He has spoken with 8 News Now investigator Vanessa Murphy on several occasions. And we are now, as the entire courtroom is seated, going to first hear from the judge, Carly Kearney.
Hopefully you were able to get everything situated over the long weekend, and we look forward to proceeding with trial. Before we get started, we do need to have you sworn, so if I could have you all stand and raise your right hand, we'll proceed with that.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the case at issue and a true verdict render according to the evidence, so help you God? So help me God. Yes. Thank you. You may be seated.
All right. Thank you, Jessica, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we're going to turn to opening statements. Mr. Plall, are you ready to give your opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur came to Las Vegas to attend a Mike Tyson fight. After the fight, Tupac, along with Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and other people that were with that group, ran into a person named Orlando Anderson. And Orlando Anderson is the defendant's nephew. And when they encountered Orlando Anderson sitting by himself, they attacked him. That attack was captured on video. Then, a few hours later, Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight drive down Flamingo Road to Club 662, where Tupac is scheduled to perform a concert. Then 2.5 hours later, after Tupac and Suge engaged in the beating of Orlando Anderson, they are gunned down. Tupac is gunned down in a drive-by shooting from a white Cadillac in an act of revenge. During those 2.5 hours, you will learn that the defendant was escalating and planning the retribution for the beating of his beloved nephew. Now, let's be clear. Duane Davis did not pull the trigger. But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Duane Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Duane Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Duane Davis himself. But to understand what happened on September 7th, 1996, on the streets of Las Vegas, we need to go about 275 miles west to the city of Compton, California. What you'll learn is that Compton is about 10 square miles. But in the mid-1990s, those 10 square miles were occupied by over 30 gangs claiming its territory. And important to this case, there are two gangs, Mob Piru and the Southside Compton groups. Let's talk a little bit about the Mob Piru. The Mob Piru is a group that associated with the color red. And you'll hear that Suge Knight, the person who was driving Tupac Shakur that night, grew up in the neighborhood of Mob Piru. But by the mid-1990s, he had become a very successful CEO of the record label Death Row Records. But despite, or maybe because of where he came from, you'll hear that Suge Knight continued to employ Mob Piru gang members as part of Death Row. They would act as unofficial security, and other times they would engage in, let's call them other acts, on behalf of Suge Knight. But Death Row in the mid-1990s was one of the most successful record labels around. They had artists such as Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and of course, Tupac Shakur. And in 1996, Tupac Shakur was maybe the largest and biggest, most successful rapper around. He had just released All Eyes on Me, a double album that was met with huge success. Additionally, Tupac Shakur was a movie star, having appeared in a number of movies in critically acclaimed roles. He has, at times, been referred to as an icon. But for the purposes of this case, what you need to know is that Tupac Shakur was not a gangster. He was a hip-hop artist associated with the Mob Piru. Now, the other gang that's important to know here is the Southside Compton Crips. And when it comes to Southside, Duane Keffe D. Davis was the leader of the Burris Street faction of the Southside Compton Crips. And while Suge Knight rose to prominence in his neighborhood due to the money that he was bringing in through the music industry, Duane Davis rose to prominence in his neighborhood because he was a very successful, large-scale drug trafficker. And you will learn that that is how one moves up in the world of gangs, by bringing in money to the neighborhood. The other thing you'll learn is that Orlando Baby Wayne Anderson was his nephew, and also a highly respected member of the Southside Compton Crips. Now, as part of this case, you're going to hear another name. Eric Zip Martin. Now, Eric Zip Martin is not a member of the Southside Compton Crips. In fact, he's based out of New York. He's involved in the drug trade and knows Duane Davis as a result of both their involvements in the drug trade. Duane Davis from the West Coast, Eric Zip Martin from the East Coast. And one of the connections that Duane Davis gets through his association with Zip Martin is with Sean Puffy Combs, who was then the CEO of Bad Boy Entertainment. Sean Combs wanted some security when he came out to the West Coast. He was worried about Mob Piru. He was worried about the members of Death Row Records. And so Duane Keffe D. Davis agreed to be around to act as unofficial security for Sean Combs and his artists when they came out west, in order specifically to ensure there are no problems with Mob Piru and Death Row Records. And this took a rivalry between Mob Piru and Southside Compton Crips and escalated it. And those tensions boiled over in the Lakewood Mall in the summer of 1996. There, you'll hear that Trayvon Lane, a member of the Mob Piru, associated with Death Row Records, was there with other members of Mob Piru in order to do some shopping. Lakewood Mall was a mall nearby Compton. You'll also hear that Baby Lane Anderson, Orlando Anderson, the defendant's nephew, was there. Now, Trayvon Lane that day was wearing a chain with a Death Row medallion. And there was a fight that occurs between the Mob Piru group and the Southside Compton Crips. And at one point, that chain is pulled off Trayvon Lane's neck. Now, what happened to that chain is an issue of much dispute. Not everybody agrees with it. But the act of disrespect of pulling the Death Row chain and the brawl that occurs further escalates this heated rivalry. And what you'll learn is that these two men, Trayvon Lane and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they encounter each other again, this time in Las Vegas. So that brings us back up to September 7th, 1996, here in Las Vegas. Again, Mike Tyson is fighting Bruce Seldon. He disposes of him in less than in a round. Doesn't take a full round. And then after the fight, Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, and the people that are here with, they leave. And among his group is Trayvon Lane. And that is why this fight occurs. Trayvon Lane and the Death Row group sees Orlando Anderson standing by himself, and they decide to attack him in retribution for what happened at the Lakewood Mall. You'll see Orlando Anderson's on the bottom of that group. You see security coming, trying to break this up. And then you'll see Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and that group exit the MGM Grand. Now, Orlando Anderson was by himself because when Duane Davis purchased the tickets for the Bruce Seldon fight, he got them through a scalper. So everybody that came with Duane Davis were seated separately throughout the fight. And so Orlando Anderson was, at that time, by himself. You'll see that Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, and his group leave the MGM Grand. And you'll see that Orlando Anderson, after being held by security, is questioned for a bit, asked if he wants to press charges. He decides he doesn't want to participate in any type of prosecution and that he doesn't need medical attention. Duane Davis hears about this beating. And what you will hear is that in his world, there is no question that a response is required. And you will hear from Duane Davis what happens next. Because what happened over the next 2.5 hours is something Duane Davis would later describe himself in the secret 2008 interview from his attorney's office with the federal task force. And we'll talk about that interview and the circumstances surrounding that later. But we'll hear about what the next 2.5 hours was. So, what we learn is that Duane Davis is upset about the beating of his nephew. And frankly, that's not an unusual response. What's unusual is the next steps Duane Davis takes. Unusual for the normal person, maybe not unusual for in-gang culture. Duane Davis decides he is going to organize a retaliation, that this beating cannot go unanswered. Then he runs into a person named Zip Martin. Remember the Zip Martin that was the connection with Bad Boy Entertainment from New York? And Zip Martin tells him that he has a gun and that he can come help him out.
Okay, where do you go to? What do you tell Zip right then? You tell Zip, hey, we're going to go handle this shit or whatever?
Yeah, like, y'all want us to come? I'm like, you know what them motherfuckers that, they was they gonna get 662 club.
Who's that?
Everybody.
Everybody out there?
Yeah, everybody. You know, the
Well, how do you know that Zip's got a gun? Did she tell you?
it was in the lobby, in the lobby. I got one.
Did you ask her? Do you have one, or just tells you, hey, I got one?
Yeah, that's when they asked me, do we need some help? I got some things to do. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool.
I don't know what he gave you.
Yeah.
So later, Duane Davis organizes 2 vehicles to go over to the 662 Club. Before that, he gets the gun from Zip Martin. He goes out to his Mercedes-Benz, gets the gun from Zip Martin, and then after some time, he assembles 2 cars to go to 662 to violently confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight for the beating of his nephew. And you'll hear that Duane Davis wasn't initially in the white Cadillac. He goes into a van, and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they go in a white Cadillac, and they go to Club 662, waiting for Tupac Shakur, waiting for Suge Knight, waiting for this violent confrontation. And what you'll learn is that Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight don't show up while they're there.
We went up to 626, they didn't show up. We waited about 15, 20 minutes, they didn't show up. So, it's like, let's go get some liquor. We stopped at the liquor store. I got out my van there and jumped in the Cadillac.
So what you hear Duane Davis say is he got out of the van and goes into the Cadillac. And the plan at that point is to go to a liquor store, get some booze, and then go back to the Las Vegas Strip and party. What the original intention was before Orlando Anderson was beaten at the MGM Grand. But on the way back to the Las Vegas Strip, they see a caravan of cars. And that caravan included Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. And in that white Cadillac, before the shooting occurs, Duane Davis explains that the driver is Terrence T. Brown. In the rear driver's side is DeAndre Dre, or Big Dre Smith. In the rear passenger side is Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. And Duane Davis himself, Keffe D, is in the front passenger side. And this is how Duane Davis explains the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yeah. His little liquor store was right there. Then we came up Harlem at the Las Vegas Boulevard. And shit. Here they come in that BMW like every corner. And bros, Tupac! We like, there you go. Made the U-turn. We wasn't supposed to make it. Just wanted the U-turn. They was in the middle lane. And we just pulled up on the side and checked every car to see where they was.
So what directed your attention to him was some girl shouting at Tupac?
Tupac! He gave us another way. Otherwise, they would have gone away. He always got put, you know how he do. They was bitch. And we got him.
You did a U-turn, so then you pull alongside of it. You got to in the car. Have you already handed him the gun at this point, or at what point do you hand him the gun?
I thought he was going to pull on my side. No, that's one of them that won't work out for him, you know. And he pulled on his side.
So you were fitting the glass if you had to, or you were just?
Yeah, we would have been on my side all the time.
Okay. So you hand the gun to the back seat?
Yeah.
You can hear Lane?
I gave it to Dre, and Dre was like, no. And Lane's like, dude, fuck.
So what you hear Duane Davis admit, that as they see Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight driving to Club 662, Duane Davis, along with Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson, decide to make a U-turn, confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. Duane Davis has the firearm. It's a firearm he got from Eric Von Zit Martin, and then he passes it to the back. Duane Davis says that if they were on his side, if Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight were on his side of the vehicle, he would have shot them himself. But because they were on the other side, he handed it to DeAndre Smith. DeAndre Smith, according to Duane Davis, did not want to shoot at that time, so Orlando Anderson shot into that car. Duane Davis explains this over and over again.
Literally on the street.
Okay, Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you.
Yeah, he was.
Are you looking at this?
I just don't need that son to say, you know.
When he looks over at you, and then, Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out
In the back seat or something.
Yeah, what do you see happening inside
And
that
jump
car?
in. I see the bullet going Suge, yeah, I thought he was dead. He must have scraped him or something in the head or something.
A piece of glass went into his neck right here.
And he had the thing in the head.
A little gray.
I thought he was dead.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, did you guys stop the two girls? Did Bobo stop the car and let them get off?
Yeah. And we made the right.
Okay, but he stopped what you said, why you cool, let off,
And we made the right and some broad Seabreeze and phones. Stupid bitches. And we shot their window out and they stopped.
So Tupac's trying to jump in the back seat. And what should do? Just nothing?
So, he couldn't really look because he was too big, you know. Yeah.
One other thing Duane Davis talks about during the murder of Tupac Shakur is that there's a car full of women. I think he calls them broads at one point. Car full of women who are there as well. And you're going to hear from one of those women. And what she's going to tell you is that she disagrees slightly with Mr. Davis's rendition of facts. They were in fact communicating with Suge at Tupac's car, but they weren't talking to Tupac, they were talking to Suge. And what she says is she hears gunshots, she sees the white Cadillac flee, and then what Duane Davis interprets as them chasing her, she'll tell you is them just panicking and trying to get away. But she will say they inadvertently follow Duane Davis and the other people in the white car as they are fleeing. After Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur's vehicle is shot, Suge Knight makes a U-turn and heads back to the Las Vegas Strip. The car ultimately can go no further and stops. Police arrive, medical arrive, and you will hear that Suge Knight was grazed in the head and had some glass going in his neck. He ultimately survives those injuries and is released fairly quickly. You'll also hear that Tupac Shakur was shot multiple times, that he was brought to UMC, and that 6 days later, he succumbed to those injuries. And within 24 hours, the Cadillac and the assailants are back in Compton. They stay the night, and they drive right home as though nothing happened. But a war followed them back to Compton. Because while people were afraid to come forward to police, the police knew and the streets knew that Southside Compton Crips were responsible for this murder. And the war that follows at Compton is a bloody one. You'll hear that Mob Piru and Southside Crip members start shooting at each other. Within 10 days, 3 people are killed. A number of people are shot, including an 11-year-old girl. And what you'll also learn is that none of those cases were prosecuted. Why? Because in this context, in the gang context of this, the combination of gangs and guns is scary. And in this world, silence means survival. The one person who has a hard time being silent is Duane Davis. You're going to hear from 1998 to 2023, Duane Davis has given a number of statements regarding this case. So, as early as 1998, Davis spoke to the FBI. He admitted he was in Las Vegas during Tupac's murder, but he denies being responsible. Then in 1999, Davis speaks to the FBI again. And these aren't interviews that are focused on the Tupac Shakur murder. These are interviews regarding drug transactions and drug trafficking. But he does say that Tupac does come up, and Duane Davis admits to being in Las Vegas for Tupac Shakur's murder. Says he wasn't involved, but he was mad about the fact that Orlando Anderson was beaten, and that his plan was to handle it in Compton had Tupac survived. Then in 2008, the interview of clips we've heard today, in a secret interview with the federal task force, Davis admits to his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur. And we do need to talk a little bit about this 2008 federal task force. Because what this task force is investigating is not the murder of Tupac Shakur. What this task force is investigating is another rapper's murder. A rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace. Somebody who is known as Biggie Smalls, so the notorious B.I.G. Christopher Wallace got murdered 6 months after Tupac Shakur was killed. And there was some allegation that the LAPD might have been involved. So a federal task force was formed to determine what happened to Christopher Wallace. And the interesting thing about the murder of Christopher Wallace is that Christopher Wallace is killed leaving a party in LA. Also at that party, Duane Davis. Christopher Wallace there was a suspect vehicle that involved a Chevy SS Impala, and Duane Davis happened to own a Chevy SS Impala. Now, as a result of that, the task force decides, well, let's look at Duane Davis. And the thing we know about Duane Davis is that he trafficked narcotics. And so they were able, through a CI and an undercover, to have a drug transaction with Duane Davis. And as a result, Duane Davis now has a case, a big trafficking case. And so the federal task force approaches Duane Davis and his attorney, and they say, hey, look, we want information regarding the murder of Christopher Wallace. That is what we are trying to investigate. And what Duane Davis says is, I don't have any information about that thing, but I can tell you about what we did. I can tell you about Tupac. And that's what he does. He tells a federal task force that about his involvement, what you've heard, his orchestration of the murder of Tupac Shakur. That secret conversation, that proffer, was secretly recorded and released later. In 2009, Davis is being so helpful to federal authorities that he actually flies out to New York to try and get Zip Martin to implicate himself in the Tupac Shakur murder. Zip Martin at that time was dying of cancer, was out of the game, and really did not engage with Duane Davis. In 2009, though, Duane Davis gives an interview to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Detective Dan Long. Now, Duane Davis is more guarded in that interview. It is a different setting than the interview of 2008. It's not a secret proffer agreement. But Duane Davis does admit a number of things. That he was in Las Vegas that he was mad about Orlando Anderson getting beaten, that he was the boss, that he was in the white Cadillac, and that he procured the firearm that ultimately killed Tupac Shakur. Then, in 2011, the landscape changes. Because in 2011, Greg Kading, the guy who was leading the task force in 2008, the guy who organized the secret proffer between Duane Davis and the federal task force, he leaves law enforcement and decides he's going to publish a book about his investigation into Biggie Smalls, the guy who was killed 6 months after Tupac, and Tupac Shakur. And what he puts in the book is that Duane Davis confessed to the murder of Tupac Shakur. The book tells the story about Davis' admission, about himself, but it also tells the story of Duane Davis telling about his nephew's involvement in the murder, about Big Dre's involvement in the murder, about Terrence Brown's involvement in the murder. And this is a problem for Duane Davis, because that meeting was supposed to be secret. And now his cooperation with federal authorities is open to the world. Not only that, Greg Kading is now profiting off Duane Davis's life story. So, in 2017, Duane Davis decides to go public. He's approached by the producers of a show called Death Row Chronicles that appears on BET. And this is just a small portion of what he says is his motivation for appearing.
Good way in Keffe D days, I was a popping, kingpin, drug dealer. I'm the only one alive that really can tell you the story about the Tupac Shakur. People have been pursuing me for 20 years. Newspapers, magazines. I'm coming out now to tell the story because I got cancer. I got nothing else to lose. All I care about now is the truth.
Duane Davis says, all I want to do now is tell the truth. And in the 2017 public interview, he's a little evasive, but he admits to being the boss. He admits to being in the white Cadillac. And he admits to be part of the murder of Tupac Shakur. And when he says he's the only person that can tell what happened, he's right. Because by 2017, Terrence Brown is deceased. DeAndre Smith is deceased. Orlando Baby Lane Anderson is deceased. Terrence Brown was murdered in an unrelated incident. Orlando Anderson was murdered in an unrelated incident. And DeAndre Smith died from health issues. Remarkably, in 2019, Duane Davis then decides he's going to publish his own book. And with regards to the book, it is certainly a lot of self-aggrandizement. But again, the core remains. He was mad about the beating of Orlando Anderson, his nephew. He was in Las Vegas. He got the gun. He was in the white Cadillac, and he handed the gun to the shooters. And what you'll notice is a constant thing that always goes through these statements is Duane Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur for putting hands on his nephew. In the book, he says, them jumping on my nephew gave us the ultimate green light to do something to their ass. Then, Duane Davis decides that he's going to do public interviews regarding his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
So you ended up getting in the car with Baby Lane and them?
Yeah, the car was on me, yeah. We ran into them, went up to the light on Sunset and Flamingo, and dude, we acted like he was in a parade or something. That nigga in that BMW hanging out the window, hey, this Tupac, he's Tupac. And them bitches, shit, they was hollering for him. Yeah, they were that motherfucker. They came up on the side of him. Oh, shit.
Davis's public admissions mirror his private ones. He admits to being a leader of Southside Crips. He admits to the significance of the fight over the death row chain at the Lakewood Mall. He admits to being in Las Vegas the night of the fight. He admits to being angry that Tupac stomped Orlando Anderson at the MGM. He admits that he was hunting down Tupac and Suge, first going to 662. He admits that he got a Glock 40 from Eric Zip Martin for the purposes of hunting Tupac. He admits that he was in a white Cadillac with his gang members looking for Tupac. He admits to seeing Tupac in a black BMW and then changing directions, making that U-turn to confront Tupac and Suge. He admits to putting the gun he obtained that night in the back seat of the vehicle so the shooters could shoot. And again, what remains, even as late as 2020, 2021, 22, is Duane Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur.
He didn't just, my nephew never jumped over fucking Tupac. Come on, man. Tupac was wrong with two little fucking shoes. I mean, don't you think he's wrong? Honestly.
I mean, yeah, I think he could have, reacted in a better way.
Listen, you don't think that man is wrong?
He could have reacted in a better way, I guess.
I'm talking, Vlad is his fucking biggest fan. He admitted that man is wrong, man.
He's wrong, man, but that was only done out of loyalty, man.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. But he never jumped, my nephew didn't jump on him. He jumped on my nephew with a kid, man. My nephew was a fucking kid. He was a grown-ass man, dude. You know what I'm saying? He was a fucking kid, dude. That's why he had on the channel. He's a fucking kid, dude. You know what I'm saying? He was wrong. My nephew never jumped on him. He jumped on my nephew. My nephew didn't throw a punch, man. Shit was wrong, dude. Jumped on the fucking kid, dude.
And this anger is not just demonstrated publicly, but you will hear as recently as 2024, privately, in a conversation with his son, he talks about his feelings about Tupac Shakur, nearly 30 years after the murder.
What that dude was all way out there before him, dude. So he just stopped the drink and put him on. Oh, he is a little crazy. You know what I'm saying? Fucking prick. You fucking ass. Jumping on little kids. Always fucking casino. That dude's a piece of shit. Yo.
Right, like this shit, way, but yeah. Come on, you guys, man. What are you?
28 years later, that is the visceral anger that Duane Davis had for Tupac Shakur. It did it in 2.5 hours. He took care of what he thought was the proper response. And 28 years later, he still is angry about what Tupac did. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur publicly, on camera, participated in a humiliating beating of Duane Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson. Duane Davis knew that in his world, that required a response. And over the years, in private interviews, in public statements, and even in private calls, Duane Davis has repeatedly told us, over and over again, about the anger he felt and his own role in the revenge drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur. And now, nearly 30 years later, we're going to ask you to finally hold Duane Davis accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palal. Mr. Stamp, do you wish to give your opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. I just have a quick second.
Of course, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Yeah. I think this is the HDMI cable.
You got it, or do you want IT to assist you?
I think I got it. This is it, right?
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. We spent a lot of time, I think, when we were picking a jury to determine who would be the right jurors for a case like this. Obviously, we want people who are going to reserve judgment until the end, but really look at the evidence with a critical eye. Now, what the state has just told you what they believe to be the evidence in this case. But really, at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself if what they're saying is really truth or fiction. Fact or fiction. I don't know if some of you recall, but I had asked the question specifically about what you were holding in your hands. And right now, for instance, you're all holding notepads and pens. That would be a fact, right? And in this case, for instance, I had asked before about the idea of, I can just do this, right? Microphone. I'd ask some of you, if that microphone was buried and dug up 30 years from now, would it still be a microphone? The answer is yes. And the reason why that's important is because in this case, what they are telling you, they're representing it to be a fact when it really is fiction. And it's up to you to determine what the facts are in this case. Now I'm going to give you a timeline here for you to understand just a little bit of how this is going to work, because there's so much evidence in this case that we have to sort of compartmentalize some things. And what I've done is really just sort of focused on the 3 detectives that work this file from beginning to now. First detective you will hear about is Detective Becker. He works the file, he's the original detective on the scene. Detective Long takes over the case for about 15 years or so, and then it ends with Detective Mogg, who presents this to the grand jury in 2023. But why this timeline is relevant is because you have to see the span of time for yourself. 30 years. And ask yourself this, what facts do they have after 30 years? Now, Detective Becker does what every homicide detective does when he arrives on scene. He's assigned to the case. He starts his investigation. At that particular time, though, Tupac Shakur was not dead. He was critically injured. He was at UMC. And it isn't until 6 days later that he passes away. But Detective Becker starts his initial investigation because it's pretty serious, and as a result, he just takes over the investigation. What he will testify to is that Flamingo Cole on a Saturday night, in the middle of a fight between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon, it was very busy when he arrived. And he arrived at a time where he was able to determine cartridge casings, .40 caliber, that was found at the scene. That's another fact for you. But at some point they're going to learn, he learns that potentially it was a Glock 40 that was the actual firearm that was used in this case. And then when crime scene analysts arrive on scene, they document the evidence. And they document the cars. That will be important, and you'll determine at some point why the cars are documented. And with regard to Detective Becker, what he'll tell you is police officers write reports. Critical. Hugely important. Why? Because at some point in the future, like in this case 30 years later, Detective Becker will not remember details like he would if he had what? His report in front of him. And that's going to be important for you to consider in this case. Now what Detective Becker does though, is because of the outcry, the attention, the media focus on this case, he took his file and he secured it in his office under lock and key. Because he was worried about leaks in Metro, leaking information out to the public, because so many people wanted to know answers to the question as to what happened and who did this to Tupac Shakur. Now, what you're going to find is, when Detective Becker testifies in this case, that a lot of his reports are now missing. They're gone. Which is Metro's responsibility to hold and to pass on to the next detective, and then finally to the next detective. Now, Detective Becker also did not trust Compton PD. Why is that important in this case? Because there's an individual by the name of Reggie Wright Sr. He was a lieutenant working in Compton in charge of the gangs in Compton in terms of investigations. His son is Reggie Wright Jr. He was the head of security for Death Row Records. The same security that was here in Las Vegas on the 9th of September 7th, 1996. Death Row Records was affiliated with Mob Pyru Blood, and detectives Ladd and Brennan from Compton answered directly to Reggie Wright Sr. Becker did not trust Compton PD. And the one thing that he really didn't trust is that most of their information came from confidential informants that were not reliable. And he'll tell you that. And because of his intuition, Compton PD was shut down in September of 2000 due to internal corruption. They just evaporated that police department, and the sheriff's department for LA County absorbed the responsibilities for the police department in Compton because of the corruption that was there. Now what facts, right? Just like the pads of paper that you have in your hand and the pens that you have in your hand, what facts can we determine from Detective Becker's efforts? First and foremost, we know that Tupac was shot multiple times. That's a fact. That can be proven. We know that it was with a .40 caliber firearm. That's a fact, due to the cartridge casings. On the corner of Flamingo and Cobalt. That's also a fact. Right? We're on board so far? We know the date, September 7th, 1996. That is a fact. At 11:17 p.m., we know that to be a fact as well. And then finally, that he was in a vehicle driven by Suge Knight, and that Tupac died 6 days later. Those are facts that will not be refuted by anybody in this courtroom during the time we spend together. But here's the one thing. There are no facts to point to Keffe. Not one. And you're going to hear about this over and over and over again. No facts like the microphone in your hand or the pad of paper that you have that you write on. Detective Long takes over the case in 2002, and he has it from 2002 to 2017. He was, interestingly enough, on the gang unit, and at the time of the shooting, he was in gangs, and he had been one of the first to arrive on scene. He will testify and tell you that every time he did something on this file, he wrote a report. Because that's important. That's what you do as a police officer. And he conducted follow-up interviews, and he made some travel to Compton. He will tell you those things. That's his role in all of this. But here's the thing. Detective Long also encountered some challenges in this case. They had to hide the case file with Metro because people were still accessing the file in Metro, and they weren't authorized to do so. So they changed the case number so that people couldn't find the file. In addition to that, what you're going to learn is LAPD reached out to him, called him up and said, hey, Detective Long, we have the gun. And we've tested it, and it matches back to what you're looking for in terms of the weapon that killed Tupac Shakur. Detective Long goes to LAPD, gets the gun, transports it back, gets it tested, and it comes out as not a match. LAPD tells him after, we gave you a fake gun to test you out. This is the level of, I don't know how to put it, that was going on during this time period between Metro, LAPD, and Compton. This is what's happening during this time period. Leads, according to Detective Long, became very scarce and stale, meaning that it was just taking a long time for him to follow up with people. Witnesses became unavailable. Why do you think that is? Because of time. So as a result, memories started failing because of that time. So Detective Long had these challenges. But here's what Detective Long does. He interviews Keffe in 2009. Sits him down, has an interview with Keffe, just like the state said. And guess what happens? Detective Long doesn't even know that Keffe had actually spoken to a task force the year before. How is that possible? Metro is the agency responsible for the investigation of Tupac Shakur's murder, and they don't even know about this. No one in that room in 2008 told Detective Long or Metro what was going on. And you know who was in the room in 2008? You had FBI in the room. You had DEA in the room. You had LAPD in the room. You had the United States Attorney for the Central District of California in that room. And Detective Long does not know about any of that. What you will also learn is out of all those people in that room, not one person verifies what Keffe D tells them. That the FBI, the gold standard of investigation in our country, did not go out and follow up on what was said. Now, one of the things the state showed you was a picture of a car and indicated there was 4 individuals in that car. And he tell you that at some point, 3 of those individuals are dead and Keffe's the only one that's remaining. But at the time that he gives his statement to the task force in 2008, there's another individual that's still alive. They never interviewed that individual to verify if that information was true. Why not? Because the FBI just fell asleep? That the LAPD just didn't care? Keffe was never charged for any of what he said during that time period. And it's because they knew he was full of crap. Otherwise they would have. Why wouldn't they? When Detective Long comes back to Las Vegas, he goes and he talks it over with the Clark County District Attorney's Office. And you know what happened then? They didn't charge the case either. In 2009. Ask yourself the reason why that is. Is it because they just didn't care about Tupac Shakur or his life? Or is it because they looked into it and realized, we can't verify this information, we don't believe this to be true? Why would the Clark County District Attorney's Office not charge it in 2009? Now, what facts do we get out of Detective Long based upon what he did for those 15 years? We don't have any facts. Outside of statements made, allegedly by Keffe D and other people, we don't have anything to verify any of that information. Not one single thing to corroborate the statements made by that man in 2008 or 2009. Not only by Metro, but by the FBI, by LAPD, by the DEA, by the United States Attorney's Office. No one corroborates any of this. So, 2017 comes along, and an entity called the Center of Investigative Reporting, they file what's called a FOIA request with Metro. And what that means is, FOIA is the Freedom of Information Act. It allows or requires government agencies to give up information if you ask for it. That's the rule. It's to be transparent. And people wanted to know what was going on with the murder files. This is 2017. This is years after any of the statements that were made and anything else. Where's the investigation? What's going on? Well, Metro said, no, we're not going to give it to you. So in 2018, the Center turns around and files a lawsuit against Metro to force them to give them the file, to show them what work had you been doing over, at that particular point, I don't know, what's that, 20 years? That's when Detective Mogg enters the picture. What you will learn is that Detective Mogg basically says, I'm here just to close out the case. He's not here to solve the mystery of who killed Tupac. So with everything you have in front of you that you're now hearing for the first time in terms of the statements that were made in 2008, 1998, 1990, whatever, Detective Mogg comes along and says, I'm just here to close out the case. That's his role. And what you're going to learn is Detective Mogg received a copy of what's called the Death Row Chronicles in 2018. It's not a deposition. It's not testimony under oath. It's edited and it's done for educational purposes. He receives a copy of it. You know what happens when he receives that copy of the interviews that the state has basically shown you in this case? No charges filed. Why? So, Keffe writes a book, allegedly. Right? Allegedly, he writes this book called Conflict Legend in 2019. You know what happened with the book? Right? Even he confesses to it. What you find is, no charges filed. What is going on? District Attorney's Office doesn't want to charge the case. No charges filed when the interview happens. No charges are filed when the book is written. What is going on? 5 years goes by, and nothing is going on with the case. But Detective Mogg says he's closing it out. Detective Mogg turns around and applies for what's called a search warrant. Now, what a search warrant is that in July of 2023, around that time period, a search warrant requires a police officer to get permission from a judge to basically violate the sanctity and privacy of your home. Right? There's got to be legal reasons for it. He's got to go through that process, and he's got to ask permission from a judge in order for him to get that. And what he does in that search warrant application is he assures the judge, hey, what we are looking for is in the home. The thing that's going to help us solve this crime, who killed Tupac, is in the home. And he signs an affidavit, and that's important. I want you to remember this. He signs an affidavit attesting to what he's saying to this judge to be true and correct. What he says is, I think we have evidence in Keffe D's home that will solve the murder of Tupac. So up until this point, they've got all these statements, they can't be corroborated. So now they're saying, we have evidence in this home that we think probably is in the home. And as a result, we're going to find this evidence that's going to help us solve this case. What I'm going to tell you right now is that you don't find it. And in the meantime, Detective Mogg retires. He now becomes Mr. Mogg. And Mr. Mogg goes to the grand jury. And in the grand jury, it's a secret proceeding. We're not there. The defense, isn't sitting like we are here. It's just the prosecutors. There's a panel of people called the grand jurors, and you have people come up and they testify under oath. And there's really no way for the defense to challenge any of it because it's done in secret. We don't really know about it. But in this particular case, Mr. Mogg is sworn to testify truthfully. And you know what Mr. Mogg does? He just reads pages of the book into the record. He doesn't do any more in terms of an investigation than read pages of a book into the record. He never documents in any of his efforts any verification of the book before he reads it into the record. He walks up, gets on the stand, and reads the book as if it's the gospel truth. And that's what he does. He treats that book like it's fact. Now, what you're going to find out about Mr. Mogg is that he never wrote a report. So when he took over the case in 2017, all the way up until when he retired in 2023 and was in front of the grand jury, he never wrote a report. Not one time. Not like Detective Becker, and not like Detective Long, and not like any other police officer who does their job. This man never writes a report. In fact, what happens is he transitions, right? He's Metro detective, he retires, and then he gets a job working as an independent contractor for the district attorney's office as an investigator. And as an investigator, he doesn't have any police power. He continues to work as a lead detective on this case, even though the procedure is you hand your file and your officer's report to the next detective in line. That's how this works. But he keeps the file for himself and he starts billing against the file after he retires as a detective in Metro. Because now he's an independent contractor. That's important to know. Why is that important? Because what the evidence is going to show you is that he backloaded his work. And when he finally writes a report, it's not an officer's report, it's an investigative report that spans from 2018 to current, and we just received it about 5 weeks ago. The importance of capturing everything you do, the accuracy that you would need to be able to be in court on a murder case, not some type of college paper that you forgot to do and then the last second just put something together and, get it out the door. Mr. Mogg does not do any of that. That's going to be important later for you to consider. Because according to that report that he submitted 5 weeks ago or so, he never verified the book. According to that report, he never investigated any of the alternate theories that were out there, and you're going to hear about those alternate theories. There are people who have developed over time answers to the question, who did this and why? He never looked into any of it. Which I think, at the end of the day, don't you want to see what's out there to help you with your investigation? And according to his work, his report, he did more on the case after he became an investigator than he did before when he was a detective. What I'm going to tell you right now is what you're going to find when you listen to all the evidence, that his work was biased, sloppy, and incomplete. Those are the three things you're going to determine for Mr. Mobb. Now, because of the fact that in terms of the evidence itself, he doesn't have much, the state's going to lean pretty heavily on their witnesses. And I'm going to give you a sampling of the type of people you're going to run across in this trial based upon their witness list in this case. First person is this guy named Reggie Wright Jr. He's the, remember, the security company for, thank you, for Death Row Records. And what he is a felon. Second of all, you're also going to find that he's a former Compton police officer. He worked for Compton PD for about 5 years, and apparently he got disabled. At some point, he becomes a felon. You're going to learn about that. And his father, like I said before earlier, Reggie Wright Sr. was the head of the Compton PD gang unit. What you're also going to learn about Reggie is that, once again, he was supposed to be protecting Suge Knight. Where was he the night of the shooting? In addition to that, he orders his security team to not carry firearms the night of the shooting, before the shooting took place. What you're also going to learn is, he wasn't even around when the shooting occurred. So the principal, meaning the person he should have been protecting the most, would have been Suge Knight, the head of Death Row Records. This man was nowhere to be found. He was sitting at a club called 662 down the street, waiting for Suge to show up, while he left his people that were working for him unarmed in the vehicles behind Suge Knight. And when push comes to shove, he orders his people to lie to the police during their investigation. That's going to be called by them. That guy's going to be called by them. In addition to that, when everything was said and done, Suge Knight went to prison because he was not supposed to be in a fight in Las Vegas. He violates his release. Guess who takes over Death Row Records? Reggie Wright Jr. Now, the state is also going to bring in other people with unreliable positions, including criminal histories, financial motivations, and inconsistent statements. That are the people and the quality of the evidence that you're going to listen to in this case. Just to give you another example, there's going to be an individual by the name of Devonta Dirt Rockley. Who is he? He's been a paid informant for years. You're going to hear that they have paid him to be an informant. He will, of course, say whatever he needs to say to avoid his own criminal actions, but his testimony will be inconsistent. And that's what you have to really rely on, is what exactly is he going to say, and can you even believe it? In addition to that, you're also going to learn about a disgraced LAPD detective by the name of Greg Kading. The state told you about him. He wrote a book. He benefited off of what was happening with regards to Keffe. Now, Greg Kading, he stole the file. What you're going to learn is he actually stole the file. He took the Tupac and the Biggie case files and walked out the door. This is an LAPD detective that they are using, or one of the people that they're going to be focusing on to establish their case. He writes the book, and then he holds himself out as the person who solves the murder. That's Greg Kading. That's the LAPD detective. Now, what you're also going to learn is Greg Kading, when he was a detective with LAPD, was basically caught manipulating witnesses. And because he was caught manipulating witnesses, it led to cases being overturned as a result. There was a court finding on this issue. A judge determined that. And there we go. That's Greg Kading. That's a witness in this case from that. Now, your challenges, right? I mean, gosh, we're sitting here, there's cameras in the room. I mean, things going on. But it's really time. Like, how do you, as jurors, try to figure out time on this case? There's been so much time. delays. By who, though? And there's corruption. How do you look at your information that you're receiving with anything more than just like skepticism? Like you're gonna look at this stuff and be like, well, I mean, you have a motive to lie. You have a motive to tell or deceive. And it's because at the end of the day, there's not actual facts. When you get past all the talk and me talking, just look at the actual facts. What facts do you have to support any of what Keffe D said on any of his interviews or in the book? When you look at this relevant timeline again, and you see the length of time, ask yourself, what facts do they have to even put Keffe D in a car in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996? What facts? When you look at the video that happened at the MGM, look for them. Try to find them in there. Try to find any of the other individuals. Remember, he said there's 3 individuals in the car with him and Orlando Anderson. Orlando's in the video because he's getting beat up. Find any of those other individuals on the videos of the MGM. Look for evidence that shows that Keffe D was even in Las Vegas on the night of the fight. Receipts, credit cards, a picture of him standing next to somebody else, maybe watching the fight from another casino. Something. Give me something. In the book, you're going to learn that Keffe says that he was at the fight. He was sitting on the second row. He was sitting with all the celebrities, and he's dressed in his finest gear. There's not one iota of proof that he was ever at that fight. But you know who does show an iota of proof that he was at the fight? Suge Knight. Suge Knight was raided, and at some point, there is a ticket stub to that fight, the Tyson versus Selden fight with Suge Knight's possession. Because he went to the fight. And you would think, a fight like this, you want to show everyone that you were at the fight. There's no evidence at all that man was even at the fight. When we say fact versus fiction, really at the end of the day, what you're going to hear from witnesses that will testify to this is that Keffe D was known to do this. That's the testimony you're going to hear in this case. That's what you're going to hear about that man right there. And so you have to ask yourself the question, if I just say things, is that going to end up being one of those things where I'm going to be hemmed up for a murder if I just keep repeating a fiction? If I keep repeating that? The answer is no. You have to corroborate everything I say in order for it to be true. Otherwise, it's just that, or fiction. And at the end of all of the time we spend together, what you're going to find is that the state cannot prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt the claim that Keffe had anything to do with a first-degree murder with use of deadly weapon. There's no facts to that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandwood. State, at this time, are you prepared to proceed with your case in chief, or did you need a brief break?
Just need a break to bring the evidence in, so maybe give the jury a few minutes.
Sure, we can do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are going to take a 15-minute break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is finally submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 11 a.m. Please rise for the jury.
You're watching live coverage of the murder trial of Duane Davis, charged with orchestrating the shooting of Keffe D. I'm investigative journalist Kyle Payne with KLAS Television. You're looking at the defendant, Duane Davis, and his attorney there after his opening statements, following a 35-minute opening statement by prosecutors. We will be back after this to cover those opening statements and let you know what happened. Stay with us. We are live from the streaming studio at KLAS Television in Las Vegas. I'm Kyle Payne, bringing you live coverage of the Tupac Shakur murder trial. Duane Davis on trial for murder, orchestrating the murder. Just moments ago, and you see scene footage there of that dramatic evening after a Mike Tyson fight at MGM. If you are to believe what prosecutors tell you, Keffe D, Duane Davis, and his cohorts of the Compton Crips rolled up on that BMW and shot and killed Tupac Shakur. He succumbed to his injuries 6 days after his shooting. So we heard from prosecutors first, outlining essentially what's been going on the last 30 years since that time and date. And it started off with the prosecutor explaining how Keffe D, Duane Davis, was involved.
Duane Davis did not pull the trigger. But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Duane Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Duane Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Duane Davis himself.
So the prosecutor talking about learning that from Duane Davis himself, because in addition to speaking with police in a recording that Keffe D, Duane Davis, did not know existed, Duane Davis wrote a memoir. I call it his autobiography, Compton Street Legend. And he, in that, very explicitly details what he says happened that night and his involvement of it, referring to himself as the only living witness of the murder of Tupac Shakur, essentially bragging about it in his autobiography. And ironically, that could lead to him spending the rest of his life in prison because he is charged with murder. In fact, it's murder with the sentencing enhancement for gang activity and the use of a deadly weapon, facing life in prison without the possibility of parole. And you can see in the Nevada aiding and abetting conspiracy laws, Davis could get hooked for orchestrating the shooting, and just like he did the shooting himself. And our staff putting together this excellent graphic showing much of the state's case relying on Davis's own previous public admissions, police interviews, and details written with his memoir. Of course, Davis pleaded not guilty 3 years ago after his arrest. He was walking in the neighborhood of his Henderson home on a hot day, early in the morning. He was arrested without incident. He was booked, and there's his booking photo. And since then, he has been in Clark County Jail, but for the 2 years that he was in prison, because he was involved in a fight for which he was convicted and sent to Nevada State Prison. So we're expecting to hear this trial for a month. We are on a 15-minute break from court. In addition, the prosecutors, as they began to explain their theory of the crime, they got into how things happened when the parties, as it were, the Tupac party and the Duane Davis Keffe D party, left the MGM and eventually found each other on the street.
On the way back to the Las Vegas Strip, they see a caravan of cars. And that caravan included Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. And in that white Cadillac, before the shooting occurs, Duane Davis explains that the driver is Terrence T. Brown. In the rear driver's side is DeAndre Dre, or Big Dre Smith. In the rear passenger side is Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. And that Duane Davis himself, Keffe D, is in the front passenger side.
Prosecutors explaining that Duane Keffe D. Davis is in the passenger seat of the vehicle that ultimately he says was the gun vehicle shooting at the BMW that Tupac Shakur was inside. In the book, Keffe D says, and there he is talking to our Vanessa Murphy in an exclusive interview, private one-on-one inside the Clark County jail and detention center. And there's Keffe D as we generally see him, know him in the blue jumpsuit. Now, today, He's in a blue suit and tie. He's looking dapper, and why not? He's on trial for his life. So there, in this video, we will be seeing a lot, was a nighttime raid of the house that one of Keffe D's former attorneys says was done illegally and should have been excluded. But Judge Carly Kearney, who's presiding over this case, says that is not the case. So as the prosecutor's opening statements unfolded today, this morning, bright and early at 9:30, they spoke for about 35 minutes, and the prosecutors got into that caravan of cars that you just saw and introduced a huge piece of this case, and that is Suge Knight, the founder of Death Row Records. Suge Knight is in prison. Suge Knight is told...
Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur's vehicle is shot. Suge Knight makes a U-turn and heads back to the Las Vegas Strip. The car ultimately can go no further and stops. Police arrive, medical arrive, and you will hear that Suge Knight was grazed in the head and had some glass going in his neck. He ultimately survives those injuries and is released fairly quickly. You'll also hear that Tupac Shakur was shot multiple times, that he was brought to UMC, and that 6 days later, he succumbed to those injuries.
So prosecutors talking about Suge Knight, who was the founder of Death Row Records and involved in this gang war that included the Piru Bloods and the Compton Crips. And, it's a gang story that has gone on over decades. And there's the last photo taken of Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight inside the vehicle with him. So Suge Knight has some information in this case. There he is as well. And Suge Knight is on the witness list, and that the prosecutors plan to call. It's a list of over 200 people. They plan to call about 30 or 40 of them. Suge is on the list. Suge Knight told the national media that if they bring him in, if the prosecutors bring him in, he will make them regret it. If the defense brings him in to testify, he will make them regret it. He said in a line that I think is epic that he's not here to solve homicides for the Clark County District Attorney's Office, and he's not going to cooperate. So it will be so fascinating. And Vanessa Murphy, our E-News Now investigator, Vanessa Murphy, in the courtroom, if he gets hauled in, that's going to be a tremendously dramatic moment, and who knows what he will say. He is a loose cannon, or I should say a wild card. I don't know that he's a loose cannon. He's a wild card in this matter. And so as prosecutors detailed the caravan of cars and what happened with the shooting, they then talk about how when everything was over, the Mike Tyson fight was done, this act of violence was over, everything turns back to California.
Within 24 hours, the Cadillac and the assailants are back in Compton. They stay the night, and they drive right home as though nothing happened. But a war followed them back to Compton. Because while people were afraid to come forward to police, the police knew and the streets knew that Southside Compton Crips were responsible for this murder.
Prosecutors discussing the gang-related activity and Keffe D, Duane Davis. What I'd like to do now is set up the stage. We have this pre-recorded piece of television for you, getting into the moments and times after Duane Davis's arrest and indictment.
Thanks for joining us at noon. I'm Vanessa Murphy. We start with breaking news first from our 8 News Now investigators. Metro Police confirming they searched a home Monday as part of the ongoing investigation into the death of Tupac Shakur, the rapper who was shot and killed 1 block off the Las Vegas Strip in September of 1996. Sources say detectives served the search warrant at a home in Henderson near Interstate 11 and Wagon Wheel Drive. No one is in custody at this time. We'll keep you posted as we learn more.
For 27 years, the family of Tupac Shakur has been waiting for justice. We are here today to announce the arrest of 60-year-old Duane Keith Davis, aka Keffe D, for the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Tupac Shakur is a music legend, and for a long time, this community and worldwide have been wanting justice for Tupac. Today, we are taking that first step.
Clark County District Attorney Steve Wolfson referring to this indictment against Duane Keffe D. Davis. A grand jury in Las Vegas indicting the now 60-year-old man for murder with use of a deadly weapon, the charge carrying a gang enhancement, although he's not believed to be the trigger man.
Vanessa Murphy, Channel 8. Steve, can you talk about the murder charge if he is not the one believed to have pulled the trigger?
Yes, well, under Nevada law, and this is the law in most states in this country, you can be charged with a crime whether you're directly involved or whether you're an aider and abettor.
Since 2019, he's appeared at least 8 separate times in promotion of this book and repeated various versions of these events, all of which he acknowledges that he is, in fact, the person that ordered the death of Mr. Shakur and the attempted murder of Mr. Knight.
Wolfson says his office has been in contact with Shakur's family. They are pleased with the news.
Tupac was actually quoted as saying, "Death is not the greatest loss in life. The greatest loss is what dies inside while still alive. Never surrender." Well, we didn't surrender.
A nice look at the what made up this case, how we got here, and now Keffe D. Duane Davis back in the courtroom. Judge Carly Kearney presiding. A quick programming note, we are streaming this on 8 News Plus, our app that you can find on most smart TVs, and today on YouTube and Facebook. But if you want to stay with us for the remainder of the trial, which should last 1 month, stay here on 8 News Plus for the Tupac murder trial. I'm Kyle Payne. I'll shortly be joined by Sasha Loftus. But what's going to happen now, the jury now re-entering the jury box. There are 16 of them, 6 men and 10 women. And 12 of those will be the deliberating jury deciding the fate of that man, Duane Keffe D. Davis. 4 of them will be alternates. I'll say during the time of jury selection, Keffe D. seemed a little more relaxed than he seems today. I do see him making some rubbing his face and his head and looking around. He seemed a little calmer during jury selection, which was less tense for certain than the media spectacle and the spectacle of the public. There is a room for media overflow and public overflow, lottery-only seating inside the courtroom. Inside the courtroom, 8 News Now investigator Vanessa Murphy will be filing reports all day, all month, because this trial is expected to last about another 4 weeks. And Vanessa does an excellent job, and we'll be hearing from her not only here on 8 News Plus, but on our broadcast side of the channel on our newscasts at 4, 5, 6, and 11. Those reports are not to be missed. So now, Davis, speaking with attorney Michael Sanft. During the coverage here in this 15-minute intermission, we didn't get to hear from attorney Sanft because the prosecutor had so many interesting things to say. When we do finally get to hear from him, he will be sort of lecturing the jury on the difference between fact and fiction. What can you believe and what do you really know? And especially over 30 years. You know, there's a big question here that he's going to be asking is, why didn't they do this 20 years ago? Why didn't they do this 2 years ago? Or they did do it 2 years ago. They did it 3 years ago, actually. But why didn't they do this before today? And, we'll hear his version of events when we come back. The jury must be in the room as the entire courtroom is seated. Again, 8 News Plus covering this for the entire month. And we commend you to download the app on your smart TV and those streaming devices because it's going to be such an interesting, fascinating trial. So now that opening statements are over, we're going to hear an entire day's worth of testimony from what I'm going to assume are Keffe D's family or his loved ones, friends, people who saw this, witnesses, and I would say law enforcement. The first witness about to take the stand in this historic trial will be back during a break, and we will see you then. Enjoy the coverage.
First name is Gary, Garry. Last name is Dale, Dale.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, back in September of 1996, how were you employed?
I was working for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at that time.
And how long did you wind up working for Metro?
25 years total.
On September 7th of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to a bike team on bicycles on the strip, Las Vegas Strip area.
Is the uniform similar to the ones they have today where you're wearing the yellow shirts or were you wearing something different?
Yellow shirts and black pants.
Direct your attention to right around 11 p.m. What part of the strip were you working?
I was working the a little bit further south end, south of Flamingo.
Did you have a partner?
Yes, I did.
What was his name?
Richard Golgart.
While you were working on that area of the strip, did you cause there to be some sort of car stop of a vehicle?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the purpose of stopping this vehicle?
I initiated a car stop on a black BMW that had no license plates.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
First, I'm going to show you what's been marked in the state's proposed exhibits 1 and 2. Now, there's some obvious markings on here, but these appear to be two aerials of the Las Vegas Valley from generally around the time period of the 2000s, 96 area.
Yes, sir.
Accurately reflect kind of the locations that they're describing on there. Flamingo, Harmon.
Yes.
Move to admit 1 and 2, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted. You may publish.
I'm going to start with exhibit number 1. And right next to you, don't click it, but there is a mouse that you can roll around with a pointer. Can you generally tell me where this car stop occurred?
It won't work because you're doing it off of your computer.
I have it plugged in.
It works.
There it goes.
So it will work.
Trying to wrap around the boulevard here.
So if I told you that red dot's Harmon and Flamingo, or sorry, Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes, sir. A car stop was right around, I believe it was right around this area.
So just south of Flamingo on Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes.
When you approached the vehicle, did you recognize the occupants?
No, I did not.
Why did you stop this vehicle?
It had no license plate on the back.
When you approached the vehicle, did the occupants communicate with you?
Yes.
And did you, at that point, did you learn their identity?
They told me who they were, but just as identifying them, not.
Did you know them?
No, I
when
did
they
not.
told you their names?
They told us their names because we asked them their names, but I didn't know them. I had no knowledge of them before that. We ID'd them.
As you sit here today, do you recall who they were?
Yeah, Tupac Shakur and Marion Knight.
May I approach?
You may.
Showing you grand jury exhibit number 3. Is that how the two of them appeared to look that evening when you approached them?
Yes.
In particular, Mr. Shakur is wearing or has on a very large gold necklace.
Yes.
Did you talk to him about that necklace?
Yeah, we talked to him for a few minutes out there, and I just remarked to him, "Wow, man, that's a huge piece of gold," or something like that he had around his neck.
Would you describe your interaction with them as congenial?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask them about the license plate, why their vehicle had no license plate?
Yes, I did.
And what was the response?
They stated that they were filming a video, so they had taken the license plate off because they were filming a video going up and down the strip.
Move to admit 3, Judge.
Any objection?
I'm sorry. No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And this large gold medallion is what we're talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did that interaction with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur end?
We told them that they were going to have to put the plate back on their car, and we warned them and released them.
Did you remain down on the strip, in the strip area after they left that car stop?
Yes, sir.
We'll fast forward about, let's say 10 minutes later, something unusual happened. What happened?
We were continuing riding on the strip area. We were heading southbound on the boulevard, and we heard some calls come out about a vehicle. Can't remember exactly what was said, but heading up towards Harmon, we saw the vehicle that had been described in the median of the road. It looked like it had ran up on the median and was stopped there in the middle of the boulevard.
What do you do when you see that?
We approached the vehicle.
Is it you and Mr. Goldgart, or Officer
Yes,
Goldgart?
Officer Goldgart and I.
And do you see either of the two people that you saw earlier in the vehicle?
Yes.
And who is that?
Marion Knight was outside of the vehicle, walking around, talking, and Tupac Shakur was being removed by EMS people.
As Marion Knight is talking, do you recall anything he's saying?
He was telling us to take care of Tupac Shakur. He had Marion Knight had a chunk of shrapnel or something in his head. He was bleeding, and when I went up to talk to him, he was adamant that we needed to go and care for Mr. Shakur.
Did you then go to Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I did.
And then what do you do? What's your responsibility as it relates to Mr. Shakur as the EMT is working on?
I was trying to talk to him to find out what had happened. Excuse me, gather information to see who had fired at them.
Did you wind up riding anywhere with Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I rode to the hospital in
And
the ambulance with him.
During that time period, between the time you get to Mr. Shakur and the time period he gets taken into the hospital, are you able to have any sort of communication with Mr. Shakur?
He was still talking, and I was trying to convince him to tell me the name of whoever his assailants were.
And did he ever respond?
Yes, he responded, no, we'll take care of it. So, something like that.
No, we'll take care of it.
We'll take care of it, something like that.
And that's the only thing you were able to gather from Mr. Shakur?
Yeah, I couldn't get him to talk to me any further than that. That was repeated a couple of times.
I'm going to approach with a few photographs. Obviously, when an incident, well, let me back up. When an incident like this happens, there's first responders, but then there is detectives, crime scene analysts, everybody who's called out. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Showing you what's been marked as grand jury exhibit number 4. You recognize the individual who appears to be inside that vehicle at that time.
Dan Ford.
Did you know what he did for Metro?
At the time, he was a detective. I was not there when that photograph was taken. But at the time, he was a detective. I'm not sure what he was, homicide or general assignment or...
Could he be a crime scene analyst?
Crime scene analyst, yeah, CSI.
Okay. And then I'm just going to show you a few other pictures of the vehicle itself. Showing you state's proposed exhibits 5 through 8. Just flip through those.
Okay.
Is that how the vehicle appeared to you when you first arrived on scene, obviously without people in it?
Right, on the scene of the, where it stopped in the middle of Harmon Boulevard.
Move to admit 5 through 8.
Any objection, Mr. Stamp?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And then finally, while you were at UMC, did you collect some personal items off Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit number 33. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the objects I removed from Tupac Shakur. I impounded those into evidence. There should be a property report for those.
Let's talk about that large gold chain we see in that photograph right there. The second time you came across Mr. Shakur, was he wearing that gold chain that's around his neck?
No.
And so you weren't able to recover that from him at the hospital?
No.
Judge, I'm just going to put up a few of these photographs.
Okay. Just letting you know that 4 was not admitted.
Move to admit 4.
Any objection, Mr. Sam?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Showing you 4. That's Mr. Ford appearing like he's inside that vehicle.
Okay.
5. That's the front of the vehicle. Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, she's typing down everything, so you gotta answer yes or no.
Apologies.
That's the rear of the vehicle without the license plate still?
Yes.
Number 8 is the driver's side of the vehicle.
Yes.
And, oops.
Mr. DeJacmo,
Right now I
33
put the
also
wrong
not
one up,
admitted.
Judge.
Okay. Withdrawn.
There you go. 7. That is what the passenger side of that vehicle looked like.
Yes.
Finally, for you, 33. Those are the items you were collected off Mr. Shakur at the hospital.
Yes.
Judge, Mr. Samt has requested, and I've agreed, to also offer Dan Ford's CSA report, as Mr. Ford is not physically capable of coming to court to testify.
So that'll be admitted via stipulation?
Yes.
What exhibit did you want it to be?
I guess we could just make it next in order, which I believe is 143.
All right, that'll be admitted via stipulation as 143.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. I think 33 has been withdrawn. They have not been pointed out.
And based upon that agreement,
This is 33? 33 is also not admitted.
move to admit 33.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
So admitted.
And based on that agreement that we've reached with Mr. Samt, I believe he has no objection to the rest of Mr. Ford's crime scene photographs at this particular scene, which is state proposed exhibits 9 through 32.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, 9 through 32 will be admitted via stipulation. You may publish.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Okay.
And you are Mr. Gale.
Yes.
Well, welcome back to the courtroom.
Thanks.
So let me ask you this. So how long had you been working for Metro until you retired, basically?
Like 13 years.
I see. And at the time when you were on the bicycle on September 7th, 1996, how long had you been working for Metro at that point?
Yeah, I thought that's what you asked to begin with.
Oh.
I started in '83, so it would have been, right around 13 years.
I see. And obviously, when you are first a police officer, you go through an academy before you become an actual police officer.
Yes, sir.
And you learn skills and techniques and things to help you become a successful police officer.
Yes.
One of those things I would imagine would be writing reports.
Yes.
Now, fair to say though, in this particular case, what you had seen, or what you had done was basically you saw a license plate that wasn't on a vehicle, you stopped them, you asked for their ID, and at some point you just allowed them to continue on their way.
Yes.
So there was no need to write a report about that?
No.
Okay. Did you write a report and with regards to that stop?
No.
Okay. Now, when you were present at the scene and you saw the vehicle stop, do you know if any other vehicles were behind it?
No, I did not see any other vehicles behind it, so I don't know.
So there wasn't like a caravan or a line of vehicles behind the black BMW when you when you stopped the BMW?
No.
Can you describe for us a little bit about what the area was like on the night of September 7th, 1996?
It was pretty average night for the Strip as far as the amount of traffic flowing and things like that. Not particularly crowded or packed or anything like that. The area we stopped him in had some lighting, but it wasn't like right in front of a hotel or something that cast a lot of lighting on the area or anything like that. But,
I see.
you know, nothing out of the ordinary.
So there was nothing out of the ordinary as to that particular date and time in terms of any special events going on in Las Vegas at that particular time?
I'm sorry, there was always something going on the Strip, so I heard that things were going on that night, but I was really aware of them.
Were you ever aware that on that particular night there was a championship boxing match between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon that was being held at the MGM?
Yes.
All right. And I would venture to say that that would be something that would have been briefed to all the police officers prior to you going on your shift for that night.
No, we didn't really talk about it.
All right. And then with regards to the amount of traffic, you're saying that even though this championship fight had taken place, in your opinion, there wasn't a lot of traffic on the Strip?
Not more than ordinary.
Okay. And when you say not more than ordinary, can you describe for us what that means exactly?
So the Strip is always pretty crowded, or was at that time, so, you know, that's why they had us out there on bicycles. It's because we could get in between in and out of cars. So I guess when we conducted the car stop, there was enough traffic that we felt comfortable that he was gonna have to stop and pull over, that he wouldn't be able to just take off on us.
Right.
And that's the best description I have. That's why we rode bikes out there, so. But there was always traffic in that area. So it's always congested over there.
Okay, and that's probably the best way to put it, right? It's still congested for Las Vegas.
Yes.
But it's normal for Las Vegas to
Yes.
be congested.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it wasn't like, for instance, I don't know if you were around Las Vegas in 2020 when you could just take your bicycle and just ride down Las Vegas Boulevard with like no one around, right? It's not that kind
Right,
of.
it's not like that.
All right, and when you say congested, meaning that cars could not go very fast because there's always cars around in that area.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had arrived on scene, and then at some point you're actually in the ambulance with Mr. Shakur.
Yes.
Being transported to the hospital.
Yes.
And the hospital you were going to was UMC?
It was UMC.
Okay. Now, when a police officer first arrives on scene, is that police officer considered to be the primary officer until such time as they are relieved of that duty?
Ordinarily, yes.
Were you the primary officer at that particular scene? Were you the first officer on arrival?
I don't really remember. There were so many of us that showed up like at right around the same time. There's just a lot of officers showed up there pretty quickly.
Right. Now, I mean, you have a pretty clear memory of this. Did you review any records or have any meetings with the district attorney's office prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I did. I reviewed the records.
Okay. And once again, you do that so it'll help you refresh your recollection as to what occurred 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Even though this might be something that's unusual, right? You have a celebrity who's shot on the Strip, you still have to refresh your recollection in order for you to remember things.
Some of it, yes.
Yeah. And once again, you're doing that so you make sure that for this jury that you're accurate about what you recall 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you were shown a map, and I'm going to show you again here. This is State's Exhibit number 1. See this?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me, this map, do you know if this map was the actual map in 1996 of the Las Vegas area?
No.
You're smiling.
It's just a long time ago. It changes so much down there.
Yeah. So we know that this is a map of Las Vegas.
Yes.
But you cannot tell us, for instance, if this is 1996.
No, I cannot tell you
Okay.
that.
So, for instance, on the top over here, this doesn't look like the Sphere, does it?
No.
Does it?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
And then down over here, does this look like T-Mobile or anything like that, as far as you can tell?
No.
Okay. Now, and once again, I just want to make sure I'm clear for this for the jury. This particular map, as it sits here right now, you know, as it's here, for instance, we have what looks like down here at the bottom. I'm pointing where the MGM label is right here. Do these look like walk bridges over the streets?
I can't really tell.
Let me just scroll here real quick. Does that help you?
Yeah, they do look like walkways.
And fair to say that those walk bridges in 1996, people were still walking on the streets, crossing like pedestrian crosswalks, right?
I'm trying to recall. I couldn't honestly recall. I remember them taking the crosswalks out and putting those walkways in.
Right.
I remember when they did that, but I don't remember the year they did it.
And once again, I'm not trying to, it's not a catch-em moment.
No, I understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't want to say something that I can't be sure of, but I remember when I was down there working, they no longer allowed traffic to cross on foot across the strip because of all of the accidents that we had. So they put those walkways in when I was still working.
Right. Okay. Now, and just finally here, with regards to the, when you're riding on the strip and you're riding with your, with the other person that's with you, you said at some point you were made aware that there was a shooting that had occurred, and the radio traffic indicated that the vehicle you had stopped was potentially the vehicle that was being involved. Remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us just really quickly here, based upon State's Exhibit number 1, and once again, we're not looking at it in terms of an accurate 1996 view, but just in terms of the streets. Can you tell us where you were at when you took off to wherever the vehicle was? And I'll just pull that here real quick so you can.
Thank you.
Sure.
I couldn't really tell you where we were because my memory serves me, it was called out right around the same time as we were rolling up on that vehicle.
Okay.
There was shots fired call and vehicles involved, and then we rolled up and saw that vehicle in the middle of Harmon,
And
on
when
the boulevard.
And when you rolled up and you saw the vehicle, can you tell us other vehicles that were behind that vehicle? Were there any other, like, you know, like vehicles in an entourage behind the black vehicle?
There were several vehicles stopped all over the strip. It was cluttered with cars, so I couldn't tell you if they were with them or not.
Sure. Did other police officers aid in terms of just securing the scene and making sure that anything of evidentiary value was going to be kept in that area?
Yes.
Because I would imagine it wasn't just you by yourself. Your
Right.
partner, other officers arriving on scene would have started to help as a team.
Yes, sir.
do certain things. Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect examination, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions for this witness? If you do, please raise your hand and I'll walk you through the process. Seeing no hands, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Dale. You are excused.
Thank you.
State may call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Ingrid Stokes. Yes.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Ingrid Stokes, INGRIDSTOKES.
Thank you, ma'am. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Stokes.
Good morning.
Back in 1996, did you have a different last name?
It was Johnson.
Okay, so you went by Ingrid Johnson back then? Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Did you come to Las Vegas on the weekend of September 7th, 1996?
Yes.
Who'd you come with?
My best friend and some girlfriends.
Okay, can you tell me who they were?
Shalane, Tanisha, and Lauren.
And why'd you come to Las Vegas that weekend?
Well, when you live in LA, you go to Vegas all the time. It's just a party city. So we decided to go for the weekend. We were all off work. And so we went to come hang out, have fun.
And were you aware, and well, first let me take a step back. So you guys were living in LA at the time?
Yes.
What part of LA?
I may have been living at my dad's, which is Carson.
Okay. And then and you came out for the purposes to party. Were you aware that there was a Mike Tyson fight that weekend?
Yes, that's one of the reasons. There was always a Mike Tyson fight. But we were coming because my friend knew one of the managers or coaches, I forget what they're called, and we had planned on going to the fight.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
What happened?
Women in a bathroom, 4 women in a bathroom did not work. We took too long. We missed the fight completely.
And so, where were you staying that night?
I believe we were at the Lexor, or the Rio, but I think it was the Lexor.
Okay. And then, did you ever actually make it to the MGM where the fight was?
We made it to the let out, is what I call it, because the fight was already over, so everyone was kind of hanging out. So we went to see what was going on for the night.
And did you hang out there for a while?
I don't remember, but it would have been enough time to run into a few friends and say hello and hang out, and maybe drink or two, maybe.
So, what did you do after hanging out at the MGM Grand?
Well, we had met one of my friends, and they had mentioned there was somewhere they were going to go. So we decided, okay, we'll go there first and see what's happening before we decide, where we're going to end the night. So we all got back in our car, the rented car we took from LA, and drove.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a convertible Supreme.
And did all 4 of you go into the car?
Yes, all 4 of us were in the car.
And what happened once you guys started driving?
That's a loaded question. A lot happened. We got in the car. I believe we left the MGM parking lot, and then we went to the main street, Las Vegas Boulevard, I guess. And we were driving, and I believe we were, I don't know, about 10 minutes after leaving the parking lot, and then we ran into Suge and Tupac in the car.
And when you say you ran into them, what'd that look like?
Well, we were driving, hanging out in a convertible, and my girlfriend Lauren at the time, she knew Suge, and she told us, "Hey, there's Suge. Pull up next to him. I'm gonna ask them what they're doing." And so Shalane was the driver, and she slowed up close to them.
And so you said Shalane was the driver.
Yes.
Where were you seated?
I was a passenger in front.
In the front passenger? So Shalane's driving, you're in the front passenger, and the other 2 women are in the back seat?
Yeah, Tanisha's behind me, and then Lauren is behind the driver.
After all these years, you still remember that, huh?
Well, yeah. Some things you don't forget. That one you don't forget.
And so then when you start driving, or when you see Suge, and your friend starts talking to Suge, what happens?
They were talking, and she was like, "What's going on? What's happening?" We look over initially, we pull up to the car, and we kind of nod or say hello, that kind of thing. But we were in our own little world. While she was talking to him, he said, "Hey, we're all going to the club. Why don't you follow us? Get behind us. You can go with us." And so that was decided we'll go there first and see what's happening before we go anywhere else.
So do you follow? Do you remember who's driving and who's in the passenger side?
Suge was driving, and Tupac was in the passenger seat.
All right. We believe State's Exhibit 3 has already been admitted. We're going to publish that. Is this kind of the way they look that night?
Yeah, that was just like it was.
And so, you decided to follow Suge and Tupac to the club?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm so sorry, yes.
That's okay. And so, do you recall the name of that club?
It was an area code, so I remember it was 662 or 702, but now I know it's 662.
Okay. And then what did you do? Did you guys start driving over to Club 662?
We got behind them, and we start driving down the Las Vegas Strip. And it was weird because there was a car behind us, and they kept going around us trying to get in front of us. It happened quite often. It was really annoying. We didn't understand what was going on. And then at one point, we were getting ready to turn to go on the main street. I guess Flamingo was on, or Flamingo, I think is what it was called. When we turned that way, I was like, what the heck's going on? People keep getting in front of us. I know how to get to the club. Let's figure out our own way. I can drive them. We can meet them up there. And so our plan was to get out from behind them.
So you were confused about the way the cars were moving?
Yeah, I didn't understand what, in hindsight, I know now, but I didn't understand there was entourage. I just thought, they were going to a club. We didn't think about it.
And then at some point on Flamingo, do you stop at a light?
Yeah, so when we get close to the light, I tell Shalane, pull over, I'll drive. I know where I'm going. I've been there before. So we pull from around them, and then we stop at the light, and
before, that's my fault, not yours. So before, when you guys are stopped at the light, where is your car relative to Suge Knight's and Tupac Shakur's car?
So I believe there was 4 lanes, a turning lane, the lane next to it, the middle, and then there was one for like the outside lane. So they were on the 3rd lane, I believe, and when we got off the lane behind them, we got out and we went past, and I think we were a car or 2 on the 2nd lane from the light.
And so were you behind or in front of Suge Knight's car?
We were in front.
So you're in the lane next over, a car, or maybe 2 in front.
Yeah, exactly.
Then while you're waiting at that light, does anything happen?
Well, me and Shalane were going to change seats. I was going to drive. I'm the more aggressive driver, and after what, she was nervous with them coming back in front of us so much. So me and Shalane were literally head down, taking our seatbelts off when we heard the gunshots, when all hell broke loose.
And to be fair, you didn't see those gunshots, did
No,
you?
no.
And then what do you do when you hear the gunshots?
I freak out, and I scream, what the hell? I said, what the hell? And then Shalane is kind of half up, half down, and so I grab her head to bring her down. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And then she has her hand on the wheel, but she's like frozen. And so I don't remember how many gunshots there were, honestly. But I know I put the car in drive, and I told her to get the hell out of there and drive. And so I may even grab the wheel. Like I said, I'm very aggressive. And from that, she tried to drive off. And
then did you see the color of the vehicle?
Yeah, so we almost hit the car. When we were trying to drive off, there was a car in that last lane that was the turning lane. And it was a white 4-door. Can't tell you what kind, but I just know it was like white-ish. And we almost hit it when we were trying to get away.
Were you trying to pursue the white car?
Hell no. Just want to get away.
And then where did you guys go? Did you turn off? Did you follow them turning off? Or?
We turned off. We turned the only way you could turn because it was a red light, which was down that first street past. And then when we turned right, we were just driving fast. There still might have been gunshots. I can't speak for anyone else in the car, but it was a lot going on. There was a lot of adrenaline. And then the first street we saw that was on the left, I was like, turn left. And we just turned down a random street that had like apartments on it.
Now, it's fair to say you didn't see who was in the car, right?
No, didn't look.
But did you go back to where the shooting occurred?
Yes, I did.
Were you nervous about talking about what happened?
I didn't think I had anything valuable to say, to be honest. So I wasn't nervous initially because I just was like, we came back because when we wanted to know what happened. Because we left, so we didn't know. We didn't look around. We didn't see anything. We just left. And so when we came back, we saw there were a lot of police presence. And I wasn't a big fan of the police at the time, so it's not like I wanted to stop and talk to them and offer my help. But I also wanted to make sure if I could help, I would help. So when we went back, we told the officers we had been there when something happened, what happened when we left. And so he made us stop the car and get out the car. The police officer made us sit on the ground on the sidewalk in front of everything. Like cars were still, I think, may have been passing. So it was kind of an odd situation where they were like kind of rude to us. And then they're treating us like we're suspects. We really didn't know what happened though. And so they said, well, we need you guys, eyewitnesses, we need you guys to come downtown or in a van for you guys to come, and had us sit there. I kept asking a lot of questions, but no answers.
Now, I noticed some of your friends aren't going to be here. Is there this fear about talking in this kind of case?
Absolutely, yes.
Why is that?
Snitches get dishes, I'm saying. Not the coolest, but yeah, talking to police is not a thing we do in our culture anywhere in LA. It's not a normal thing. So there was that, especially in the 90s and 80s. There was multiple reasons why. But I didn't see anything, so I was kind of limbo. I didn't see anything. I didn't think I'd be beneficial. And then, I don't know, I was going to offer some assistance, what I could, because I may have had more memory back then. I may have heard the number of gunshots. I may have had, more. But the police treat us so bad that I just we start shutting down, because we're like, if someone did it, they could come by and sitting on the ground. They can see we're sitting here telling people, even though we're not saying anything. So this was a really bad situation.
And is it fair to say that that was something that also would scare you, is that if somebody was seeing you talking?
Absolutely.
Objection, Your Honor, is the leading.
What's your response, Mr. Paul?
I'm just following up on her question that she's going to lay the foundation to.
I'll sustain if you could rephrase.
Okay. Is it fair or unfair to say that you are concerned about people seeing you talking to police?
Yes.
All right. No further questions, Ms. Davis.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sands.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Mr.
Hello.
Obviously, I would imagine you've never testified before about this particular situation.
No, I was in the grand jury.
Okay, so you were at the grand jury. And with regards to your testimony, when you were in front of the grand jury, did you meet with the district attorney's office prior to giving that testimony to the grand jury?
Not except outside the door when I got to the courthouse. Okay. I mean, the door of the grand jury.
I see. And with regards to that testimony, did you review any documents, records, anything like that in preparation for your testimony in front of the grand jury?
No.
All right. Now, asking you again for today, did you review any documents in preparation for your testimony here in front of this jury?
I looked at the grand jury testimony that I said, but other than that, no.
Okay. Now, when this thing had occurred, I would imagine it would have been a very traumatic experience for you.
Yes.
And at some point you go back to LA?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Yes.
That's all right. It's just for the record. When you go back to LA, did you ever just sort of keep on top of it, like in terms of like articles that would come out in magazines, anything like that at all?
No, we didn't talk about that night for decades. We just didn't talk about it.
Okay. Now, did you ever at any point capture what you had remembered in a journal or anything like that?
I did a documentary, a couple of documentaries. Yes, years, like 20 years later.
I see. And in preparation for those documentaries, what did you use to refresh your recollection back then?
Talk to my girlfriend. I mean, more talk and try to remember pieces that I could.
Right. And your girlfriend was also present in the Sebring when it happened?
Yes,
as well?
she was driving.
I see.
No, that's fine.
Now, just to describe us a little bit that night, you're driving in a convertible Sebring.
Yes.
And I'd assume that the top was probably down.
The top was down. Yes.
Okay. And the weather that night, was it raining?
No.
Can you describe for the jury what the weather was like that night?
It was Vegas in September. It probably, I'd be guessing, but I know what it wasn't. It wasn't raining. It could have been a cloud in the sky, but I wouldn't remember that.
Was
I just
it
know
cold?
it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
No, we didn't have any jackets. We had designer clothes. That's why I was mad I had to sit on the curb. But no, it was a nice, cool evening, so I would probably say in the 80s, 70s, 80s. I have no idea.
All right. But obviously, among the four girls, no jackets or anything that would indicate that it was cold that night.
Yes, no.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had pulled up alongside Suge Knight's vehicle at some point.
Yes.
Now, I noticed that you weren't given a map. Did you ever have an opportunity to kind of envision exactly where this had occurred?
I didn't forget that part.
Okay. If I were to show you a map, would you be able to point out for
Yes.
us exactly?
As much as I can, yes, absolutely.
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked in there as State's Exhibit number 1. Just for the record, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 1. It's just an overview of Las Vegas. Does that help you at all?
No, not really, but I see the streets. It's what I thought. I'm assuming the red dot is Vegas Boulevard.
And when you say red dot, there's a mouse that's right there in front of you. You could use that to sort of move that mouse over to where. No, that doesn't do that.
I can point it, but.
Now let me do this.
When you're on our computer, can you do that? This is your.
You can point it out.
All right, so would this be, and I'm
Yes,
using my
that's-
Sharpie, that's
yes,
the dot?
yes.
Okay, so yes, that would be Las Vegas Boulevard. Now I'm going to point over here. Do you recognize this particular area?
Yeah, that's where it happened.
Okay, and this, I'm pointing now, once again for the record, Flamingo, and it looks like this would be Koval?
Koval, that sounds about right.
Now, you were describing for us a little bit about where the cars were. If I were to give you a piece of paper, can you draw for us just a little bit better so we can have a better view? And
I can try.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
And what am I drawing exactly again?
If you can draw for us where, on that night, where Koval was. And just for the record, you're writing Koval, is it for the horizontal line or the vertical line?
It is the horizontal line.
Okay, so that's Koval. And then can you draw for us where Suge's vehicle was when you pulled up to it?
Well, we were behind it.
Okay.
So it would have been, I'm just going to make lanes and like, don't quote me, I could be off by one, of course. So I'll say this was Suge and we were behind. So this was, I'm going to put I for me. And then we moved and went right here. So this is where we end up parking. I'm not parking, but stopping at the red light.
That's fine. And just for the record, you have made a mark that looks like an S, and I would assume that would be for Suge's vehicle?
Yes.
And then there's another I, it looks like right there, and that would be for your vehicle.
Yes.
And then you have an arrow pointing to the next lane over where the I is now at.
Yes, that's where it ended.
Okay, great. And then when the shots, when you're, I guess, trying to change seats, can you tell us where you were at that particular point?
You mean in the car? Or?
Well, not in the car, but
Oh.
where the car was?
It was here when the shots happened.
Okay.
And when we were trying to flee, we were trying to get in this lane to go around to get the turn.
I see.
And that's what we ended up doing eventually.
I see. So when the shots were fired, you were still in that I.
The I, yes.
And then you pulled off onto Koval.
Yes.
Okay. Now this area right here, what is this? What street is that?
What do you mean? This Flamingo? No, I know. Is it Flamingo? I'm assuming. I'm guessing. Like I said, I'm bad at direction on places I still go today.
That's right.
And then here was like a gas station or something right there, and then here was where we turned off right, which is where that first left was. So I don't know the name of the streets or anything.
No problem. I'm going to show this to the jury. Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate it. Good job. All right. Your Honor, if I could have this marked as defense exhibit, opposed defense exhibit A,
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
and move for admission.
Any objection to its admission?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so admitted. Did you want to publish?
I would like to publish it.
Okay, feel free.
Thank you. Now, I've shown you what's been marked and admitted now as defense exhibit A. All right, and I will just explain this for the jury again. So where you have Koval is actually the street Koval, is that right?
Yes.
And you have Flamingo, which would be the other street that's going vertical down the defense exhibit A.
Yes.
And then on the corner, it would be one of the corners, there's a gas station.
Yes.
Now over here, this S, that would be what you would call a Suge Knight's vehicle.
Yes.
And you were directly behind that vehicle at some point.
Yes.
And you pulled up, and that's the arrow pointing up to the next lane over, and that's where you were at, right next to Suge's vehicle.
In front of, not next to. That's why it's a little above.
I see. So you're slightly in front of Suge's vehicle. Was there another vehicle over here in front of Suge's vehicle?
I'm assuming yes, because we weren't at the front of the line. So yes, maybe two.
I see. Maybe two vehicles, but presuming that there would be at least a vehicle in front of Suge's vehicle.
At least two, I'd say, because there was one in front of me.
Okay. And then this lane over here what lane is that?
That's the a small lane that you can turn off.
Turning lane?
Yeah, it didn't say, but yes.
Yeah. And so at some point when the shots were ringing out, you just immediately just gassed the car and made a right-hand turn on Koval.
Yeah, into the turning lane.
Okay, and your testimony here right now, for instance, is that the top was down, but you didn't see.
No,
Yeah.
I was looking down because I was initiating changing my seat. So I would thank God I was all face down.
Okay, and when you pulled off and you made that right-hand turn, did anyone shoot at you?
Probably. I honestly don't know. There was a lot of gunshots.
Sure. Did any, after the event had occurred, did you ever observe any bullet holes in your vehicle?
There was no bullet holes in my vehicle.
Was there any shattered windshield as a result of, anything
No.
happening on the scene?
No.
Okay. And then with regards to where you were at, when your testimony was that you were talking to Shug. Shug was saying, "Hey, come to 662." Is that what was happening?
Yes.
And during that time period, you said, and I want to make sure I'm clear, that while there was a conversation about going over to Shug's place, but it seemed like everyone was sort of talking. Like it was like the girls in the back seat maybe were having a conversation or something like that. Is that-
No. Lauren was the only one talking to Shook because she's the only one who knew him.
I see.
So nobody, we were just like, oh, okay, looking like, because it wasn't our conversation.
Right. And when that was happening, did any of your people in your vehicle yell out, Tupac, Tupac, anything
No,
like that?
absolutely not.
Oh my gosh, it's Tupac.
No.
Okay. Now, during that time period, as you're over here behind Shug's vehicle or next to it, did you ever see, can you describe for me what Tupac was doing in the vehicle?
When we pulled up on the side of him and she was talking to Shug, he was relaxed, like sitting in the sitting in the passenger seat. And Shug was relaxed talking to Lauren. Nothing, like there was no engagement.
Okay, so as you're sitting there and you pull up, Tupac was not hanging out the window and doing something out of the window?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay.
No.
His torso was not sitting on top of the window yelling to his fans, Tupac, Tupac,
No,
or anything like
there was
that?
no fans around. They were just driving in the car listening to music like we were.
All right, and during that time period, when you were here during this time period, there's a red light
Yes.
preventing you from moving forward. And I'm, once again, going back to Defense Exhibit A, there's no green light allowing traffic to move in the direction of Coble.
No.
Okay, so everyone was stopped at that particular point.
Everyone was stopped.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We do have one. Okay, so what I'll need you to do is write your juror number on the question and then write the question on a full sheet of paper and then hand it to my marshal when you're done. Any questions from anyone else? Okay, perfect. Can I have the party's approach? All right, one question from a juror. Could you gauge what direction the shots were coming from?
No.
No? Any follow, oh, Go ahead.
Sorry, I know it was just
You're
too,
okay.
it was too chaotic, and you're not, thinking about that, but no.
Okay. State, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You are excused. That was fast. State, any quick witnesses, or are we prepared to take a lunch break at this time?
Lunch break, Judge.
Okay, sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch break at this time. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have everyone back here, let's say 1:15, so that everybody has enough time to get everything done over the lunch break. We'll see you guys back at that time. Please rise for the jury.
Wrapping up the first two witnesses in the Keffe D murder trial, you heard two witnesses, a police witness and a lay witness, a actual eyewitness, she says, to the shooting of Tupac Shakur. This is Kyle Payne, investigative reporter at KLAS Television. And after this break, we'll be back to recap the entire first morning of the case against Duane Keffe D. Davis. Stay with us. From the 8 News Plus streaming center, Kyle Payne along with Sasha Loftus watching the first day of the murder trial of Duane Davis, accused of orchestrating the shooting, gangland style, of Tupac Shakur in 1996 here in Las Vegas at the corner of Flamingo and Koval. It was something back then. We were little.
Yes.
You were littler.
Yes.
And
but everyone, the world is watching this. This
Yes.
is 30 years in the making.
I wish you hadn't told me that.
The globe is watching.
Yes, everyone's
now, right?
watching.
Yes.
Yes.
No, it's definitely, and it was an eventful morning. We
Right.
had opening statements, and we had two different witnesses. One police officer that actually stopped Suge Knight and Tupac ahead of the shooting, then responded after, along with an eyewitness.
Right. And you mentioned the world is watching. It's no surprise. The national and international media have staked out the Regional Justice Center in downtown Las Vegas. That is, for lack of a better term, ground zero for this operation. It is, there are correspondents from across the world. Most importantly, our Vanessa Murphy is inside the courtroom. Yes. She is one of the local media who was guaranteed a seat. Anyone else in that courtroom essentially was won by lottery. They were given an opportunity to get in there by lottery. The courtroom is packed. There are members of the public as well. There are lawyers everywhere. And let's not forget, there are 16 jurors.
Yes.
6 men and 10 women. And so with that, we have quite a morning of coverage to get to. And joining us, I'm so delighted to be able to say that we're joined by Robert Draskovich. Robert is not only a high-profile criminal attorney, he's a good guy, and he is the highest profile criminal attorney, one of the highest profile criminal attorneys in the entire state. And he's joining us for coverage of the trial. Robert, welcome.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's nice to have you. It's important to note, Robert, that you very briefly represented Duane Davis.
Yes.
I did from August of 25 until March of this year.
And you were not the first. There was at least one before you.
There's been several.
There is one after you currently. Michael Sanft is on trial with Keffe D for Duane Davis's life. The charge is complicated. He did not pull the trigger. No one says he did, but that he orchestrated the charge. And therefore, it's murder with a sentencing enhancement for gang activity and the use of a deadly weapon. But of course, at age 64, no matter how much time he spends in prison, if he's convicted, it is guaranteed to be a life sentence, because not only is the murder trial hanging in the balance, or the murder charge, but also a gang enhancement and a deadly weapon enhancement, which would tack on to those. So that's no small thing.
It's not. I mean, the murder charge itself could carry either a 20 to life, a life without, or a fixed term of 20 to 50 years. Each one of the enhancements is a 1 to 20-year sentence that would run consecutively to the murder charge. You can't stack up more than one, but nonetheless, at the minimum, one could be looking at a 28 to life sentence.
Right.
Wow.
And we know, in fact, Keffe D, Duane Davis, spoke with our Vanessa Murphy at length in a 40-minute one-on-one interview in a private room, as opposed to most of the media who spoke with him over the communication system, the ancient telecommunication system where Keffe D is this big and Vanessa's over here in a different room in a different chair.
She was with him.
Yeah, she was with him. And it was very good. And we're going to play plenty of that as time goes on. But he said in that, she asked him if he would take a plea deal. And he said no. He said, if I were to accept, like, say, 10 years, I'll be 74. The average age when a man dies, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison. So as one would expect, and now we know for sure, he's rolling the dice.
He certainly is, and there's actually statistics from the Department of Justice that for every 2 years an individual spends in prison, it takes away a year of their life expectancy.
Sure, the healthcare there is not known for its excellence.
Correct.
Right. So, Sasha, so much going on.
So much happening. And I think it's interesting, too, you and I talked about this, that the evidence in this case is going to be very different from, say, a case that was, a year or two ago. There's no cell phone evidence. There's no modern day. This was 30 years ago. So a lot of, Robert might be able to talk on this, too, is obviously we'll see how as witnesses come. But a lot of this is eyewitness based and based on Keffe D's words in the past.
Memory. This is one trial where I'm glad to say we won't have to hear cell phone data testimony, because that, as a viewer and as someone who sits in the courtroom, can really kill your spirit.
It's tedious. Yeah.
And so there's going to be a lot of how do you know that? How do you remember that? What is that? How does that change, Robert, the strategy, knowing that we're not dealing with fresh stuff?
Well, I think it's going to help the defense quite a bit because, again, it's the state's burden to prove each and every element of each offense beyond a reasonable doubt. In this case, we don't have a Celebrite extraction where you can put it up, on a screen in front of the jury and show that this defendant was in this specific place seconds before the shooting, during the shooting, and these are the steps that he took afterwards. In this case, we have to rely on memories. It's worked for hundreds of years, and it's a throwback to the past. So I think this is going to inure to the defense's benefit.
It helps that so much time has passed.
It does.
For them
Certainly.
and for Keffe D. We watched two witnesses. We saw a witness who was a bike police officer who says he pulled Tupac Shakur and his car over some 10 minutes before the shooting allegedly took place. And then we heard from a witness who, on her own memory, said she left the MGM. There were 4 women in a hotel room. They couldn't get ready in time to go to the very short Mike Tyson fight before he knocked out or beat Bruce Seldon in the ring at the MGM. And then there was a fracas and there was a lot going on. But ultimately, this woman left with her friends, caught up with Suge Knight, who one of the ladies knew, and she described her whole rest of her evening. Now, we heard you may have been getting to the point of listening to some of the opening statements from the first hour or two of trial. Do you have any initial reactions?
I thought both sides did a pretty good job of laying out what their case is about. I've had many cases against Banu Palal. He does very good work. The focus of his opening statement concerned Keffe D's own statements that he's made, allegedly in the book and through various media outlets. Michael Sanft, again, very good criminal defense attorney. His job is to present, obviously, the alternative narrative. Hey, you can't believe what Keffe D says. Look at the facts. Jurors such as yourselves have to base a conviction or a verdict on facts. And outside of what he is alleged to have said, the state doesn't have any of that.
Now, Duane Davis, Keffe D, by his own admission in the book Compton Street Legend, which I know you and I have taken a look at, Sasha, says, by his own admission, I'm a gangster, not to be confused with a gangbanger, right? Didn't he make the...
He made that exact distinction.
What did he say about the pants?
That once you're a gangster, you pull your pants up as opposed to when you're a gangbanger.
So this group of gangsters, he says, he describes in his book very clearly that he ran up on the BMW because they were looking for Tupac because Tupac and his friends beat up Keffe D's. That's the whole thing. This is about...
his nephew.
It started at a mall, right? There was an argument at a mall. Then an argument at the MGM, and if you believe what Keffe D wrote in his book, that led to the shooting. And it's fascinating. And now he says he didn't do it. So it's interesting, and basically the prosecutor got to that right in the beginning. In our first clip, we're going to play from the opening statements saying that, sure, Duane Davis didn't do the shooting, but that doesn't mean he's not responsible.
Duane Davis did not pull the trigger. But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Duane Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Duane Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Duane Davis himself.
Well, and I think Duane Davis's big claim is, even though he admitted these things in his book, he was saying, hey, I wasn't even in Nevada at the time.
Oh, right. He told A News investigator Vanessa Murphy, I wasn't in Nevada. There is a picture that he puts in his book saying, here's me and my wife at the Tyson fight. But then he told Vanessa, I wasn't really dressed for the occasion in hot September. That's not right. He also, in that interview, pointed the finger at Reggie Wright Jr., who was the head of security of Death Row Records. And that's where this all gets very interesting. And I think not only was it the celebrity aspect of Tupac Shakur, but just the ganglands. We've got Death Row Records. We've got tremendously big musician celebrities. And we've got the Crips of this part of Los Angeles and the Piru Bloods. And so the gangland aspect, Robert, we know from trials like the O.J. Simpson trial how huge celebrity can be in a jury factoring in guilt or innocence. But now you have some pretty serious stuff. Like these guys, if you believe what Keffe D says about being in a gang, it's some pretty violent, serious behavior, and it must alter how things go in the courtroom.
Clearly so. Generally, although this case has been charged with the gang enhancement, I mean, generally motivations, the idea of motive doesn't play a part. Jurors like to hear that why did a person do what they did? Oh, we can address motive, but it's not an element. In this case, because of the gang enhancement, this shooting is alleged to have occurred in promotion of or in furtherance of a gang objective. It's actually an element of the offense. Obviously, it's going to be interesting how the evidence plays out. Again, it's referred to as the book that Keffe D wrote. I anticipate the defense making a big issue out of whether or not that book contained his words and whether or not it was just poetic license in the part of another author.
Yeah, there was a ghostwriter involved.
Correct.
Yes.
And Keffe D says, they gave me a script. I met that ghostwriter for a very short period of time. He just went and he wrote what he wrote. If that's true, he knew some good details, or he came up with some pretty good details.
There are some very intense details in that book. I mean, down to the color of the car, everything is all the cars involved, very, very detailed is one thing that I noticed.
So back to the opening statements, the prosecutor, after he outlines what happened, talks about, related to the gangs, what happened next.
Mm-hmm.
On the way back to the Las Vegas Strip, they see a caravan of cars. And that caravan included Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. And in that white Cadillac, before the shooting occurs, Duane Davis explains that the driver is Terrence T. Brown. In the rear driver's side is DeAndre Dre, or Big Dre Smith. In the rear passenger side is Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. And that Duane Davis himself, Keffe D, is in the front passenger side.
So the prosecution begins to outline some of the key players.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one of the key players that he's about to mention is one of everybody's favorite people to talk about in this murder trial, and that is Suge Knight. Suge Knight started Death Row Records. Suge Knight, by all accounts, at least by Keffe D's account, was in the car with Tupac. And Suge Knight has famously told the national media that if he is called to testify from his place that he's in prison, he will make the person regret it. If the prosecution calls him, that will be bad for them. If Keffe D calls him, that will be bad for them. And the main reason is he's not here to solve homicides.
His words.
So,
yeah.
His words.
Mm-hmm.
So now, Robert, in your research, Suge Knight, I'm sure, came up.
He didn't. Obviously, I want to preface my comments here in that anything that I talk about is not derived from any conversations that I had during my representation, or the period of time that I was representing Keffe D. However, I do know that efforts have been made to potentially interview Suge Knight as a witness, and those were instantly rebuffed. He wants nothing to do with this case, and just like you said, on either the defense's side nor the prosecution's side.
But he is a ward of the state at this point. Mm-hmm. He is in state custody in California and in prison. So it's really not up to him whether he gets hauled in. He could still get hauled in.
They could, and
generally
again,
speaking.
And he's serving the remainder of a 28-year sentence, is my understanding. Again, they can produce him, but given the warning that he has made, it's unlikely that he is going to testify. They can produce him, but they can't compel him to testify if he doesn't want to. The only thing that the court could do would be impose perhaps a contempt sanction, but he's in custody anyway. So, any teeth that such a sanction would have is lost on his current circumstances.
Right. So the fact pattern would go like this. They'd haul him in, they'd bring him in shackles, they'd sit him in the stand, they'd say, do you recognize that man, let's say, Keffe D? And he'd just not answer, or he'd say no or yeah, and then he's not testifying.
He's not testifying.
Can't make him talk.
No.
Contempt, add 5 years to your sentence, whatever. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, and two, the contempt could only really have effect during the period of a trial, and it's my understanding this trial will take anywhere from 5 to 7 weeks. So again, I don't really see the contempt angle he's got years ahead of him. I don't see the contempt having any effect on whether he's going to testify.
All right. Well, the prosecutor in his opening statement, which lasted about 35 minutes this morning on the first day of trial, said, here's what happened with Suge Knight in the car after the shooting, or during the shooting.
After Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur's vehicle is shot, Suge Knight makes a U-turn and heads back to the Las Vegas Strip. The car ultimately can go no further and stops. Police arrive, medical arrives, and you will hear that Suge Knight was grazed in the head and had some glass going in his neck. He ultimately survives those injuries and is released fairly quickly. You'll also hear that Tupac Shakur was shot multiple times, that he was brought to UMC, and that 6 days later, he succumbed to those injuries.
So, when we talk about these things, we have to remember that a man's life is at stake here. Someone died. Whatever happened, someone died. And, as part of our research, we've seen the autopsy photos. It was not a good night. It was a terrible, he looked horrible in the hospital bed. He was on life support for those 6 days. And, of course, it was the end of a very successful music career. So, there's a lot there. This isn't just, salacious headlines. And now Keffe D, Duane Davis, at a later stage in his life, is on trial for his life. And as I said, the prosecution continued its opening statements for about 35 minutes. Let's just listen to one more clip of that before we continue to discuss.
Within 24 hours, the Cadillac and the assailants are back in Compton. They stay the night, and they drive right home as though nothing happened. But a war followed them back to Compton. Because while people were afraid to come forward to police, the police knew and the streets knew that Southside Compton Crips were responsible for this murder.
I think the complication of these different gangs that they laid out here in the opening statement is important to note. You already kind of talked about this, but just the how he talked about how the prosecution claiming that Keffe D was saying that if this wasn't solved in Las Vegas, it would be, quote, solved back in Compton, again, according to the prosecution.
Yes, and Robert knows better than anyone from his research. I mean, we've all known this case for a long time, but there's a book. There are some statements to authorities. Keffe D doesn't keep his mouth shut. Let's be honest. Is that true or false?
He always has a lot to say. He's a very colorful gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't help but notice if we can play some of the courtroom video, you're going to see Keffe D, Duane Davis, who by his own admission was a gangster in the Crips gang. In a suit and tie. Okay, so now we see him. Generally, that's how we know him, in the blue jumpsuit. And there he is with our Vanessa Murphy in her excellent interview, which we'll play from as we continue. But today, he is in a blue suit and tie. And I will say, from the week of jury selection that I covered in the courtroom, he seemed loose. He seemed to be talking with his attorney and, very engaged. And today we saw him sort of playing with his head and playing with his face and
noticeably nervous.
Much more. It seemed like the moment may have hit him.
Mm-hmm.
And there he is getting arrested. Of course, 8 News Now is there. And there's him during jury selection. So I just think he seemed a little bit less tense, just my own observation, during these days than he did in the couple of hours of court testimony. So let's talk about, I don't know if we have these clips ready to go, but let's talk about the witnesses.
Yes.
All right. Number one, we heard from a police officer who says he pulled Tupac over in his BMW 10 minutes before the shooting, 30 years ago, right? So here's a somewhat aged gentleman who no longer works for the department. Michael Sanft, the defense attorney, who has a very good sense of humor, said, "Welcome back to court." Part of the police officer's job often is to testify about what happens in their professional life. And so after some amount of time, he was back. And Robert, you and I watched as Michael Sanft made a diagram of the strip And, this is where we get into memory
We know that Tupac
versus
was
what the strip was like 30 years ago. The strip changes.
That can be proven.
It's always being torn down and rebuilt.
Yes.
Exactly.
So where you were and what was in your line of sight in 1996 would be different. Let's say the Sphere wasn't there,
Yeah.
right? And that's
The carriage house, though, where they were, I believe, going, is still there.
is that 662
Yes,
or whatever?
I believe that is still there, which is interesting. That is not on the strip, but it's strip adjacent. So there are a few things that are the same, but as you said, a lot of things are different.
Right. And even the guy said, well, there was nothing going on the strip. And they said, well, there's nothing going on. Well, all right, let me rephrase. There's always something going on the strip, but there's nothing seemed unusual. Yeah. And there was a line that the officer said where Tupac had said, whatever's going on, we got this. We're going to take care of whatever we're going to take care of after this. And then the second witness I thought was fascinating. This woman said she went to go to the fight but missed it, that she left the MGM with her friends, that they caught up with Tupac. And Robert, this is now old-fashioned eyewitness testimony. What do you remember, and how do we know it's what the prosecution wants you to say or wants that fits into their case?
Through the course of this trial, we've been talking about the book somewhat. You're going to find both the state's going to try and corroborate every statement that's made within the book or that Duane Davis has made himself through witness testimony. You're going to find that the defense, through every witness, through recollections, otherwise, they're going to try and discredit what has been basically attributed to Keffe D. So I would anticipate, and it's just beginning, and it began with this second witness, each side is going to either build up or tear down the other side's case.
So this woman says, I was there, we saw Suge, we talked, then we saw the shooting, and it was chaos.
We got out of there.
Yeah, we ducked, we fled. But she didn't call the police and say, hey, I just saw a crime. So at some point in the last 30 years, somebody found her, and she's got a story to tell. But the story doesn't include a white Cadillac. The story doesn't have some of the specifics, but close enough.
She had brought, as I recall, she had testified, and I actually caught the latter part of her testimony. She caught a four-door white vehicle.
Yeah,
that she believed was the source of the shooting or that contained the shooters.
And she actually used the words snitches get stitches, as opposed to, she said, we didn't talk to the police. That was frowned upon in a big way.
Well, because it certainly would have been better for the prosecution if they had her call from September of 1996 where she said that then. Now she can say, oh, yeah, I remember a four-door white vehicle. Okay, sure, maybe. But I can also, my own opinion, I can also envision a scenario where the police go and say, well, what did you see? Oh, well, we saw a car. What kind of car? Well, was it a white car?
And she also did not see the shooting. She said she heard the gunshots, but she didn't actually physically see the shooting, which I'm sure the defense will go off of.
Yes, and another thing to point out, we were talking about cell phones being the center of pretty much any investigative protocol now. We now have body cam as well. In every case I have, we get several terabytes of body cam, and we're able to review and present or attack anything that a percipient witness says at the moment. In those days, there wasn't body cam.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, but that's a huge
body camera. I can't imagine if there was CCTV, it was anywhere as good.
Yeah.
And that all, as you say, inures toward the perhaps lack of a finding of guilt for Keffe D.
And jurors expect that now. I mean, jurors expect. People can blame crime scene, CSI, but nonetheless, every juror that I appear before, they expect the state to show it.
Yeah.
A diagram, a photograph, some depiction, a physical depiction of a crime occurring. And in this case, we don't have it.
The juror questions, too. I was asking both of you that, jurors can ask questions after each witness and things like that. And I think the first question was, can you gauge what directions the shots were coming from? She said no, because she heard them. I mean, I wouldn't be able to gauge that, depending, even if it was right. You can't say it was coming from the north or the south or anything like that. And I think that comes down to, again, this was 30 years ago, and her memory isn't what it was if it had happened yesterday.
No, and so also there's this image that you get from reading Duane Davis's book about when they're looking for Tupac and then they find him in the car, that Tupac is sort of hanging out of his front seat of his passenger side BMW talking to his fans.
Yeah.
And Michael Sanf, the defense attorney, asks the woman, well, what did you see? Did you see anything interesting? Was Tupac hanging out the window? She didn't know. And that's interesting to me as well, because not only did she not call the police, but there's a lot of the narrative here that she can't say. And, perhaps the prosecution will call 100 witnesses to fill in 100 blanks, but still, it's a long way to go to get to this, even with Keffe D's confession.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this trial is going to go on for several weeks, and they've jumped right into it. Yeah. I mean, now we've got a precipient witness, at least to the sound of the shots being fired, moments after opening statements were made. So I would anticipate this. Again, it's the law of primacy and recency. Jurors remember what they initially hear, they make their impressions on that, and what they ultimately hear. I anticipate both sides getting to it. I mean, right now it's the state's burden. The state has to present their case. I anticipate the state showing their strongest evidence at the very beginning of this trial.
Okay.
Generally, well, I should say sometimes these murder trials start with a family member or someone to say who the victim was. Without using your inside knowledge, I would think we're going to hear from Tupac's family at some point.
I would anticipate, yes.
And they're going to say he was a good guy, he was amazing, he was sweet, he didn't deserve to die. And then, obviously in an effort to paint the crime as something that should not be gone unpunished. And our Vanessa Murphy covered this case from the beginnings, from Duane Davis's arrest, and I spoke with him several times in jail, starting at least in March 2025, where Duane Davis says, I have immunity.
Violating all my amendments and constitutional rights. I'm never supposed to be put in jail for this. Never.
Well, they're pointing to the interviews and the book.
Man, I didn't violate that shit.
So Vanessa, I have tremendous respect for. She does not give up.
No, she does not.
So she has spoken with Keffe D on a number of occasions, and in this clip, she says he didn't have anything to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I wasn't even in the matter. I wasn't in the matter, period.
Do you regret the book and the interview?
Yeah, I was just after the money, and they said I was covered. I did it for the money. You know what I'm saying? And
But did anyone tell you maybe it's not a good idea to do that because they might arrest you after they hear you say that or read it in your book? Like, did anyone close to you say, not a good idea?
That was the ghostwriters did. I didn't write that book. You know what I'm saying? I don't know nothing about no Winston Churchill, Frank Sinatra. Just read the book. You know I didn't write that book. You know what I'm saying? And the Vlad thing, the lady, she gave me $150,000.
He didn't write it, but he did it for the money.
Wasn't even in Nevada,
right?
As he said multiple times. Yeah.
And maybe that'll stick because, look, Robert, we see on TV all the time forced confessions. Oh, they made me do it. They wouldn't let me leave. I felt like if I told them I did it, I could go home. Well, this was a voluntary confession. This was a handwritten book, that he says he didn't write, but still, he put his name on it. He took some money to say, I am the last living witness of Tupac Shakur. But talk, if you would, in general terms about you can get, not every confession leads to a guilty sentence.
That is very true. Forensic psychologists have been studying this for decades. If you look at the Innocence Project, you've got basically a third of the gentlemen who have been convicted and serving life sentences or facing the death penalty gave confessions that were false. We really have two things to look at here concerning the statements that have been made. The initial statements, 2008, 2009, we've heard that there was an attempt to perhaps work off a drug case, to cooperate. They obviously have those motivations there. The later statements that arguably are incriminatory in 2018, 2019, there's a profit motive behind those. He's getting paid to say these things. So again, an admission doesn't equate to truthfulness. It doesn't equate to guilt. We have to look behind the motivations as to why these statements were made.
Such as $150,000.
Yeah. Very true. And his line too that I think that has become kind of famous or infamous, where he says, "I don't know no Winston Churchill or Frank Sinatra," to his point saying, "I didn't write this book, the ghostwriter wrote it." I mean, there is some quote flowery language in this. If you're looking at the book, there's one line that really stuck up to me where it says, quote, "I wore a crime story suit since there was about to be a real life crime story."
Right, one of the many good lines
Yes.
that his ghostwriter wrote. But so look, if I'm on trial for my life and I wrote a book for $150,000, I might want to get up and explain to the jury why I did that, so that perhaps you will believe that I was full of it then, but I'm not full of it now. There's going to be, if he testifies, that's going to be the crux of it, right?
I would anticipate, and again, what we're discussing right now is not based upon any conversations that I have had with him being my former client.
You have a duty to keep quiet from all the things you learned.
Correct.
But you're the consummate professional, and you're able to draw a line between what you're able to say and what you're not able to say.
Correct. But oftentimes defendants facing serious charges do want to tell the jury their story. I mean, there is a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. No criminal defendant in any case can be compelled to give testimony. But oftentimes, again, I'm speaking generally in cases, defendants want to explain to a jury why things were said, especially when they have statements of a defendant that's presented to a jury through the course of trial. Most individuals want to discuss why they said and what was the motivations behind what they said when they said it.
And he went so far as to say it all. And we talked earlier about how he is one to speak. But the defense attorney, Michael Sanft, tried to get the book thrown out so that the jury wouldn't be able to I think that was a long shot because he said it. It's his own statement. They can use it against him. But if he says I didn't say it, if his goal is to go up there and say I didn't do this and I didn't say this, they can ask him anything about any point in his life, any crime he ever committed, and based on what you said about his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, he can't say, oh, I don't want to talk about that, or I don't. If they have evidence that he did something, he could get in even more trouble if there's some crime that they're able to ask him about that he'll either say, I didn't do it, and if they have evidence that he did, he could be in trouble, or he'll say, yeah, I did that crime, but I didn't do this one. He could still be in trouble for that, right?
Yes. Generally, if a defendant takes a stand, there's the issues concerning bad character evidence. There's all these protections. And generally, the issue or the issues that they testify concerning have to do with the charges that they're facing. However, if a defendant opens the door, puts their character at issue, discusses something else outside of the facts and circumstances that give rise to the charges they're facing, they can open the door to cross-examination concerning other aspects of their life.
The one and only Robert Draskovich, criminal defense attorney here in Las Vegas, joining me and Sasha Loftus. We have so much more to get to on 8 News Plus. So we're streaming, Sasha, today on...
We are.
Where are we? We're on Facebook?
We are on Facebook. We are on the 8 News Plus app.
Which you can download on all smart TVs.
Yes, on all smart TVs.
So if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook and you love this, and how do you not love Sasha and Robert? You're going to want to download the 8 News Plus app. I have that right? And then you'll be able to watch all month because we're going to be here every day.
We're going to be here every day.
And this is what we haven't talked
Monday
about
through
yet
Friday.
today, Monday through Friday. Yeah, I mean, we're entitled to a weekend. But at 7 p.m., Robert will be here sometimes. Sasha and I will be here all the time. We're going to be here recapping the day's events. So we're not only covering the entire day of the trial and streaming it and here for you when the court is not in session, but then at 7 p.m. on 8 News Plus, and tonight on YouTube and Facebook, we'll be covering a wrap-up of the trial. And I couldn't be happier to say that we're doing that here in the 8 News Plus studio. So when we come back, we'll have some more of opening statements and the first two witnesses in the murder trial of Duane Davis, responsible, prosecutors say, for shooting and killing, for the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us here on 8 News Plus. Sasha Loftus with Kyle Payne. That is the first day of the Tupac Shakur murder trial. As we've been saying, the world is watching.
Long awaited. There was no gray hair in this beard. I think at that time I wore a goatee. I was in college. In 1996, I was halfway through college, and I'm sure I remember it. The major life events of that time were this: JFK Jr.
Diana, Princess
and
Diana.
Princess Diana. Those
All
are
within a
the
couple
three that I
years.
can remember.
Yeah.
In that period of life.
I was very young, but I do remember the couple years after the aftermath. I don't remember exactly when it happened, but I do remember when I moved here in 2018, driving by the intersection of Harmon and Koval, people always say, okay, that was where Tupac was shot. That
Right.
was well known.
And, in covering this over the course of the 3 years since Keffe D's arrest, Duane Davis, who's on on trial for the orchestrator of the murder of Tupac Shakur, we've been there for live shots. We have so much. In fact, maybe we can show you what we're talking about. You'll see the BMW post-shooting that Tupac Shakur was inside when Duane Davis, by his own admission, he was in the passenger seat when the driver pulled up in what is alleged to be a white Cadillac, and there's the crime scene. It is now part of Las Vegas lore. And to add to the story, what is today? August 17th, 2026. The new chapter, downtown Las Vegas, the trial. People are watching. People are watching you and me. People are watching this, and people are watching our guest, Robert Draskevich. Robert, thank you so much for joining us. This was a long time. You've been here a long time, too.
I have. There was one other memorable occurrence back in this time, and it was the O.J. Simpson trial.
Oh, of course.
Of
Now,
course.
I started law school, my first year of law school, it was the O.J. Simpson trial. I remember going down and watching the trial in the basement of the law, and I was alone because people at my law school weren't particularly interested in that. I was, because I wanted to be a criminal trial attorney. This shooting of Tupac occurred the third year of my law school tenure, and the last. So I graduated in 97. This was in 96. I started in 94.
And it's so fascinating. We always talk, you and me, Vanessa, we always say how when something happens, we're going to ask, what's the Las Vegas connection? Even OJ had a
Always.
Las Vegas connection. And obviously this was in Las Vegas, and there's no getting around that. And it was so Las Vegas. The Mike Tyson fight, one that didn't last very long because Mike was at the height of his dominance, and Tupac was at the height of his stardom. And then his life ended shortly, and there he is. And
That his stardom only, if you look back, only lasted a couple years. He was kind of like a shooting star. He was huge, and then his life was cut short.
Well, look, in addition to our news coverage and our trial coverage, there have been documentaries, there have been series, there's been so much said, so much written, so many theories. I've watched documentaries where Keffe D isn't even a speckle in anybody's eye. And, there's been so much innuendo, so many guesses, so many theories. Now the prosecution has its own theory of the case, and that's what's playing out here in downtown Las Vegas today. But in his opening statement, I think Michael Samft is a very talented attorney. He did a fine job in defending Michelle Fiore in some pretty tough charges in federal court. That was a high-profile case that he recently did. And now he's here, and he told this jury what's fact and what's not.
We know that Tupac was shot multiple times. That's a fact. That can be proven. We know that it was with a .40 caliber firearm. That's a fact, due to the cartridge casings. On the corner of Flamingo and Copel. That's also a fact, right? We're on board so far? We know the date, September 7th, 1996. That is a fact. At 11:17 p.m., we know that to be a fact as well. And then finally, that he was in a vehicle during election night, and that Tupac died 6 days later. Those are facts.
It's a fact that I sat through jury selection where Michael Samft asked the jurors, you're holding a microphone. That's a fact, right? And they had to admit, yes, that's a fact. And then he would say something, well, what if I told you that your son was arrested for stealing something? Is that a fact? Well, I don't know. Was he? And then he went down well, wouldn't you need to see proof? And that's what this is going to come down to. How can we really know what happened after all this time when the only words against the defendant or the defendant's own words and no other real evidence. Unless there is. Maybe there is. I don't know. Maybe there is.
You know what he is doing, and he began with jury selection, he's developing themes. Every good trial attorney develops themes from the minute they begin jury selection. They then build these themes through the course of opening statement, questioning of witnesses, and then they basically reaffirm these themes and argue these themes at the close in their closing arguments. And that's what's occurring right now on the part of the defense.
And telling a story.
They are.
Yeah.
They are.
It was important that they connect, that the lawyers connect with these people as they pick them. We said there are 16 of them, 6 men and 10 women. 12 of them will deliberate and decide guilt, and then 4 of them will be alternates. Obviously, they don't pick those 4 at the beginning because I think if you knew you were a deliberate, an alternate, you might check out.
Yeah.
Yes, I've tried several cases in front of Judge Kearney. She's a very good judge.
Judge Carly Kearney.
She's very, very good. She, like most of the other judges, will inform the 4 alternate jurors that they're alternates at the close of evidence and after the closing arguments before they divide them up to begin deliberations.
Okay.
So they won't know until the very end.
We had a crazy moment during, well, I mean, as far as jury selection goes, I thought it was a crazy moment where it was all done. The 20 or so people who were in that final knockout round were sent home. The prosecution and the defense used their challenges. They were able to agree pretty quickly on the body of 16 people. And I thought we were going to go home, and the judge said one more thing. She called the attorneys to the table or to her bench, and she said they had a conversation in the white noise, and then they went back to their tables, and she threatened the people in the gallery, and she said somebody has been trying to communicate to the jurors, even in these few minutes that we've been in the room, and she admonished everybody. It was mostly media. So I felt like, okay, well, now I would never do that anyway, but I don't know what anybody wanted to say. Someone apparently was trying to talk to them, and almost like, a school principal or your mom being like,
scolding them.
Yes, you are not to talk to the jurors for any reason. And, we don't want, we're up on the internet, so I can say this. Screwing around with the jury is a good way to get the case messed with. Like, you don't want that.
No, juror tampering it's a criminal offense. There isn't a courtroom, a judge in this country doesn't take that very seriously. If there is any indication whatsoever that there's been even an attempt to communicate with a juror, there will be evidentiary hearings and sanctions imposed, potentially criminal sanctions.
Right. And so, just so the people at home know, it's very close quarters inside one of these courtrooms. So we're all together. We have to keep our conversations, make sure we know who's listening. When you go in the hallway, the jury could be right outside going to their lunch just like I can be going to my lunch. And I don't want to be in the elevator with my photographer being like, this guy's so guilty. Because the juror who's impartial and doesn't know everything that I know might be thinking otherwise, and I don't want to be responsible for that. So we're very quiet. We're respectful to know that this person, doesn't need to hear what I think, and hopefully that's the end of it. But it is a packed courtroom, and there are people in there that aren't just media. There are people in there who they have an axe to grind. They have an opinion one way or the other. They're a victim's family member. They're a musician. They want to be noticed. They want to be heard. They want to be seen. Whatever. There's a lot of competing factors in the newsroom that are not necessarily part of the administration of justice.
Well, and back to the jury selection, you were talking about, too, how both sides were asking, how much do you know about this case? How much do you know about Tupac Shakur? And I think Vanessa and I were talking about this. We, of course, know the ins and outs of this case because of what we do. But there are a lot of people that really aren't familiar and don't know much. So I think it was whether that hurt or helped the defense or the prosecution.
Right. So Robert, if there's a jury of 12, let's say, who knows a lot about it versus a jury of, and in general terms, and a jury of 12 who knows nothing about it, how does that pan out?
I think it really boils down to the feel that you have for the potential juror. I'd be concerned with jurors that state, I haven't heard anything about this, I know nothing of that, because then you have the issue of, do you have a person that's being less than forthcoming, being less than truthful? There's a question oftentimes, do you believe that the defendant in this case has done something wrong and that's why he's here? And most defendants in most criminal trials are men. I'm always real concerned with jurors that immediately say, oh, nope, I don't think he did anything wrong, something like that. They're being less than forthcoming, whereas I generally appreciate jurors that are truthful and say, well, I think he probably did do something. He's sitting there next to you. We're going through this entire process. Again, does that, in a perfect world, it'd be great to get jurors that hadn't heard anything about the facts and circumstances of the case, but I think more importantly, you get a jury that's forthcoming.
Like in a vacuum.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
I've definitely seen jurors say he's sitting there for a reason.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. He must have done something.
And like I said, I generally like to follow up and discuss that with the jurors because I feel at least I'm getting, honest answers, and I'll take an honest juror over a non-honest juror all day long.
I have one more question before I wistfully say goodbye to you for the afternoon, and I thank you so much for
Yes,
taking your
thank
time to
you
come
so
here and be
much.
with
It's been
us.
a pleasure.
The analysis, top rate, and I appreciate it. Talk to me about the grind of a month-long trial.
It's exhausting, especially when you got cameras in the courtroom.
Guys like
You
me.
have to sit there. We met during a very
Yes.
long trial.
Excellent job in the Robert Tellis trial. You defended Robert, and that was a tough road to hoe.
Difficult, very difficult trial. Your entire life stops. You're working around the clock. You're trying to get enough sleep to be sharp in front of the jury, and you never know, especially on the defense side, what's coming next. I mean, you do your due diligence, you review all the discovery, but every trial is full of surprises. It's grueling. I love it. There's nothing I would rather do, but it takes its toll on your personal life and otherwise. After every long trial, I like to take a long break to recover and then get back and start preparing for the next trial.
Today, everybody's probably running on adrenaline.
Absolutely.
Just like we up here. Robert Draskovich, the criminal attorney here in Las Vegas. You can find him. Robert, just tell me, Draskovich Law?
Draskovich Law Group, yes.
Okay, and you can
Thank
find
you so
Robert,
much.
and we thank you. We will see you throughout the course of the trial. You're a gentleman. Thank you for being with us. Sasha and I will continue our coverage here. We did see one witness. We saw two witnesses. The first witness was a police officer who spoke. He says he pulled over Tupac Shakur's BMW, which had no license plates. Robert, thank you. Who had no license plates, and pulled him over, and they had a conversation. Of course, no one knew, Sasha, that this would be leading up to one of the most famous crimes committed here in one of the most famous cities.
Absolutely. I was just texting
No,
to
this
be
is what we're
completely
doing.
transparent, texting
Here,
with
I'm
Vanessa
gonna-
Murphy.
She said 5 minutes. So
Yeah.
that was, thank you for telling us that.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. I told her to call our digital manager, Sean. I don't know if we can facilitate talking to her.
Were
only
we
have
going
a
to get
couple
her
minutes.
on the air?
I'm not sure.
Look
I
at
think
that.
I didn't want to tease it just in case.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I didn't notice. I should look.
Yeah, so I was trying to kind of orchestrate that to see if we could make that happen, because she said she only has until 1 o'clock, which
Well,
is only
while
about
we
2
figure
minutes
that
away.
out really quickly, I'd like to play that officer talking about what he saw and what he didn't see.
Now, when you were present at the scene and you saw the vehicle stop, do you know if any other vehicles were behind it?
No, I did not see any other vehicles behind it, so I don't know.
So there wasn't like a caravan or a line of vehicles behind the black BMW when you stopped the BMW?
No.
Can you describe for us a little bit about what the area was like on the night of September 7th, 1996?
It was pretty average night for the Strip as far as the amount of traffic flowing and things like that. Not particularly crowded or packed or anything like that. The area we stopped in had some lighting, but it wasn't like right in front of a hotel or something that cast a lot of lighting on the area or anything like that. But,
I see.
you know, nothing out of the ordinary.
So there was nothing out of the ordinary as to that particular date and time in terms of any special events going on in Las Vegas at that particular time?
I'm sorry, there was always something going on the Strip, so I heard that things were going on that night, but I wasn't really aware of them.
A lot of things going on the Las Vegas Strip, which
Always
is true
something
of
going on the
any
Strip.
night.
And on this night, we talked about lighting. Look, these were not ideal conditions for eyewitnesses. We're going to take a break. Before they come back from lunch, we're going to set the scene for you right after this.
Welcome back here to 8 News Plus. Sasha Loftus with Kyle Payne, who should be coming
be
into
here
frame
somewhere.
here shortly.
I'm just hiding. It's hide and seek day.
We've got the slow pan to the dramatic effect
Yes.
to get to Kyle, right? Well, we're talking, Kyle, about the state's second witness. There he is.
Hello, everyone.
There's Kyle. Ingrid Stokes, who says she came to visit Las Vegas from L.A. She knew a manager, a coach involved in the Mike Tyson fight, of course, that was ahead of that shooting. They say they actually didn't make the fight, right? Because they
Right.
were in the bathroom, she and 3 other women.
Girls are getting ready.
Yes, exactly. So then they ran into Suge and Tupac in their car, right before that shooting happened. Let's go ahead and hear from her first, and then we'll kind of break it down.
And so, were you behind or in front of Suge Knight's car?
We were in front.
So you're in the lane next over, a car, or maybe 2 in front.
Yeah, exactly.
Then, while you're waiting at that light, does anything happen?
Well, me and Shalane were going to change seats. I was going to drive. I'm the more aggressive driver, and after what, she was nervous with them coming back in front of us so much. So me and Shalane were literally head down, taking our seatbelts off when we heard the gunshots, when it's all hell broke loose.
And to be fair, you didn't see those gunshots. did
No,
you?
no.
And then, what do you do when you hear the gunshots?
I freak out, and I scream, what the heck, hell. I said, what the hell. And then Shalane is kind of half up, half down, and so I grab her head to bring her down. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And then she has her hand on the wheel, but she's like frozen. And so I don't remember how many gunshots there were, honestly. But I know I put the car on drive, and I told her to get the hell out of there and drive. And so I may even grab the wheel. Like I said, I'm very aggressive. And from that, she tried to drive off.
Is there this fear about talking in this kind of case?
Absolutely, yes.
Why is that?
Snitches get ditches. I'm saying, not the coolest, but yeah, talking to police is not a thing we do in our culture anywhere in LA.
Can you describe for me what Tupac was doing in the vehicle?
When we pulled up on the side of him and she was talking to Suge, he was relaxed, like sitting in the sitting in the passenger seat, and Suge was relaxed talking to Lauren. Nothing, like there was no engagement.
Okay, so as you're sitting there and you pull up, Tupac was not hanging out the window and doing something out of the window?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. His torso was not sitting on top of the window yelling to his fans, Tupac, Tupac,
No,
or anything like
there was
that?
no fans around. They were just driving in the car listening to music like we were.
So a lot to unpack there. First of all, when she talked about the gunshots, there was a question. To be clear, you did not see the gunshots. You heard the gunshots, saying that she was with her friend. They were in the process of changing seats and they heard those gunshots. They ducked. Also went a little bit into talking about what Tupac was doing ahead of that shooting from her perspective, because in the book that Duane Keffe D. Davis spoke in, or I don't know if we want to say wrote, because he said it was a ghostwriter, but he talked about how Tupac,
tome.
Yes, he talked about how Tupac was leaning out of the car and talking to his fans. Now they asked this eyewitness, Ingrid Stokes, if that happened. She says, I did not see that. So again, as we've talked about so many times, this is so far based off eyewitnesses or folks who heard things who were in the area. Then she talks about why she did not report this to police, saying, quote, snitches get stitches.
Our analyst, Robert Draskovich, pointed out that the prosecution is getting right to it.
Mhm.
They're diving in. So we heard from the officer who pulled Tupac over before the shooting, and then we heard from Ingrid. And Ingrid, who was a young lady at the time, out with her friends, look, 30 years ago, you're not going to forget that shooting, but you might not remember every detail. So it would have been probably great for law enforcement had she called the police and said, hey, I saw this. Or if she from the scene had gone to a payphone, because I don't know how big cell phones were at the time. If she had said, hey, we just saw a white Cadillac and a guy that looked an awful lot like Keffe D in the front seat. But no, 30 years later, whatever they found this woman, whenever they got a hold of her, she has this memory and those parts of the memory that don't exist. Like the prosecution will allege it's a white Cadillac, a four-door that did the shooting. Well, she remembers a white four-door, but does she know it's a Cadillac? No.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, a white a white four-door from 30 years ago isn't necessarily anywhere near as good as a white four-door 30 years later.
Mhm.
There's a big difference there.
Oh, 100%.
And, if you're trying to poke holes in the case, which the defense obviously is trying to do, you've got two witnesses. One, the police officer said there wasn't anything really going on the strip out of the ordinary. And so it was not the best lit intersection. So we're talking about a dark intersection 30 years ago, a woman who, took cover. Are you noticing the what kind of car? Like, if you're a jury, are you thinking, well, I'm sure her memory is perfect?
Well, and over time, your memory does change a little bit, right? Things get
I
fuzzy
can't
or
remember
things
anything.
aren't what you thought they were. That's a scientific fact. So I think that's really interesting, too. I mean, I would have a hard time, like you said, remembering the exact kind of car, especially she specifically said there was a lot going on. So, I mean, you're running, trying to get out of there when you hear gunshots. So that's an important thing that, like you said, I think the defense will dissect a little bit more.
It is. So it is 1:13 here in the West. Lunch happened long enough ago that we're very close to the resumption of court. Resuming court. What I would think is going to happen as we look at the great seal of the state of Nevada, which is above the judge's bench, we have more witnesses. Those first two witnesses are done. In fact, in Nevada jurisprudence, we were able to see a juror ask a question of Ingrid Stokes and it was, did you see what direction the shots came from?
Yeah, and she said, I did not see them, or you couldn't tell based on what you heard.
Right.
Again, that's a very specific detail that I think would be hard to gather 30 years later.
Right.
Whether you knew it in the first place.
Right, or hard
Yeah.
to forget. And she didn't know it one way or the other, which is no knock on her. This is so hard. If somebody asked me my recollection from 30 years ago, I wouldn't be very good at it. Maybe if I had memorialized it over previous interviews and if it had been someone had been asking me it, I would remember my story, but I wouldn't necessarily remember that. So we are going to hear for an afternoon full of witnesses that the prosecution is calling on their behalf in the case against Duane Keffe D. Davis, responsible for orchestrating the shooting of rap legend Tupac Shakur. This happened September 7th, 1996, a sign of how quickly these years go by. We're almost there here in September, 30 years later. And so, another summer gone. And here as we wind up this murder trial, which is supposed to last a week, I think we're going to hear from more police and first responders, would be my guess. We're going to hear from more eyewitnesses. And at some point, I expect to hear from people who loved Tupac Shakur, who can get on the stand and say, Tupac was, a good person, was my cousin, my family member, my son. I believe that Tupac Shakur's mother is, well, I don't want to say this actually. I'm sorry.
Well, I think that it's important, too, that I would think that they want to talk about who specifically he was, like you said, as a person, because people know him as the rap icon, as the superstar, the music star from that time period. But they want to demonstrate, I would assume, if his family is going to testify, who he was personally.
Right. And
which fewer people know.
No, no one probably knows the victim as well as his family. And, there's charts for his albums and there's records to show how tremendous his work was, but there's no one who can say the type of person like his family. And in order to paint that picture for the jury of who the victim in this case was, we're going to hear a little bit of that. So, look, Sasha, this has been, Duane Davis was arrested 3 years ago. There's been a lot happen since then. There's been a lot of hearings. Keffe D's been in court so many times with a variety of different attorneys until he finally stuck with Michael Sanft, who's going to be, spearheading the defense for the entire month-long trial. There's a cast of characters that the prosecution went over about who was involved in the shooting. Most of the people in this conversation are dead. And Duane Davis says he's the only living witness to this murder. And he spoke with our Vanessa Murphy on a variety of occasions, not the least of which was just a couple weeks ago in this month of August 2026. If we can get Duane Davis saying who he thinks is responsible for the murder of Tupac Shakur. That's number 4.
If you did not have anything to do with Tupac Shakur's murder, who do you think did?
To me, I think they witnessed Reggie Wright Jr. All he do is lie, is tell stories. He even be on interviews threatening my son, you know what I'm saying? Threatening my family. It's wrong. Even Katie be on them interviews threatening my family. You know, it's wrong, man. It's period, it's wrong.
So Reggie Wright Jr. was at that time the head of security for Death Row Records. Vanessa did that story no sooner than she did that story than Reggie Wright Jr. came out of the woodwork. Vanessa spoke with him, and fascinating. Vanessa's interviews with these people are fascinating and excellent and exclusive.
Mhm.
And this is what Reggie Wright had to say in response to that allegation.
So when Duane Davis gets arrested a few years ago, what were your thoughts?
I was predicting that it was going to happen. Number one, because, of course, they came knocking on my door in like 2022 or something like that. So I knew the investigation was going on. And about a month prior, I had been before the grand jury and testified. And so I had, suspected that, an indictment was coming soon. And so when I heard of the actual indictment or the actual arrest, I was glad just to see that the family is finally going to get justice.
So it looks like we're getting ready to return to court here after that lunch break. You see everyone is seated. We did see Duane Keffe D. Davis walk back in the courtroom as well. They haven't done the all rise yet for the jury and the judge, I believe, to come back in. Or actually, looks like they might be doing that right now.
Well, they're standing. The defense is standing. There's Keffe D in the background. Michael Samft is the defense attorney. I see marshals in the courtroom. I thought this would be a good time to tell you during jury selection, there was more of a law enforcement presence. The courtroom has marshals. The courthouse has marshals that are always there, and they're in the courtroom. This time there were more than usual. Metro Police is in there because Keffe D is in the custody of the police as a ward of Clark County Detention Center. So there he is in his suit and tie. He will be wearing what I would call street clothes every day during the trial. The jury never sees the defendant in the jumpsuit. They never see the defendant in the shackles or in the handcuffs. And as soon as the jury goes away, he's put into some sort of restraint. He's taken into the back. That's where he is in a holding cell until it's time for him to come out. That's where he would wait. That's where he would eat his lunch. When the court is over for the day, or even probably during the lunch break, they take his jacket. They take some of his other things because he's not allowed to have that stuff.
Yeah.
This is all so that the jury doesn't say, oh, well, he's wearing a blue jumpsuit. He must be in jail. He must be guilty.
That's an interesting fact that I wasn't even aware of. That
So
it makes complete sense.
They don't necessarily know that he's in custody.
Yeah.
I mean, we know it. We've known it since the beginning. And of course, in the interviews with Vanessa, okay, so you can see the judge is not out yet.
Mhm.
So she will come out. Everyone will stand. The jury will then stand. Judge Carly Kearney. Judges in Las Vegas are elected. So Judge Carly Kearney is in charge of this department that she's in. She's on the 12th floor of the Regional Justice Center in downtown Las Vegas.
Here she comes.
Here she is, resuming the bench. She will probably ask the lawyers how their lunch was and if anything happened that they want to discuss. Let's see if we can hear her as we continue with the coverage of the Tupac murder trial. Duane Davis on trial. That is her. The audio is still muted. That is her court officer. They are doing some logistics in the courtroom. I'm sure it's not that interesting. Whatever it is, it's usually not. But they're just saying, when are we going to call them in? Do we have anything to discuss before we do? Let's make sure we have all of our I's dotted and T's crossed. Keffe D getting ready. As I look behind him, I see members of the media. Our Vanessa Murphy is in the courtroom to the far left of that second row.
I've seen her a couple times.
Yes, you can't miss her. And if we're lucky enough during the course of our continuing coverage of this Tupac murder trial, we were here from Vanessa. Look, I think it's important on 8 News Plus here, while the world is watching, for us to say we have some talented people in our organization, and is led, in my opinion, by Vanessa Murphy, who does such a great job. And she's going to be in the courtroom for the duration of this trial. We will hear from her. She'll be filing her reports. But, Sasha, it's the work that went into this over the 3 years.
Absolutely.
She does not stop So
She really does
so
not.
3 years worth of calling these people, trying to get in touch with them, meeting them, learning them. There's Keffe D has a son who is outspoken, and whenever we cover him, I think Vanessa hears from people like him who may challenge the type of coverage that we do on their father, because look, the media generally has a lot to say, and not everybody agrees. So we have the audio. This is part 2 of day 1 of the Tupac murder trial on 8 News Plus.
Working when you hold that beside yellow. Well, I left, everything was fine. Yes. That one's not that long. So it's fine.
You can see they're still preparing to return there from the lunch break for this first day of trial. We heard from 2 witnesses, and we heard, of course, opening statements on both sides of this from the defense and the prosecution. There's the judge right there. As you said, Kyle, kind of some housekeeping items at the moment.
Yes, it looks like they're figuring out some logistics, and this is common. The international media, the national media, they're all relying on this one feed. And here comes the jury. So, again, we're talking about 16 people, 6 men and 10 women. We will not see their faces. That is part of how this works. Their identities are important to be kept secret so that they
Through
can...
the trial.
Yes, throughout the trial. After the trial, you can rest assured that the assembled media will try and find out who they are. And,
Kyle will.
it could be me. I don't know. I might be up here, but it's very possible. I've done it before, and it's fascinating because I've sat through trials where people are watching the exact same thing I am, and their take on things is
absolutely.
so different because they're hearing it one time for the first time. We hear it, we know the behind-the-scenes stuff. We have watched the story progress from time to time. We've been in every court hearing. And now the jury is seated, as is the remainder of the gallery, including the defendant himself, Keffe D. Duane Davis. There he is, 64 years old. This is a witness. Okay, so let's listen to a witness over Zoom, it looks like.
Yes, I do.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Brent Becker, BRENT BECKER.
Thank you.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, you're retired these days, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what'd you do for a living before you retired?
I was a police officer for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what years were you with Metro?
I was there from 1984 to 2011.
And in September of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was a detective with the homicide section.
Do you recall how long you'd been with homicide when you, in 1996?
I got into homicide, I think it was November of 1994.
Did you have a partner in 96?
Yes, it was Mike Franks.
And who was your sergeant?
Kevin Manning.
Sorry. Oh, he's gonna, hold on a second, all right, he's gonna work on the echo. Can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On September 7th, or into, I guess, technically into September 8th of 1996, did you get called out for a shooting that happened, ultimately determined to be happened at Flamingo and Cobalt?
Yes, Sergeant Manning called me. It was about 12:30 in the morning and I was asleep, so it would have been September 8th. And so it was around 12:30. So by the time I got up, got dressed, and got there, it was probably about 1 o'clock in the morning on the 8th.
And when you say you got there, what scene did you go to?
Initially, from what I recall, I went to Harmon in the Boulevard because that's where general assignment and everybody was at to get debriefed on things and get some of the notes. And then from what I recall, I went over to Flamingo and Koval to kind of look at the scene, but they had some witnesses from the car that supposedly was directly behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur back at Harmon and the Boulevard that I needed to interview.
Can we talk a little bit, first of all, Tupac Shakur is still alive on September 8th of 1996, correct?
That's what I was told. He had already been transported. He was not at the scene when I got there.
Is it somewhat unusual for homicide to be involved in a situation where there isn't a deceased victim yet?
That was very unusual, and normally we don't get called out, at least at that time, we didn't get called out unless there was a deceased victim. So it was unusual. I think when we arrived at the scene, we were told that because of the nature of who the victim was, general assignment wanted us to come out to it.
Let me ask you, we've heard from a first responder today. Back in those days, what was general assignment? What does that mean?
General assignment was in essence, the night detectives. They worked swing shift and graveyard shift. So they were the night detectives that if something needed a detective to respond, they were the ones that got called out to the scene.
So they would have been at this scene before you, and then they made a determination along with, I assume, the command staff that homicide should be called out to this investigation.
Correct. Actually, uniformed officers would have been the first people called to the scene of anything. And general assignment, I'm sure, was monitoring the traffic. So if they had heard the call, they may have been responding, but they would have gone out, assessed the scene, and eventually determined if someone, the type of scene it was and if someone needed to come out to it. And in this case, I guess someone must have called Sergeant Manning because he's the one that called us.
And your partner, Detective Franks, do you recall where he responded to?
I believe he got sent directly to a University Medical Center, the hospital, which is where Shakur and I believe Suge Knight got sent to.
And your responsibility, was there also crime scene analysts that were called up to the scene?
Yeah, my initial response was to the scene to start handling things directly at the crime scene, yes.
And then does at some point crime scene analyst Dan Ford show up and document the scene while you're present?
Dan Ford was already there from what I recall. They were called CSAs back then, I believe. Dan Ford would have already been there. Usually CSAs, because CSAs were assigned to each shift. So I'm pretty sure he was that particular shift CSA. He would have already been out there doing whatever he did for the scene, marking it, taking photographs and such.
When you, at the end of sort of both the two scene investigations, so the Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard, as well as the Flamingo and Koval investigation, essentially, what was the facts you were dealing with?
Well, according to the witnesses that I had interviewed, Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, Katari Cox, and Yafu Fula, and I'm just doing what I remember the pronunciation was. They were in the car behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur. And what they described was that a white car, and from what I recall, they described a white Cadillac pulling up alongside Knight's car, and someone inside that white Cadillac opening fire or shooting into the car that Knight and Shakur were at. Their descriptions varied a little bit, but from what I recall, I believe they all said it was a white car and more or less agreed that it was a Cadillac. And there might have been a little bit of a variance between 2 and 4 occupants.
And what direction after the shooting does the vehicle head?
After the shooting, it would have turned south on Koval. That was at Flamingo and Koval, because the Knight group was heading eastbound on Flamingo, and the Cadillac would have originally been heading eastbound, but then it turned southbound on Koval.
And the nature of the bullet holes that are in the BMW that's located at Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard, all those bullets appear to be coming in from the passenger side of the BMW?
The impact strikes that I saw were all on the right rear passenger door, the right front door, or the right front passenger door. I believe there was some sort of a mark or impact on the windshield. Those were the strikes that you could see. It was you couldn't tell if anything had been a stray of any kind.
So at your scene, you have bullets being shot from south to north into the passenger side of Suge and Tupac's car, but you have no idea how many actual bullets are fired because you can only see the strikes which are in the car.
Correct. All I can see is what the actual impacts are. That doesn't mean that's how many shots were fired. That's just how many struck the vehicle.
And I think we have another witness who's going to testify to this later, but there are a number of casings, or cartridge cases, expended cartridge cases, that ultimately get collected from the southbound lanes of Flamingo right before Koval. Is that correct?
Yes, without seeing the report, I know that there were fired cartridge cases recovered from the street. I do recall that the number of fired cartridge cases recovered from the street did not match the number of impact strikes on the vehicle, which wouldn't have been surprising considering what traffic probably was on Flamingo on a Saturday night, and probably the delay of anybody arriving there, at least from law enforcement.
What happens when, in your experience as a detective, there's a bunch of cartridge cases laying in a busy street and cars driving through? What can happen to those cartridge cases?
Well, especially prior to the uniform officers getting there, cars are driving over them. They're either getting caught within the tread of the tires, or they're getting thrown down the street or thrown into a rain gutter, or, they could go a lot of different places. We've investigated numerous shootings within streets where you've had fired cartridge cases scattered all over the place. And you never know for sure if you've got all of them, because if something gets caught within a tread of a tire and it doesn't get ejected, unless someone tells you about it later or it gets ejected somewhere else, who knows where it ends up.
In addition to that, when you have your shooter inside a vehicle, are there times that you found casings have gone into the vehicle that the shooter's shooting from?
Yeah, that would depend on if the shots were fired with the handgun inside the window of the car, or if the handgun was outside of the window. Obviously, if the handgun is outside of the window, there's a higher probability. If it's a semi-automatic pistol, there's a higher probability that all those fired cartridge cases ended up outside. If the handgun is on the inside of the vehicle, you have a higher probability of some fired cartridge cases ended up staying inside the car. If it's a revolver, then everything is going to stay within the handgun.
Eventually, and I'm kind of jumping forward here, do you have those casings forensically tested?
The firearms examiner ends up testing them. I believe they were able to determine that they thought a Glock, it was going to be a .40 caliber. They were able to determine the caliber. And I believe, because I guess I'm not the expert, the firearms people are, but that a Glock has a particular marking that shows up, and I believe they determined that they thought it was a Glock that fired the weapon, that fired the cartridge cases.
So now you're looking for a white Cadillac occupied somewhere between 2 and 4 times, heading south on Koval, and a Glock 40 caliber firearm.
That was the information we had eventually at the time, yes.
After speaking to the witnesses, did you have any suspect information?
The only thing we had was 2 to 4 people, probably already all black males. The shooter, all we had was a black arm. There was a question of whether it was out the driver's door window or out the back window. There was a lot of questions. And this was strictly coming from the 4 gentlemen, Alexander, Greenidge, Cox, and Fula, from the car that was behind them. You got to realize, as I learned later, there was an entire convoy or entourage, whatever you want to call it, that had been behind them. And none of those people were around. Everybody had skedaddled before we got there, or at least by the time I got there. And so the only information we had was what General Assignment had acquired from, I believe, a couple of witnesses that they had talked to, and some of the people at the scene. I think Detective Franks talked to some girls later on that had been at the scene.
Now, during the course of this, you've mentioned Frank Alexander. Do you know what Frank Alexander's responsibility was that night in the car behind Suge and Tupac?
Frank Alexander said he was Tupac Shakur's bodyguard.
And Fula? I'm not even going to say his name right either.
Fula and Greenidge and Qatari Cox were supposed to be part of the Outlaws. I guess it's like the group, I don't know if you call them the band, but the part of the group that performed with Tupac Shakur.
And those are the only 4 that stuck around by the time you got there and you were able to take statements from.
I believe they were the only 4, plus I know there were a couple other guys that are mentioned in the report. I think Kevin Woods was one of them. And I think they must have got stopped by General Assignment or somebody when Suge Knight had made the U-turn to flee or drive away and ended up at Harmon and the Boulevard. Everybody else was gone.
I want to fast forward a little bit. Did you learn of an incident that occurred at the MGM casino shortly after the Tyson-Selden fight?
We eventually learned that. No one claimed that night, but yes, there was a videotape that came about and information about a fight that was caught on videotape where a person was kicked, beaten down by Suge Knight and a bunch of other people in that group. Tupac Shakur was in the group, and Frank Alexander was off in the side.
When you learned about that, did you did Metro initially know the identity of the victim of that beating?
The only thing we had, I believe, was the first name of Orlando. One of the officers that was at the fight that night, I think they were working off duty, because we also saw some video where they had talked to the person. He was wearing a football jersey, and I don't believe there was a written down ID where the ID was obtained, but the first name of Orlando was on there. That was all we had at that time.
Did you make efforts to talk to Suge Knight?
I know that night at the hospital, Detective Franks attempted to, he said, and then I know that for 2 to 3 days after that, we attempted to, and finally were able to get him in and conduct an interview with him.
How did that come about? How does Suge Knight wind up at Metro?
Well, the first couple of attempts weren't very successful, put it this way. He didn't want to come, he didn't come in. In fact, I think the one time he was supposed to come in, he didn't show up. And then the night he did, I think it was 3 nights after, it would be in the report. When he did arrive, he showed up with David Kenner, David Chesnoff, and George Kalisis, who were all 3 attorneys, who were his representatives, which we thought was weird because Suge Knight was a victim. And I think Reggie Wright Jr. might have been out in the lobby waiting. And then that's when we were finally able to conduct a taped interview of Suge Knight with his 3 attorneys present.
And what were your impressions from that interview?
Suge Knight was not the Suge Knight I expected. Everything, we had done a lot of research in the short time we had been involved, and Suge Knight was not a very timid person in the previous interviews we had seen of him. He was a very boisterous, in charge kind of guy. He was very timid. And to us, his interview was very practiced, and he was very timid, and I thought he lied to us. He just didn't know anything.
Your impression was he was withholding information about what happened?
He just basically said he didn't know anything. Couldn't recognize anybody.
A few days, or maybe a week even, does there come a point in time when you get contacted by law enforcement in Los Angeles area, whether it be LAPD, LASO, or Compton PD, that assists you in your investigation?
Tupac Shakur passed away on September 13th. We attended the autopsy, and we were later contacted. Well, I think there was probably some contact with other people within the homicide section. You got to realize there are people higher up than us, but eventually Tim Brennan from Compton PD, I think a Mike Coet, and Fontenot, something like that from Los Angeles County Sheriff's came down to exchange information, and that's when we showed them the videotape from the MGM.
And once you showed them the videotape from the MGM, were they able to identify for you, first of all, who Orlando was?
They immediately recognized Orlando Anderson. They told us that's Orlando Anderson.
And do they also identify some of the people that are with Suge that you didn't know might have been with Suge?
They recognized Suge Knight. I think they did by monikers, if I remember right. There might have been names. I think Buntry was in the picture, a guy named Buntry. There may have been some others that would have, again, it would be on the report because we did document all this.
Does Trayvon Lane sound familiar to you?
Yes, Trayvon Lane does sound familiar.
What about Neckbone?
They ended up identifying a bunch of people because we ended up getting a substantial amount of information from them.
Does there come a point in time when they let you know that basically there's something happening in Compton that might be really indicative of who may have killed Tupac?
Well, we learned that they had had a series of shootings occurring in Compton, and we're getting a lot of information from informants that was interesting to us. The problem was it was all from informants. We didn't have any actual people that would come forward and testify. So it was information we could use, but we didn't have any witnesses that would be willing to talk to us. It was all hearsay for us.
And before I get too far into the time you go to Compton the first time, were you able to identify that Suge Knight, Tupac Shakur, and their entourage was staying at the Luxor?
Well, yeah, we knew that after the beatdown at the MGM, they had all gone because the MGM security had videotaped or filmed the group going through the casino and exiting, and we got information that they went over to the Luxor where they had rooms because we observed or saw some videotape down in the valet area after they had changed clothes and were meeting down there for some vehicles where they had left to go to Suge Knight's house there in Las Vegas.
Judge, I have in my hand a certified record from Luxor of the reservations as 124. I'd offer it.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
So you mentioned something that I guess I should get to. Suge and Tupac's group leave the MGM, go to the Luxor, and then did you have law enforcement outside, not for this purpose, but did you have law enforcement working security near Suge Knight's house here in Las Vegas?
We did not. Homicide did not. Apparently, there was an off-duty assignment at Suge Knight's community. I guess it's a gated community is where his house was at. And they were working off-duty because of whatever the event was.
And so, did you learn that after the Luxor, they went over to Suge's house?
Yes, we learned that they went over there. There was, I think, a gate log or something, and we learned that several people had gone over there, gone inside, and we eventually acquired that gate log. And then sometime after they had arrived at the house there, they departed, and
that's when the incident occurs.
That's not long after that is when the incident occurred.
All right, let me get back to Compton. At some point, do you get told that the Compton Police Department is going to execute search warrants on all of the Mob Piru and Southside Crip residences that they could identify as part of their investigation into the ongoing war now that's happening between Mob Piru and the Southside Crips?
It was kind of twofold. We were told that they were serving search warrants on all these locations for these different groups or gangs, but that there was also at least one murder warrant for Orlando Anderson that they had there in Compton. So it was our understanding that they were going to be arresting him on an outstanding murder warrant there in Compton.
Were you present in Compton when those warrants were executed?
Mike Franks and I did travel down and were present to witness the search warrants being served by Compton, and I believe I don't know if the Los Angeles County Sheriffs participated, the actual deputies. I know that their jail facility people were there.
And you talked about this before. That warrant, had you seen a copy of the affidavit for that warrant?
Yes. I saw one way back in '96, and I think I've seen one here recently that you showed me that kind of refreshed my memory.
And within that, all of the witnesses are identified as CRIs. Do you know what they were calling CRIs?
What I was told is that it was called a confidential, reliable informant. I don't recall any person being named as a testifying witness to anything. It was all based on confidential, reliable informants that the search warrant was being based on, which I guess in some cases that's not unusual. I know narcotics cases do that quite often, but eventually if you're going to successfully prosecute a case, you need to have somebody willing to testify.
So on October 2nd of 1996, were you present on Burris Ave when Orlando Anderson's residence was, when the police hit it and searched that residence?
I can't tell you if it was Burris Avenue. I remember being somewhere where Orlando Anderson was arrested, yes.
And during that, did you find out information as to where Orlando Anderson was staying when he was in Las Vegas?
Well, yeah, we kind of had an idea before that, but then when he was arrested, we kind of confirmed it that he had been staying at the Excalibur Hotel. We knew he'd been in Vegas because we had him on videotape, but yes.
Judge, I have in my hand state's proposed exhibit number 125, which is a certified copy of, or it's a certified record of the Excalibur. I offer it at this time.
You want me to approach?
Yes. That will be a minute.
Okay, now I'm going to try my best here to share my screen with you and see if we can. I want to show you just one little portion of this particular record. Oh. All right, share screen. I guess I should have it up. All right, are you seeing my screen at all?
I see you. I don't see the document. Oh, wait a minute. It just flipped.
You see that document now?
Okay, yeah, I do see a document. It's a affidavit of custodian of records.
Okay. I'm going to roll down here to page 2.
Okay, it's a receipt from Excalibur.
And then I'm going to zoom in here, maybe. Oh, that's the search button. Is this gonna let me zoom in here? There we go.
I see some writing down there. Yeah.
That's
Okay,
right.
it zoomed.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get to that writing now that I've zoomed in.
Okay.
So on page
All right.
2 here, there's
I
some
see.
handwriting on there.
That's the Stardust and Monte Carlo.
You recognize that handwriting?
That's my handwriting.
So how does that handwriting wind up on this record? What do you do?
Well, without seeing a report, I wrote it on there. There's no doubt that I wrote it on there. The question is why I wrote it on there. It's dated September 8th. Says they're local calls, and I put Stardust for one phone number, and then the Monte Carlo for the other phone number.
Does that suggest to you you're looking to see who Orlando Anderson was, what other hotels he was calling?
I'm wanting to see what the phone calls are, and the Stardust call is at 9:41. It should be if it's correct, 0941 is 9:41 a.m. and then Monte Carlo is at 0946. And then right after that is the Stardust again at 0947 again.
Now, there's been some discussions, and I guess we'll get to that when we get a little bit farther, but why don't we address some of that now? Was there a problem at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department of information related to your investigation being leaked publicly?
Well, I became aware that there may have been some information being leaked. I couldn't say who specifically was doing it, but I was becoming concerned to the point that in our office we had shelves not behind my desk, but there were some shelves where a lot of the case files were stored. And once this case continued and the nature of who the victim was, especially when he passed away, there seemed to be a lot of interest in it, outside interest, especially with the media. And I became concerned about it. So I started locking my case files in my desk because I didn't want them to be available. Because I had left things on my desk, and a couple times I had found things different than when I left them, and it just bothered me. So that's why I locked them up.
Did there come a point in time when you started saving your reports to a different type of medium than just the computer?
Well, yes, there were some reports that I ended up not sending off to records because I was putting them on what we had then was called a floppy disk. I guess today they've got a lot different technology, but back then we had a thing called a floppy disk. Because we actually did some reports early on that I still don't know where they are. We did a PIN register early on that I guess nobody can find. We went looking for a vehicle on another guy that nobody can find. There's just a lot of things that disappeared. And some of them are reports that were before I even put them on floppy disk. So yes, I had some concerns.
Were you aware that some Metro employees sold a Polaroid of Tupac on the autopsy table to the Daily Mail?
I was after we did the autopsy, I was outside the autopsy room. I cannot say that I saw a person take the Polaroid photo of Tupac Shakur's body. I saw somebody walk into the autopsy room where his body was at with a Polaroid. And then I don't remember how long after that a book was published by a Kathy Scott that had, it was a Polaroid photo of his body. It wasn't one of our photos of his body from the autopsy. It was quite obvious it was a Polaroid photo afterwards, because it was not a photograph that we took. We didn't take those kind of photographs at an autopsy. We had no reason to.
But needless to say, you yourself had concerns about the security of the information as it relates to the investigation.
Yes.
Now, going back to exhibit number 125, it says on September 8th at 9:46 a.m. it appears the Monte Carlo was called, correct?
Correct.
And Judge, I have marked state's proposed exhibit number 126, which is a certified copy of a record from the Monte Carlo I'd offer.
Any objection?
If I can have a moment, please.
Yeah. Okay, they'll be admitted.
All right, Detective, I'm going to try and do this. Change the screen for you and now put 126 up on the screen. Ooh. Apparently screen sharing has stopped. Let me put it up first and then... Now I gotta go back to you and hit share. Can you see that now?
Now I do. There's a little delay, but it's a affidavit of custodian of records again.
Now this is the Monte Carlo, and I'm gonna jump down to the first page. There's a name, Corey Edwards.
Corey Edwards.
1301 East Sloan.
Okay.
And it looks like he arrived and departed the Friday night before, the Friday the 6th into Saturday the 7th of September of 96. You see that on the right side?
I see that.
And I'm going to roll down here. A few pages in. Do you see? I could zoom in a little bit here for you.
No, I can see the writing. The Excalibur. Well, go back.
Yeah, I gotta go back.
It zoomed too much.
There you go.
Okay, Excalibur, Sahara, and Luxor. Though that's my handwriting.
And so, does that suggest to you that you took this record and checked to see
where those phone numbers?
The local phone numbers that are being called on it. And I'm going to roll down.
Yes. So the Excalibur was September 7th at 10:01 a.m. Sahara, September 7th at 10:26, and Luxor was at September 7th at 10:32 a.m.
Now, initially, did you have any idea who Corey Edwards was?
I did not have Corey Edwards' name until Compton gave us that name.
So now you're in Compton. You've executed search warrants. You learn about the Excalibur. You learn about the Monte Carlo and Corey Edwards. I want to kind of fast forward now. Well, you mentioned something about a pen register. Does there come a point in time when you guys learn about an individual by the name of David Keith that might have worked at the MGM?
Yes, we learned about him. Well, it would have been related to the pen register because it goes back to, I want to say, Yafu Fula's description when I took his statement. He gave a description that I recall. He described the driver of the Cadillac having a bitch face. That's the term he used. And I may have misunderstood the terminology at the time. I might have thought bitch face meaning a younger looking face at the time, because there were some names coming up, and we had developed a name of Davion Brooks, who apparently was a Southside Compton Crip. And he was a fair-skinned black male, and we thought he kind of was a bitch face. And he was the person that the pen register was related to in a place, it was south, I can't tell you the address right off the bat. It was south of Tropicana between the Boulevard and Koval. Because all we had, I think, was a cell phone or something, and we did the pen register, but David Keith's name came up somehow in that as a worker in Las Vegas. And for some reason, I'm going off the top of my head without the reports. He had I thought a full-size Blazer, because I used to own a full-size Blazer, and there was an address in Las Vegas and I know we went out and checked that address, but it turned out nothing was there. We couldn't determine anything, but that's how that all came about, David Keith. And I know that we ended up, because we couldn't find Davion Brooks, at the time, I don't know what they got now, we had a thing called Scope, which the people would get their sheriff's cards or criminal history would go in there, and we could flag a person. So if they were stopped by officers or arrested, that we could be notified. And so we had flagged Davion Brooks. And I believe eventually we must have been down because I was out of town, but Mike Franks and Kevin Manning went and interviewed him.
So at this point, we have the names of Orlando Anderson, you have the name of Corey Edwards, you have the name of Davion Brooks, you have the name of Davion Keith. Kind of fast forward, but in November of '96, well, let me ask you this. Of all the people you interviewed in that car behind, was there anybody who said he thought he could make an identification?
Yafu Fula, from what I remember, thought he could ID someone possibly. I thought it was the driver, but I'd have to look at the report. He's the only person that thought they could possibly identify someone. I don't recall anybody saying they could ID the shooter. Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, and Katari Cox were more or less more of the dark arm kind of thing.
When in November of '96 in New Jersey, does something happen to Yafula?
Unfortunately, Yafu Fula was murdered. We were notified, I want to say it was Orange, New Jersey, somewhere in that area. We learned that Yafu Fula had been murdered. This was after we had made several attempts, because Death Row Records, David Kenner, who was the attorney, they had told us that if we needed to talk to anybody from the Outlaws or anybody, that we needed to contact them to make arrangements. And somewhere in the reports that there's several attempts were made to try to get a hold of Yafu Fula, and we got the runaround on that.
I want to fast forward to March 9th of 1997. Did you become aware that another famous rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, also known as Notorious B.I.G., was killed outside the Peterson Automotive Museum in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And LAPD was responsible for that investigation.
Correct.
At some point, do you have contact with Fred Miller, one of the lead detectives from LAPD?
Yes.
And then shortly thereafter, March 17th or so, did you attempt to contact, well, let me ask you this, did you contact Frank Alexander to do photo lineups?
Yes. Mike Franks and I went down and we met Frank Alexander. If that's what the report said, it was around March 17th down in Orange County somewhere, California. And I had taken probably, I think it was 10 photo lineups that we had prepared, because I had since the shooting and all, Frank had kind of turned around. I think he had gone cross with Death Row Records, and things turned around, and he was willing to meet with us, and that's when I showed him the photo lineups.
Judge and I talked to Mr. Samp about not having to lay the foundation with each one of these with Mr. Samp, but I have in my hand those 10 photo lineups, which are marked 76 through 85.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection to admission?
Yes.
All right, they'll be admitted then.
And I'm going to start with number 10, which is 85. Oops. I have to go in and out here a few times. But each of these photo lineups that you have done here, did you have a reason why you had these particular people in photo lineups?
Main players that were in these photo lineups were, well, obviously Orlando Anderson was in there because of the beatdown at the MGM. I mean, and because of the information we'd acquired from Compton. Then the other people, I think Darnell Brim might have been in one of those because his name had come up. Duane Davis's name was in there. Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith. There's another Davis. I think it's Duane Davis's brother, or he's related to him somehow. Is it Kevin Davis, I think?
Let me just share my screen and we'll go through each one by one, okay?
Yeah. I just remember there were 10 of them, and there was each person that was in the lineup. There was a reason for them being in there, just to cover our bases. We had particular people we were looking at, but we wanted to cover the basis of everybody that had come up.
So on these lineups, this is page 1, page 2, and then on the bottom, page 3 has the names of the people that are in each of those positions. Is that fair?
Those were the lineup records, yes.
And so it shows on March 17th of 1997, you would have created the photo lineup record that's your name down there?
Yes.
And this one, the suspect is number 6, Duane Davis.
Yeah, and I guess I probably spelled his name wrong.
And if we go to picture number 6,
that's Duane Davis. He's younger. I mean, obviously, it's been a long
30
time.
30 years ago, right?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Now, at this point in time, when you're showing these photo lineups, did you have a theory as to who was in this vehicle?
We had an idea from information. didn't have anybody stepping forward to say anything in particular.
Okay. And who was it? Who did you think was in the car?
Well, the four names that we were leaning on was Duane Davis, Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson. Those were the names that we've been leaning on. But again, those are just the names we had.
Right. You had no live witness to tell you.
No.
You all had confidential, reliable, the CRI that
we personally didn't even have that. I mean, I guess everybody else did, but we didn't have a name that would step forward to say anything. And I believe the CRIs were even throwing out Darnell Brim and other people.
I'm gonna kind of go through each one of these, but there's one I want to show you, and you've looked at these 10 photo lineups recently, right?
Correct.
And then there's another 6 photo lineups that you have where there's just a handwritten log that goes with them, right?
Yeah, and after looking at those, I'm wondering if those are photo lineups that I did later, because the 4 girls that I think Mike interviewed that night at the shooting scene, I had attempted to get in touch with them, and I think I talked to a couple of them, and 1 or 2 of them lived in the LA area. And either, I think it was LAPD, we had sent some lineups to them to look at. Those might have been the lineups we sent to them, actually, because it was, 97 or 98? And I think technology might have got a little better by then.
So let me click out here. Judge, I have in my hand the log of 86, and then State proposed exhibits 87 through 91, which are the other 6 lineups, 5 lineups, excuse me.
No objection. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No objection.
They'll be there.
Thank you. So let me start with the log for you, and then we're going to go back to the other ones for just a minute, but let me pull up the log first. Oops. I'm sure there's more technologically advanced if you were younger. If I were younger, we could figure out how to do this easier, but.
You're doing better than me, so.
These are the logs. This is the logs you wrote for each one of those lineups, right? So you had Orlando Anderson in one, Darnell Brim in another, Roger.
Sure, these are probably notes that I wrote down because we were just trying to put something together to send off. Because I'm seeing, well, Roger Williams would have been, wasn't a Southside Crip, from what I remember. He was a mob guy or something. He was the opposite of everybody else.
Roger Williams, do you recall his nickname being Neckbone?
Yes, because I think we got to talk to him briefly down in Compton.
The name Jerry Bonds was the name that was coming up?
Jerry Bonds was a name that came up very, very early on. And I think Compton had it. And as time went on, Jerry Bonds' name kind of was fading out. I think he's a South Side Compton Crip, but as things went on, his name just started disappearing, even from the informants.
And then the last one on there is Big Dre or DeAndre Smith.
DeAndre Smith, who is the guy that we think was in the back seat with Orlando Anderson.
Now I'm going to go to the DeAndre Smith photo lineup, and that's 91. And he'd be in position number 3, correct?
Oh
wait, you can't see it. I didn't share it with you yet.
Nothing's popped up yet, so.
let me share it with you. But if your log has him in position number 3, that'd be him in number 3, correct?
Looking at it, yeah, that face kind of looks familiar. And that number 15 would be my writing. So this is one of the later photos. Yes. And this would have, yeah, this is definitely one of the later photos. This is one we had early on.
So now I want to go to photo lineup that you wrote as number 1, which is State's Exhibit number 76. Can't believe I have to stop the share every time, but. I'm going to zoom in here on number 2 and then share it with you here. Maybe. The person there in number 2, that appears to be DeAndre Smith, correct?
Yes. That's probably an early photo because what I'm looking at, I think, is probably, I don't know if those were California DMV photos or what, because from what I recall, we had to cut the pictures out because the backgrounds were all different colors, and we were trying not to make different colors on the photo lineup so we didn't come into conflict down the road with anybody. I think Mr. Sanford would agree. If you have a yellow, red, blue, that causes issues. So that's why we did this. And this is all we had that was available at the time.
So I want to roll down here. The weird thing about this record is
number 6 didn't have a name.
Number 6 didn't have a name, but also number 2, even though it's a picture of DeAndre Smith, the record you have written is Andre Norton. Is that possibly an AKA for Mr. Smith?
Probably. We're talking what, 97? Yeah. Andre Norton. I'd have to look at his rap sheet. I don't know. But because there's no ID number over there, that's probably what it is. Because usually if there's an ID number, that's a Metro thing. And DeAndre Smith, whatever, wouldn't have had anything, because I don't think he had a history with Las Vegas.
Oops. Now, as I go through each of these photo lineups that you have, let's go to number 2, which is State's Exhibit number 77. And we roll down here. Well, I guess I should share it for you so you know what I'm talking about. We roll down here, and position number 3 is Orlando Anderson. Is that right?
Okay, you're right.
And position number 3 is Orlando.
Yes, that's Orlando. He had a pretty recognizable face. And again, that would have been a similar deal where the backgrounds were all different colors, so that's why we had to cut him out.
I'm going to share with you 78. And then show you down at the bottom. Darnell Brim's in position number 1.
Yeah, when I saw the picture, it looked like him up in the, something about the faces that kind of remember.
But that'd
Yeah.
be Darnell Brim.
That would be Darnell Brim.
Let's go to number 4. And if we roll down here, position number 5 would be Jerry Bonds. And if we roll up here, in position number 5, we have Jerry Bonds.
Correct. Yes. Okay.
Number 5. Number 5, we roll down to the bottom, which is State's Exhibit number 80.
That's Davion Brooks. Yeah.
Davion Brooks in position number 5, and if we roll up here, that's Davion Brooks in position number 5.
Yeah.
And that's the potentially young kid, based upon what Yafula said, that caused you guys to do the pen and all those other things.
He's the guy who did the pen register on, yes.
Number 6. Oops. And this will be State's Exhibit number 81. I gotta share it with you. We roll down here. David Keith is in position number 1, and so that would be David Keith.
Yes, and the reason we put the tape on there is I think those were probably ID numbers or something, so we were again trying not to create problems with the different booking photos or something. And I don't know if this was a booking thing or a sheriff's card, but we just covered them up to lessen the conflict.
You learned during the course of your investigation that Mr. Keith worked at the MGM, which meant he must have a work card, ergo he must have a photo.
At a minimum, he had to have a work card, yes.
Hold the next one. Oops. Number 82. Go. We roll down to 82, and in spot number 5 is Kevin Davis.
Kevin Davis, yeah.
And number 5 is a photograph of Kevin Davis.
Okay, yes.
And your understanding is that Mr. Davis, Kevin Davis, is Duane Davis's brother.
I think that's what it was. I knew he was a relative. For some reason, I thought they were brothers.
Do you recall a point in time when a .40 caliber Glock was found on Mr. Davis?
I don't remember if it was on him. There's 2 firearms that I can recall. I know that Mike Coette from the LA County Sheriff's Office had a firearm. If that was on him, then that would be it. He mentioned a Glock 40, and I had him enter those cartridges into what we had was drug fire then. I don't know if they still have it. And then I had our firearms people do the comparison on that.
And ultimately, that wasn't your murder weapon.
The firearms examiner said it was not the weapon.
And so So drug fire, which is, I think the jury will hear later, is now called NIBIN, but drug fire was a way for photographs of casings to be put into a computer, and then somebody somewhere else could check casings that were found and see if they matched the same gun, casing to casing.
Yeah, the forensics guys that do all those firearms things, they know how to do all that stuff. All I know is if I get the information, I ask the people to enter it in to drug fire at the time, and then those firearms people know what to do. I depended on them.
So we only got 2 more here. Let's do your number 8, which is going to be my 83. In position number 2 is Terry Brown.
Terry Brown.
You see that right there? It says Terry Brown.
I don't see the photo lineup yet. I just see the lineup record.
Yeah.
I haven't.
Terry Brown would be in position number 2, correct?
Yeah, he's going to be in number 2. Okay. And I don't. Oh, there he is.
And
yeah.
Photo number 2 is Terrence Brown.
That's the old photo. Yes.
And then the last record I have for you, Detective. Well, I have to share my screen with you. Excuse me a second. State's Exhibit number 84. You have Corey Edwards in position 3.
Okay.
And when we roll up here to position number 3, that'd be Corey Edwards.
Yeah. Does he always have that beard? I don't remember. It's been so long, but yeah.
Now, when you showed Mr. Alexander these photo lineups, was he able to pick anybody out?
He said he could not.
And do you know where Mr. Alexander is today?
From what I was told, he committed suicide, so he's deceased.
Did you attempt to show those photo lineups to Malcolm Greenridge?
I think it was the next day, because what started this was a newspaper article. So we went and met Malcolm with Reggie Wright Jr. And I think I learned later, because there's a report, that there's some other guy came with him. We met them at the Compton Police Department, and we sat down with Malcolm and we offered to show him these photo lineups. And Malcolm said he never wanted to see the lineups because he said he could never identify anybody. So basically, he declined to look at the photo lineups.
You mentioned a news story. What was in the news story that caused you to think you should go probably talk to Mr. Greenridge?
There was a reporter named Chuck Phillips that was working for the LA Times at the time that was, well, that's my opinion. Anyhow, Chuck Phillips was writing an article claiming that there were 2 witnesses that the Metropolitan Police Department were refusing to talk to, Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge. When we got a hold of Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge, they both stated that the words that Chuck Phillips used were not their words, that they had never said those words. And that Malcolm Greenidge said he said he could never identify anybody, so he had no reason to look at the photo lineups. Frank Alexander basically said the same thing, that the story was not the way he had told it.
Now, you were a homicide detective in Las Vegas, Nevada, Clark County, right?
Correct.
This crime appears to have come from Compton and returned shortly thereafter to Compton, right? All the witnesses, everything is there, correct?
Everybody that is related to this crime that we know of is coming from California, yes.
And so, are you a peace officer in California? You got the same powers you have here in Las Vegas?
No.
And how many times did you trip to California, generally, in an effort to talk to people about this particular case?
We made 10 to 12 trips to California. Not all of those trips were with law enforcement because there came a time where we weren't necessarily wanting to deal with law enforcement. So we went down there that many times to try and to contact different people. In fact, every time we went to California, we tried to contact Death Row Records, but got the runaround, so.
So ultimately, were you left with any avenue to further your investigation?
The only thing we ever got was we ended up the revocation hearing for Suge Knight, where I ended up providing a videotape of from the MGM for the DA's office down there.
Let me ask you about that. Let me ask you about that. So, Suge Knight, at the time that he is involved at this fight with Orlando Anderson at the MGM, he is on probation, both federal and state probation in California, correct?
That's the way it was presented to us, yes.
And at that particular hearing, did he call a witness in his defense to claim he was trying to stop the fight?
Orlando Anderson was subpoenaed as a witness for Suge Knight, yes.
And did he testify that Suge Knight was trying to help him, not hurt him?
Orlando Anderson apparently, because I wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but apparently Orlando Anderson testified in court that day that Suge Knight was trying to help him.
And then were you the witness that laid the foundation for the videotape that disputed that testimony at that revocation hearing?
Because I had talked to Orlando Anderson in Compton the day of the search warrants, and he told me differently, I was there as an impeachment witness in case Orlando decided to tell the story that he did tell. And I testified that Orlando told me otherwise, that Suge Knight and Tupac had basically beat him down pretty good.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Sand.
Detective Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just need to follow up with a couple of things. Let me start off with this. So you talked a little bit about your powers as a police officer in Nevada, and you had mentioned that those police powers end at the border of Nevada. Is that what I heard before?
Yeah, our basic law enforcement powers are within Nevada.
And as a result, what that means is when you enter into another state, you're technically not a police officer per se. I mean, you are a police officer, but you don't have a jurisdiction. Is that how you would frame it?
Correct. If we were, say, to want to arrest someone in another state, I mean, you could have someone arrest them, but you'd have to go through an extradition proceeding to bring someone over to Nevada. And that takes time. It's not like you can just go grab a guy and bring him back to Nevada.
Right. Now, in terms of your work here on this case, I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on a couple things. We went through a lot of photo lineups, right?
Correct.
And you had referenced to me a little bit about the photo lineups, and fair to say, of course, you know, as a defense attorney, you want to make sure that each photo lineup does not suggest the answer to the question, right?
Correct.
So back in those days, you're cutting pictures, you're actually cutting photographs out and just pasting them in such a way to try to eliminate backgrounds and so forth, so that the person that's looking at the photo lineup won't be suggested as to what the answer is.
That's what our attempt was, yes, sir.
Now, just for the jury's edification, when someone is being shown a photo lineup, they're in a room, they see the photo lineup, and then at that point, you wait for them to respond and see which one of the 6 people in there they recognize, right?
Well, you'd show the lineup and ask them if they recognize anybody in the lineup. That's, you don't say who in this lineup, you know, do you recognize? You just say, do you recognize anybody in the lineup?
Right, and the reason why you ask that question that way is you do not want to suggest an answer to your question. Or
correct. You don't want to try and make them lean towards anybody in particular.
right, because there are instructions that are part of those photo lineups that say there may not be a person at all that we're interested in the 6 people that we present to you, right? You could have a photo lineup with nobody in it that you would have as a target. Fair?
That's a fair statement, yes, sir.
Now, in this particular regard, once a person sees who that person believes to be somebody associated with whatever investigation you're looking at, they typically would circle the picture and maybe put down a percentage of how sure they are of that person being the person that's involved in something. Is that how that works?
Yeah, typically what I would do anyhow is I'd have them initial the back of the photograph, the particular photograph of the person.
Right.
And if there was a percentage, yeah, I would have them put that on there, say it 80%, 60%, whatever that is, you know, or 100%, whichever.
Now, of course, during this time period, as you are putting together these photo lineups, the majority of the individuals that the state identified in each photo lineup are people that are associated with Southside Crips. Would that be an accurate description?
I believe everybody was, I don't remember, was Roger Williams one of them? Because he's not a Crip. He's a Piru or mob guy, so he's a Blood.
I think
but everybody else was a Crip, yes.
Right, and so because you were under the premise that there was a gang war, that the Southside Crips had actually shot at Tupac and Suge Knight because they were Piru Blood, and so you were identifying just Southside Crips and putting them into photo lineups. Is that how that worked?
Yeah, we were using Crips because that was the information. Again, we were basing a lot of things off the information we were getting from Compton.
Right, and even so, even as you're receiving this information from Compton, even as you sit here right now, sir, you weren't comfortable necessarily with all of the information you were receiving from Compton, right?
We weren't comfortable with certain things in Compton, yes.
For instance, the way they were conducting their business as law enforcement in Compton was not the way you would recommend or know that Metro would do here in Las Vegas. Fair?
We witnessed a couple of interview techniques that we weren't comfortable with, yes.
Yes, sir. Now, in addition, as you are having these photo lineups, did these photo lineups ever go to anyone back in Las Vegas? For instance, we've heard some testimony from some females that were in a vehicle, some other people maybe that would have been at the scene. Were those photo lineups ever shown to anyone that was, you know, like the girls in the Sebring or anything like that?
That's where I'm wondering. I think there was 5 photos later on that are shown, not the original 10. I don't remember the exact number, but there are 5 later photos. And I think I mentioned it during my earlier testimony that we sent to, I believe, someone in LAPD. And I know that of the 4 girls in the Sebring, I only think 1 or 2 said they were willing to look at the photo lineups, and I think photo lineups were sent to LA so they could show them to those
And do you
1
recall?
or 2 girls.
Do you
yes.
recall what the results were of those photo lineups being sent to the girls in LA?
I don't believe they identified anybody.
And fair to say that in this particular regard, the photo lineup that shows Terrence Brown, no one, as far as you know, no one identified Terrence Brown as being in a vehicle, even in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996?
Yeah, if Terrence Brown was in one of those photo lineups, then he wasn't identified, correct.
How about DeAndre Smith? Was he ever identified by anybody in a photo line, and his photo lineup as being present in Las Vegas, Nevada on September 7th, 1996?
I don't recall anybody being identified in a photo lineup.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, sir, your testimony was that you were the primary detective on this case originally.
Myself and Mike Franks, we didn't really have a lead, but yeah.
All right. You like drew the short straw basically on this one, right?
I guess I'm the guy that's name is all over everything, but yes.
Well, congratulations. Let me ask you this question though. As a police officer, did you write reports of all of your activity that you did during the course of this investigation?
Anytime we did something, I did an officer's report. I know Mike Franks did several reports too, yes.
And would there ever be a time during the time that you were handling this investigation that you would have chosen not to have written a officer's report?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
No. If we'd have had a trip, especially any trip we did out of state, anything where we went out and did anything, I'd have done an officer's report. Back in the day, apparently they do things a little different. Even if it was a 1 paragrapher, we did officer's reports.
And as far as you know, based upon your knowledge of what happened to your file after you left, is the file complete in terms of your reports and what you did in this case?
When I left, it was, yes.
Is it now?
I don't know. I've never seen the case file, so I don't know what it looks like now. I've heard rumors.
Now, the district attorney's office had forwarded over to you some documents to help you with your preparation for testimony here today, right?
Correct.
Were those documents all of the officers' reports that you wrote while you were on this investigation?
No.
Now, in addition to that, sir, you had testified a little bit about the Luxor, I think. You had mentioned something about there was some information that Tupac and Suge Knight had both had rooms at the Luxor. Is that correct?
That's the information we had, yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to that, was there any video that was captured of the vehicles that had gone to the Luxor to pick up Tupac while he was at the Luxor?
I don't remember a specific video of the vehicles. I mean, there was hearsay of vehicles, but I don't remember specific videos.
Now,
off the top of my head, I don't. No.
Right. And because you were the lead detective, of course, you're accumulating all of the information that's being gathered, sometimes from other police officers in furtherance of your investigation, right?
Yeah, if it's given to me, yes, and it's put into the case file, yes.
Right. And so with regards to the Luxor incident, you learned and you had put into your officer's report that Tupac Shakur was picked up with some people, looks like around 10 o'clock at the ballet. Do you recall that?
I don't think I did an officer's report reference the ballet, no.
I have a document here, looks like your signature is at the bottom as the officer.
If you could show it to me, like I said, I've seen some documents from this that I don't recall, but if you have it, show it to me. I'd be happy. And
Do you want me to run it right over for you right now?
yeah, if you
I'm
could
kidding,
show
I'm
it to
kidding.
me.
Let me do it. Let
I
me
just
do
don't
this.
recall it.
Now, I believe that we had submitted some documents for your review as well. Do you recall the documents
Right.
that we reviewed?
I remember, because I remember you showing me a document from LA that I didn't remember too, so.
Right.
But it's
This
been a
would-
while, so.
This would be titled the Murder or Attempt Murder Supplement. Do you recall that document?
Okay, wait a minute, is this the report with Beard on it?
Correct, that's right.
Oh, okay, that report. Now I remember that report, yes.
And I apologize if I wasn't clear enough. But-
Okay, I remember that report, yes.
And in that report, for instance, there was a discussion about the number of vehicles that had pulled up to pick up Tupac, and one of the vehicles that was there was a Cadillac that was white with 4 black males in it. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay, so the way we're looking at it right now is Tupac comes out of the Luxor, he gets picked up in a long caravan of cars, and the last car is a white Cadillac with 4 black males in it. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's based upon your investigation.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, we talked a little bit about the pen registers. Can you explain to the jury what a pen register is?
Pen register isn't the same as a pen register is more or less, you're getting a number and you're more or less recording those numbers. It's not quite the same as you're recording phone calls and listening to them, where in that particular case, you actually have people in a room and they're actually listening to calls, and if the call is not pertaining to your investigation, you're supposed to turn it off and not listen to it. It's something that's not pertaining to it. And that a pen register is more or less information to record calls. It's a tool to assist you in your investigation if it turns out to be something that's valuable. That was the intent.
Right.
When we did the pen register, we never got to do it because we did the pen register. You have to file it with the county, and lo and behold, the next day it was in the newspaper. So basically, it was a waste of time.
Well, I mean, for instance, the pen register would be you would target someone's phone number, right? And so
Correct. That was the intent.
And the pen register would record the numbers that were either going to that phone number or that phone number making phone calls out of that to other phones.
That was the intent.
Now, in this case, can you tell us, for instance, what Keffe D's phone number was at that particular time?
I couldn't tell you. No.
And with regards to the phone records that we had received, there were some numbers that were either from the Monte Carlo, and I don't know if it was from the Luxor, but do any of those phone numbers register back to a pager? Because this is 1996, right? So it's got to be a pager, or maybe, I don't know. I don't know what was around 1996 besides the pager.
I believe those phone numbers were actually the phone numbers to the hotels themselves.
Right. And so outside of that, we don't have any fact that Keffe D's pager or phone number was either dialed to or received in from either the Luxor or the Monte Carlo, is what's been shared here today, right?
Not on those calls, sir.
Now, in addition to that, you had mentioned as well the search warrants that occurred in Compton. Now, these search warrants that occurred, fair to say that they also, they were doing these search warrants to try to retrieve firearms to help quell or to suppress any potential violence in Compton. Is that the reason or purpose for those search warrants?
I don't know what, it was their search warrant. I can't tell you what the purpose, other than my understanding was there was an arrest warrant for Orlando Anderson. All that other stuff, that's Compton's thing.
Yeah.
It was their search warrant.
And in terms of that search warrant, did you ever see the results, or was Keffe D's house or residence in Compton searched as well?
I don't remember. I'd have to. The return had so much information on there. I'd have to sit there and look at it again. I just don't remember right off the top of my head if Keffe D's house was on that return or not.
No worries, sir. And in terms of your investigation, did you ever have to deal directly with Reggie Wright Jr.?
The only face-to-face, and it would have been brief, would have been at Compton when he brought Malcolm Greenidge in, but I don't think there was any talk. And the reason we probably didn't talk to him was because his dad was a lieutenant at Compton.
And what did that mean to you as to why you wouldn't talk to him because his dad was a lieutenant?
Right, wrong, or indifferent, our feeling was, well, if your dad's a Compton lieutenant and you're the head of Death Row Records security, I just have a problem with the communications line there. Maybe I'm being distrustful on that. I just worry about what's being said between the two parties.
Were you aware during the course of your investigation that Reggie Wright Jr. instructed his people to lie to you?
I was told later on by Frank Alexander that he said that, yes.
In addition to that, we had talked a little bit about the video footage that was captured at the MGM. Did you at any point when you looked at that video footage observe or see Duane Davis, Keffe D in that surveillance video?
No.
And then finally, your recollection is, so you wake up in the morning, you get the call, you arrive on scene, and when you get there, you had said, and this might be an old Nevada saying, but everyone skedaddled before I got there. You remember saying something like that? Did you, during that time period, ever observe a white Cadillac sitting there waiting for somebody inside to talk to either yourself or any other police officers about what happened at the scene?
No.
And then finally, you had mentioned a little bit about Suge Knight, and you had said that you believed that he was timid or afraid when he showed up with 3 attorneys to talk to you.
Yeah, I think he was rather timid, yes.
Sure. And it would be fair to say, of course, that you don't know why he was timid, right? I mean, he's walking in with 3 attorneys. I mean, is he worried that he's going to get caught doing something wrong, or is he there because he's worried about something else? You don't know, right?
I don't know why he was. It's just I'm sitting there thinking, one, why the victim showing up with 3 attorneys? That was just an odd thing to me.
Right. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Jacqueline?
Free.
Okay. Of course.
All right, Detective. I'm going to jump in here just a little bit with you. Hold on one second while I get ready so that we can share some screens here. And of course, now I can't get that thing to come up so I can share the screen because this is in the way. Where the hell is my Zoom? There it is. I found it. Here we go. I want to start with an aerial that's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 1. I'm going to put it up big for you here. Can you see that?
Just a minute. Okay, yeah, now I do.
So, your understanding is that Suge and the entourage were coming down this way, westbound on Flamingo towards the 662 Club.
Yeah, Flamingo towards Koval, yes.
And after the shooting, what's your understanding as to what Mr. Suge...
Did you say westbound or eastbound?
I'm sorry, they were heading eastbound towards the 662, correct?
Correct.
What's your understanding as to what Suge and the majority of that entourage do after the shooting?
My understanding is once the shooting happened, they made a U-turn, went westbound on Flamingo, southbound on the boulevard, Las Vegas Boulevard, and came to a stop. If that red dot is at Las Vegas Boulevard and Harmon, that's where they came to a stop.
And it wasn't just Mr. Knight's vehicle that was stopped at that location. There were a number of other cars that were part of that entourage that remained at the scene for photographing. Is that correct?
My understanding, because obviously Frank Alexander and the other 3 gentlemen were there, so their car must have been there. If Kevin Woods got talked to, and I think there was somebody else, so I'm guessing their car was there. If there were other cars there, no one said anything about it. So I don't know how many. I remember the car that Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were in was there in the intersection.
Right. And 2 of the wheels have been blown out from hitting a curb.
The rims were banged up from going over the median there in the middle of the Flamingo.
So, and then the entire crime scene would have been taped off by initial patrol officers, correct?
Yeah, I remember the street was pretty well taped off from what I recall.
And when they put crime scene tape up, they put crime scene tape up around the entire area they're trying to protect. Whether or not the people that were in those vehicles stayed at that location, there are more than one vehicle that's taped off in this scene. Would you agree with that?
They should be. They should be taping off a wider area than a smaller area. It's easier to come in than to go out.
So this is going to make me kick me back in and out every time, but let's go through this.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you're going to tape off an area, you'd rather make it bigger than start smaller, because it's easier to start bigger and close it than to start small and make it wider, because once you've made it small, you got looky-loos, everybody coming in, and it's tough to get people out then.
So now I'm going to share this photograph. That's the rear of Mr. Shakur and Suge Knight's vehicle, or at least appears to be, correct?
This is at the scene, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I see the tape in the distance, okay. And then,
that's exhibit number 6.
okay, is this on the boulevard?
I believe the testimony is that this vehicle is Las Vegas Boulevard and Harmon.
Okay, I see the black and white up ahead just because I see the reflective from the door.
I'm gonna go through exhibit number.
What's that white car?
Well, we're gonna go through all of these for you in
Okay,
just a second. Of course, I gotta do this the hard way. So now I'm gonna show you number 20. Give me a second, I don't know why this thing won't roll up for me when it's photographs. There's obviously a different black BMW that's inside. If you look real close on the right side, the crime scene.
Okay. Okay.
There is 22. Oh, I'm gonna click out of this.
I'm guessing that license plate number is on the report, so.
You just click through. That's 23. Now we're looking at 24. Share my screen. There's a black Lexus within the crime scene tape.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
So all those cars that are in that line to the side is just regular traffic being going by, I take it.
Then within the tape, this is State's Exhibit number 24. There's a silverish Mercedes.
Okay. So is Kevin Woods is probably in at least one of these.
And then 26. Share 26. Also in the tape, there's white. I think if you zoom in really close down here, which I don't know if I can do on here. But
Yeah.
oh, I can do this. There you go.
And it's probably the license. Oh, it's a
Dodge Avenger.
Okay. A Dodge Avenger. Okay, and the license plate number. Because I remember on the original crime report, there are license plate numbers on vehicles, and I'd have to look at it to see what they match up to.
And then Mr. Sampt asked you questions about going to the Luxor.
Okay.
You recall those questions?
Yes.
Would it refresh your memory as to exactly what you found out at the Luxor to review that report that you generated?
Uh-huh.
Okay. There we go. Why is it not coming up? Stop. Share this one more time. Let's see if this works. There we go. All right. All right, here we go.
Right, Brian Beard, yeah. Okay.
So the beginning is just sort of a little paragraph that you wrote about what the investigation is about.
That's just a very brief synopsis about what happened the night of the shooting, yes.
Now, you indicated you talked to Brian Beard, who was working security at the Luxor.
Correct.
At about 10 p.m., he saw Mr. Shakur with a large group of people at the valet. Shakur and his group entered numerous vehicles and drove onto Las Vegas Boulevard around 10:30.
Right.
Beard recalls a black two-door Mercedes, a dark-colored Hummer, a two-tone van, and a black four-door Mercedes or BMW in the entourage.
Yeah, and the Hummer was supposed to be MC Hammer. I remember that.
And then you also talked to Angel Zavala.
Right.
He was working as well. His recollection of the vehicles were there was a white Dodge Caravan, a black BMW or Mercedes, and two other black vehicles. Two white vehicles were also behind the group. Zavala said he thought the last car was a Cadillac or Buick with four black males, was what he reported.
Right. That correct.
Thank you, Judge. I have nothing further.
Okay. Any requests?
Just real quick, Detective Becker, with regards to that last line, the last line is that the last white vehicle was either a Cadillac or a Buick, right? So the Cadillac was a white Cadillac.
Correct. That's the way that's worded, yes.
All right.
Either a white Cadillac or Buick, yes.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, thank you. You are excused. Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, State, any additional witnesses for today?
Will we approach Judge?
Come on. All right, we're going to take another 15-minute break while we try to get some Zoom things going. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until it is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back 3:30. Please rise for the jury.
Welcome back to our day-long continuing coverage of the Duane Davis murder trial. Responsible prosecutors say for orchestrating the murder of the rap legend Tupac Shakur, Kyle Payne, along with Sasha Loftus. Sasha, for the last 2 hours since lunch resumed, we heard from a retired detective who is probably as exhausted as you can imagine.
Oh my goodness, 2 straight hours.
Yes, questioning from prosecutors and the defense attorney, Michael Sanft.
Yes, so there was the prosecution questioned him for about an hour, and then there was the cross-examination, and then there was a redirect from the prosecution again. So this was centered around, of course, his response to that night and who he believed was in the car at the time of the shooting in that white Cadillac. Again, the key word, believed.
So our continuing coverage on 8 News Plus. Today, our viewers are also coming to us from Facebook and YouTube. We're delighted to have all of you, but if you want to continue watching today and the rest of the trial, which is about a month, expected to be a month long, you should download our 8 News Plus app. When we come back, we'll break down the day and the afternoon of testimony for you in the murder trial of Tupac Shakur. Stay with us. the Tupac murder trial. Welcome back to 8 News Plus in our streaming center. Kyle Payne, along with Sasha Loftus, covering a very eventful first day of testimony and opening statements in the case against Duane Davis. A responsible prosecutors say for the shooting, orchestrating the shooting of Tupac Shakur. We've heard from 3 witnesses now. We had opening statements from the defense and prosecution. And of course, we have our own secret weapon inside the courtroom, Vanessa Murphy.
Our very own Vanessa Murphy. She's, of course, been on top of this since the arrest of Keffe D back in 2023. So she's going to go ahead and give us a wrap up. As Kyle said, 3 different witnesses, one that was questioned for about 2 hours.
Day 1 in the trial of Duane Keffe D. Davis. I'm Vanessa Murphy, investigative reporter at KLAS TV in Las Vegas. Last week marked jury selection. Today, opening statements began. So I'll call this Day 1. Now, here's a few takeaways. Prosecutors are pointing to the own words of Duane Keffe D. Davis in interviews, in private conversations, in his book, Compton Street Legend. They're saying, look at his own words. They're asking the jury to finally hold him accountable. They say he was angry at a beating against his nephew, Orlando Anderson, and wanted to seek revenge. Now, his defense attorney says he is full of crap. I believe he used those words. He's saying Duane Keffe D. Davis is a liar. He's telling the jury, don't believe him. And in an interview with me, Davis said he made that up to perhaps make money from the book and interviews. Now, we heard from the first witness, a former Las Vegas Metro police officer. He talked about that night he was on a bike patrol by the Las Vegas Strip. He says that he actually stopped Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur as they were near the Strip for not having license plates on that black BMW. You've seen that picture, that last picture showing Tupac Shakur alive. He described that interaction as cordial, gave them a warning. He said he made a comment about Tupac's necklace. And then about 10 minutes later, he talks about hearing about the shots fired call, responding to the scene. He says he actually rode in the ambulance with Tupac Shakur on the way to the hospital. That's after Suge Knight told him, take care of Tupac, take care of Tupac. And as he's riding in the ambulance, he's trying to get information from Tupac about who could have done this. He said he would not say, and he said, no, we'll take care of it. The second witness we heard from, a woman who was visiting Las Vegas with her friends. She said they were supposed to go to the Tyson fight. Her friend knew someone, but she said it was 4 women sharing one bathroom and they missed the fight. That got some laughs in the courtroom. So she says they missed the fight, then they're driving, they're figuring out what to do. Her friend knows Suge Knight. They pull up next to him. What are you doing? He says, we're going to Club 662. They're driving near them, and then she says she hears the gunshots and they get away. Now, she was asked, well, did you try to follow the car? Her response was hell no. She also talked about people not wanting to talk to police at the time. She used the word snitching. And then she said that when she did interact with police later that night, she said they did not treat her and her friends the right way. They told them to get out of their vehicle, sit on the ground, and she said this was in front of other people, that she felt like they were treated like suspects. So that is the first half of day 1. The jury's on lunch right now. This will continue shortly.
Murphy, she is in the courtroom today. She will be there for the duration of the trial, talking mainly about those first 2 witnesses that took the stand, a former Metro police officer who actually pulled over Suge Knight and Tupac ahead of the shooting for not having a license plate on their car, according to that police officer. Then the second one was a woman who was visiting from LA that I believe her friend knew Suge Knight.
She's the one who said that she didn't call police after she heard the shooting because snitches get stitches.
Yes, she said in our culture, that's not something we do. They heard it. They didn't see it, she says. They heard the shots, and they took for cover, and they drove away as quickly as they could.
They didn't make the fight, the Mike Tyson-Bruce Seldon fight, because it took them too long to get ready, sharing one bathroom, the 4 ladies in the hotel. But then they were at the let-out when all that stuff happened, and that's when Keffe D's nephew, Baby Lane, gets beaten up. that was retribution, they say, the prosecutors say, for a fight that started sometime before, days before, at a mall. So now these two factions, who just so happen to be major gangs in the Los Angeles area, the Bloods and the Crips, everybody knows them. Well, Keffe D is, by his own admission, a leader of the Crips. And this gang thing led out of the fight. The group that Tupac was with, you can see video of them kicking Baby Lane when he's down on the floor. And Baby Lane, according to Keffe D's book, in which he confesses to all of this, says, hey, they got me. And Keffe D says they got in the car and they looked for Keffe D and they went to 662 or whatever, right? The club.
And they waited, he says, according to him, they waited for Tupac and Suge Knight to come, but then they didn't come. So they said, okay, let's go out and party. We're over this. Then apparently they see them drive by and they say, hey, that's them. He claims that Tupac was leaning out of the window of the car talking to fans, whereas that other witness, the woman that took the stand, says she did not see that. But he says they saw in the book, he says that they saw Tupac, made a U-turn, came, drove by, and one of the people in the car shot and killed him.
So we've heard so many different theories and speculation over at least the 3 years since Keffe D's arrest, Duane Davis on trial for murder, but also in the 30 years. There's been documentaries and things that have happened, and Keffe D's involved in some of those theories and not in others. But today we're getting what prosecutors want you to believe is the full detail of what happened.
Yes.
Now, after 30 years, some of those details are a little spotty, as we heard from Ingrid Stokes, who said that snitches get stitches, and she heard those gunshots, and she spoke, or her friend spoke with Suge Knight right before it happened. And am I correct that we have the soundbite of the police officer? All right, let's listen to Brent Becker, retired police officer, who at the end of questioning to defense attorney Michael Samps just wanted to reiterate, hey, it's been 30 years. What do you really know?
And then finally, your recollection is, so you wake up in the morning, you get the call, you arrive on scene, and when you get there, you had said, and this might be an old Nevada saying, but everyone skedaddled before I got there. You remember saying something like that? Did you, during that time period, ever observe a white Cadillac sitting there waiting for somebody inside to talk to either yourself or any other police officers about what happened at the scene?
No.
And then finally, you had mentioned a little bit about Suge Knight, and you had said that you believed that he was timid or afraid when he showed up with 3 attorneys to talk to you.
Yeah, I think he was rather timid, yes.
Sure. And it would be fair to say, of course, that you don't know why he was timid, right? I mean, he's walking in with 3 attorneys. I mean, is he worried that he's going to get caught doing something wrong, or is he there because he's worried about something else? You don't know, right?
I don't know why he was. It's just I'm sitting there thinking, one, why is a victim showing up with 3 attorneys? That was just an odd thing to me.
A lot of odd things in this case. That's Brent Becker, retired Metro police officer for quite some time, 1984 to 2011. He received the call around 12:30 on that day, almost 30 years ago to the day. And he was a homicide detective, but because of the nature of who the victim in this case was, even though he wasn't dead on scene, they took it serious enough that they brought homicide. And this man testified for quite some time.
2 hours.
Yes. And he mentioned Suge Knight, who at the time was the head of Death Row Records, and his challenges going to L.A. to try and find some of these people to talk to, and indicating that Suge Knight, when he came for his interview, came loaded with 3 attorneys.
And he thought that was odd that, quote, a victim would come in that particular situation. They also went through a lot of different photo logs, different lineups, saying, do you believe these were the men that were in the car at the time? Saying, and he literally said, did that guy have a beard? I don't remember that. It's been a very long time, which to his credit, it has been a very long time. But there were a few moments where you could tell he was very transparent about the fact that, hey, I'm doing my best to remember this, but it has been 30 years.
And I think that shined. I mean, this is no knock on the officer, but it was 30 years. There's some stuff he didn't know. There's some stuff where he said, well, are you talking about this? Are you talking about that? Like, let's get my bearings.
Yeah, and they had to clarify, I do remember that. And it took a second. So, yeah, I mean,
You also pointed out that unlike in 2026, there's some crayons or paper, scissors, I should say,
Yes.
and tape to put these lineups together.
Yep, they actually cut their faces out of a picture and put them on white background because they said they wanted the background to all be the same, which he specifically said that from back in 1996, 1997.
He interviewed those witnesses. I think he's talking about Ingrid Stokes, who testified, and her 4 friends. Is that where we got to the other? We got to hear Vanessa Murphy say that Michael Sanft called his client full of crap. I'm sure she enjoyed being able to say that on Instagram or wherever she posted that video. But I think it was the attorney retired Metro Police Officer Brent Becker who also said that somebody in the car, that a witness said someone in the car alleged to have been in which Keffe D was in the passenger seat, had bitch face. Yeah, that's another one you don't hear every day.
Yeah, no, definitely
I like to be
not.
able to say that on the internet.
Bit
Full
colorful,
of crap.
bit colorful.
I won't
those-
say it again, just in case I don't want to dwell on it. But to that end, it's been interesting. But some of the key figures who got brought to our attention, not only over the course of the last few years, but over the course of opening statements, got discussed during Brent Becker's testimony. He talked about Baby Lane, and he talked about different people who he thought may have been in the car who they put forward those lineups. He talked about Suge Knight, and he talked about Reggie Wright Jr., who is the subject of Vanessa Murphy's interview, not only with Duane Davis, Keffe D, her excellent exclusive interview from earlier this month, but also, in fact, got to speak with Reggie Wright. So I'm going to set these two up if we can. Vanessa spoke with Duane Davis, who said that he didn't do it. Why would he? Tupac was making us so much money as businessmen. And I think I know who did. His answer was Reggie Wright. Then Vanessa, of course, got a chance to speak with Reggie Wright, who called Keffe D a liar. Let's watch those two back to back.
I helped Suge Knight get that record company together, you know what I'm saying? And why would I kill the guy that's making us the most money? You know what I'm saying? He's the best rapper back then. Why would I kill our money like that? It don't make sense. Suge Knight will tell you that I didn't do it.
If you did not have anything to do with Tupac Shakur's murder, who do you think did?
To me, I think they witnessed Reggie Wright Jr. All he do is lie, is tell stories. He even be on interviews threatening my son, you know what I'm saying? Threatening my family. It's wrong. Even Caden be on them interviews threatening my family. You know, it's wrong, man. It's period, it's wrong.
What do you feel like your role is in the trial coming up?
Just to lay out an atmosphere of what was going on between Death Row, Bad Boy Records, the Mob Pirus, and the Southside Compton Crips associated to the record company. That's it. I can't say this person did it, or that person did it. All I can lay out is an atmosphere that was going on.
So Reggie Wright Jr., the head of security for Death Row Records, we talked earlier today about Suge Knight, who says he took some fire in the seat that he was in the car, the passenger seat. In his book, Compton Street legend Duane Davis, Keffe D, in his sort of confession, says he thinks Suge sort of used Tupac as a shield.
Yeah, and he talked about how he had the wound in his head from being grazed by that bullet.
There is a documentary that I watched from 2002 that I really like called Biggie and Tupac, where the people that the filmmaker interviewed said that Suge didn't get shot. Suge didn't get a bullet. Suge got a piece of glass here, and he was, let's say, treated and released, as they say in those reports. And there he is right there. And so we are led to believe from his own statements to the national media that if he's hauled in from prison to speak, he will make the party that calls him in regret it. That he's not going to be friendly to the prosecution. He's not going to be friendly to defense, and that his job is not to solve homicides. But there he is with Tupac Shakur. They were at the fight, the Mike Tyson fight together in 1996. And, 3 witnesses in. We have, I'd say, a solid hour and a half of court left to go.
Yeah, so we'll see if they end up calling another person, or what's your opinion? Do you think they will in that time?
In the hour and a half, yeah. So I think when the judge gets back, we're any minute now. We were told a 15-minute break. I think we're over that time. You're looking at the Great Seal of the state of Nevada above where the judge sits, Judge Carly Kearney. She's so far run a very tight ship, and I will say also that I thought jury selection was going to take forever, and she
They
sped
wrapped
it
it up
along.
in 4 days.
So
Yeah.
I would think she's going to get every minute of 9 to 5. If something happens and it's 5 or 10 minutes to 5, I don't think she's going to aggravate everybody by calling a new witness. But there's a lot of things to keep in mind. Witnesses' schedules. Somebody's been there all day waiting. Maybe they'll say, look, can you do this in 10 minutes?
Yeah.
If it's a short witness, if it's a long witness, I think that's where we're going to hear from a lot of police.
Oh, for sure.
And of the 200 people on the list, if we're listening to 30 or 40 state witnesses, I think you're going to have another action-packed afternoon of testimony, and it's going to be like that for 4 weeks.
Yes, and the evidence that we were seeing, you talked about the kind of copy, cut and paste, literal cut and paste of those photos, and everything is written down on legal notepads and things like that, as opposed to a case from a couple years ago where it was body cam footage and cell phone videos. So it's just very different, or even the CCTV photos or video they have of that fight isn't great quality. So it's just very different 30 years ago versus today.
And the first a witness we heard talked about how it wasn't anything special on the strip, but it also wasn't particularly well lit at the intersection of Koval and Flamingo. We're watching the court gather now. There's Keffe D, the defendant, Duane Davis, accused by prosecutors of orchestrating the murder of the rap legend Tupac Shakur. He's had a long day. He had to listen. Oh, we're back to the seal. He had to listen to prosecutors outline why they think he should be put away for life. Although they don't get to the life part right away, but that's ultimately where we're headed here. And now as Duane Davis stands, the rest of the courtroom stands in anticipation of the jury in the Tupac murder trial, entering the courtroom for what I'll say is the last leg of the first day of testimony in this trial. And it's been interesting.
They packed a lot into one day, as you said, and it's not even over yet.
They have. Now you're looking at the prosecutors who have the burden of proof to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Keffe D, Duane Davis, did in fact orchestrate the murder of Tupac Shakur, the shooting, which not only contains with it what could be a life sentence, also gang enhancement and deadly weapon enhancement, because he used a gun and it was in furtherance of gang activity. By his own admission, Keffe D, Duane Davis is a gangster. So we are calling the first witness of the late afternoon session to the stand. Let's listen in.
I can hear you, Honor.
Okay, great. I'm going to have my clerk swear you, and then
There
Mr.
seems to be a
Giacomo's going to have
pause.
some questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. If you please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Fred Miller, Fredmiller.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Giacomo, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how did you used to be employed?
I used to be employed for the Los Angeles Police Department.
How long you were with LAPD?
Almost 30 years.
On March 9th of 1997, what was your assignment? What section were you in?
I've been assigned to Robbery Homicide Division, worked Homicide Special.
Were you one of the two detectives assigned initially the investigation into an individual identified as Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, also known as the notorious B.I.G.?
No, I did not receive the responsibility for the case until approximately 60 days later. We received it from the Wilshire Division, and then we took over the responsibility for the investigation.
Why would a case be transferred from Wilshire to RHD?
I'm sorry?
Why would a case at LAPD be transferred out of the Wilshire Division to the Robbery Homicide Division?
Because of the magnitude of the investigation that it looked like it was going to entail, they did not have the manpower that we had at Robbery Homicide to work a case of this magnitude.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn how Mr. Wallace died?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe that for us?
Yes, he received, I believe, 4 9mm projectiles to his body to cause his demise.
And where was he when he got shot?
He was sitting in the right passenger seat of his limousine that was leaving the museum.
And was that the Peterson Automotive Museum in LA?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that, was there a vibe after party after some award show that he was in attendance before he was shot?
That's correct.
And the fire marshals, did they shut down that party and that's why everyone was leaving?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Did you have information as to a suspect vehicle that you originally received?
That's correct. We received from leave Aqua Dark, newer Chevrolet S 4-door. It had very fancy rims on it. It was last seen going north on Fairfax and then eastbound on Wilshire Boulevard.
So I think what you just said was was a newer model Chevy Impala SS that was dark in color. Is that correct?
Correct. That's correct.
And the race of your potential suspect, how was that identified to you?
Yes, it's a male black.
During the course of your investigation, did you receive information that a person by the name of Duane Davis might be a suspect in this homicide?
Yes, we did.
I think he's frozen just as... Okay. And in addition to that, did you learn that Duane Davis was present at the the Peterson Automotive Museum during the party?
Yes, he was.
Did you also receive information that he potentially had a motive to harm Mr. Smalls because of some sort of monetary dispute?
Objection, Your Honor, is the leading.
What's your response?
I'm just trying
There
to
was
lay a
some-
foundation through video.
Overruled. I'll allow it given the circumstances. You can answer, Mr. Miller.
He's not frozen. I don't think we caught your answer.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Did you receive information that he potentially had a motive over money owed to him?
Yes, from several sources, we'd heard that there was a dispute between Mr. Davis and Tupac's organization.
And ultimately, did you learn that Mr. Davis lived at a residence at 1524 California?
Yes.
Did you also learn that he had driven or received a citation driving a black Chevy Impala SS?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Can I have the parties approach real quick?
Can we just redo this tomorrow?
Yes.
We're going to take a 10-minute recess to see if we can fix the feed a little bit. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourself or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. I apologize for the constant in and out, but we do need to try to fix this. All right, please rise for the jury.
And as you heard there, they're going to a 10-minute recess, had some audio and connection issues with this most recent witness, an LAPD detective investigating the murder of Biggie Smalls that happened shortly after Tupac's murder in 1996.
Lots of celebrity names today, and we're going to talk about all of that. You're watching our continuing coverage of the Tupac murder trial on 8 News Plus. Today, we get to see some of our viewers from Facebook and from YouTube. But for the duration of the trial, you should be watching on 8 News Plus. When we come back, we'll have more analysis and coverage of the Tupac murder trial.
Welcome back. Continuing our coverage of day one of the murder trial, Tupac Shakur murder trial of Duane Keffe D. Davis. It has been an eventful day, Kyle.
It has, and we also had our first technical difficulties. So
we did.
there's a lot going on here. The prehistoric meets today. 1996 memories, 1996 technology meets 2026 Zoom. And the courtroom has its own Zoom program. There was actually, before jury selection began, there was a hearing about whether so-and-so could be heard over Zoom in the courtroom. And in fact, these people don't work for Metro anymore. They're
No,
not,
a lot of them don't live
It's not
here.
part of their job description to come in and
Yeah.
testify and fly from wherever they live to come to Las Vegas to testify against Duane Keffe D. Davis. Some will. Not everybody's going to be on Zoom. But I think you could see the person's thumb or finger up against the screen. It was
Which is distracting, of
buffered.
course. Yeah.
I'm not sure. Frankly, it was distracting enough that I'm not exactly sure what he was getting at.
Yeah.
His name is Fred Miller, former LAPD detective. He loops in, or I should say weaves in, something that we should probably get to, which is that this was not in a vacuum. The death row records, the gangster aspect, East Coast, West Coast, Crips and Bloods, Tupac and Biggie, and Sean Puffy Combs, and there's a lot there. And so there's your picture of whom? Biggie Smalls and Puffy.
I believe that's Sean Diddy
Is that
Combs,
Diddy?
right? Yeah, I
Okay,
think that's Diddy. Yeah,
great.
yeah.
Shows you my hip hop knowledge.
Yeah.
I'm glad to know that we got through that little hurdle there.
Yeah.
Your hip hop quiz coming up tonight. Actually, while we talk about tonight, we're going to be on 7 o'clock. You
7
and me
o'clock?
recapping some of this. This is a 10-minute break, but it's interesting because when the 10 minutes holds and the judge is back at 10 minutes, she's like, well, I told you 10 minutes. But then when it's a half hour, it's like, well, we had some things under our control, jury. Sorry, we had to deal with what we had to deal with. A lot of times these breaks can take turns, like a hard left or a hard right from, hey, we're having technical difficulties, or we're going to stretch our legs to, well, this lawyer brought something up, that lawyer brought something up, and now we're arguing about it, and it's outside the presence of the jury, and the jury sits there saying, well, I thought we said 10 minutes, and we've been here an hour, and the judge will have to often say, hey, we were working on something out of our control, trying to make it so that we could speed things along for you, but these are things that the judge and the lawyer have to do outside the presence of the jury. So right now, I have no doubt that there's some IT guy trying to figure out how to make Fred Miller's testimony a little bit more palatable to the jury.
Yeah, well, and I think we had two sides of the coin there, because the first witness that was over Zoom, this previous witness, was on for 2 straight hours, and there wasn't even a blip. It was perfectly clear.
It was.
Now, the opposite happened, of course, which is unfortunately what comes with technology, which they didn't have as much of in 1996,
Right.
which is, again, two sides of this coin here. So he was having a lot of difficulty, but as Kyle said, Christopher Wallace, the murder of Christopher Wallace, rather, also known as Biggie Smalls, that's kind of what he is talking about, because there was, according to the prosecution, I believe what they're trying to demonstrate here is that Duane Davis had some sort of connection. They believe he had a connection to that as well.
Right. They're trying to make sure everybody understands the bigger picture. And you said we saw Diddy in that other photo. We, as a curious group of media personnel, wanted to know, is Combs going to testify? Are we going to hear from the man known as Diddy? And the answer, a juror actually asked that during jury selection, and the prosecutor said no. But his name still looms large.
Yes.
And our Vanessa Murphy, because there's so much going on here with these musicians and Death Row Records, Vanessa asked Keffe D in the excellent interview she did with him not too long ago, whether some of these huge names had anything to do with any of these murders.
And then a name that kept coming up, and it has come up, and I think I've asked you about this before, Sean Combs.
Yeah.
Diddy, Puffy, whatever. Do you think he had anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
No, man. I don't think so at all. To me, it's the disgruntled police is out there in our area. Reggie Wright, all he did was lie at night. I got no evidence and took the boy, took his chain. Don't bring your guns. It just, I get a lot of stuff from PIs, private investigators, and all the fingers and evidence point to Reggie Wright Jr. And he brought up my name from day one.
Now, again, Keffe D talking about how in that interview saying, I wasn't even in Nevada, that everything I had in that book was not true. And you were saying we were talking about opening statements and how the prosecution was saying, let's be clear, he did not pull the trigger. He orchestrated this, according to them.
He was responsible for, leading his gang to search for Tupac and his friends. That he said, oh, they're over there. He said, oh, here's your gun, go do your thing. And I think he even may have said in his book, if I was on the right side of the vehicle where the car was, I would have done the shooting. Yeah. And it was interesting because we heard from a detective earlier, Brent Becker, who was the one that had the lineups, the photo lineups of Keffe D and his alleged gang members, and some who were in the gang and some who weren't. But this case, even while it took 30 years, it also took them detectives from Las Vegas to California to the music industry to the gang world, and we're beginning to hear a little bit about that. The police in this case interviewed lay people, eyewitnesses, normal, I will say normal people who were, trying to go to the Tyson fight and things like that. But also they were interviewing people who were, involved in some pretty serious criminal activity by their own admission. Is it time?
I think we might be back. Are we back?
Okay, we're back in court.
We are back in court.
And there's an argument here. Outside the presence of a jury, I'm going to guess. This is defense attorney Michael Sanft.
I have no problem with the court instructing the jury that neither the state nor the LAPD believes that Mr. Davis is involved in the murder of Christopher Wallace. I have no problem with that instruction.
Did you want a contemporaneous instruction, or do you want that to be included in the jury instruction packet, Mr. Sanft?
I think it should be some kind of an impression right now, so it can
Okay.
be contemporaneous instruction, Your Honor.
So the suggestion was neither the court nor LAPD believe
at this point
that Mr. Davis was involved in any way in the death of Mr. Wallace?
Sure.
Does that work?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, let's bring in the jury.
All right, bringing the jury back now. And Kyle, maybe you can kind of explain what was going on there. There was a kind of back and forth.
I would like to. I missed the very beginning, but what I think happened was Michael Sanft, the defense attorney there on the left, next to his client, Keffe D, Duane Davis, accused of orchestrating the murder of Tupac Shakur, is saying, hey, it sounds like you're trying to make it sound like my client had something to do with a different murder. Well, that would be prejudicial to the jury if we think there's a guy here who's, not only charged with one crime, but also being discussed as being responsible or involved in another crime. So I think they were asking the judge for curative instructions to make the jury not get carried away with that thought. The question here is, did Duane Davis orchestrate the murder of Tupac Shakur? Not did he kill Duane Davis. So we're going to hear that curative instruction from Judge Carly Kearney right now.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
So you received information that Duane Davis could potentially be your suspect. Is that accurate? I think that's where we left off.
That's correct.
And you also receive information that potentially Mr. Davis feels like he's owed money by either Mr. Wallace or Puffy Combs' Bad Boy Records. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
You also learned that he was driving or ticketed on March 8th of 1997, a black 1996 Chevy Impala SS. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so based upon all of that, do you, along with, on May 27th of 1997, Compton PD executes a search warrant at 1524 California, and then on the 28th, you get a warrant to search the vehicle, the 1996 Chevy Impala, correct?
Correct.
And the vehicle was actually registered to a Patrick Parker. Is that correct?
That is correct.
eventually, fast forward to June 20th of 1997, do you and your partner, Detective Poole, wind up having a conversation with Mr. Davis at his lawyer's office, Edie Fall?
That's correct.
Judge, I've had marked as 116 as well as, it's old school, so it's two sides of a tape, 108 and 109, which is transcripts. It's the audio and the transcripts. I'd offer them at this point.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, those will be admitted, and further, pursuant to your stipulation, we're going to play those after Mr. Miller's done testifying, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Sir, during the execution of that search warrant that you did, in the trunk of the vehicle, did you collect a Polaroid photograph?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to share my screen with you. Can you see that Polaroid?
Yes, I can.
And is that the Polaroid that you collected out of the vehicle?
That's correct.
I move to admit 66.
Any
No
objection?
objection, Your Honor.
So admitted?
I pass the witness.
Okay. Mr. Santos?
Mr. Miller, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
This Polaroid that's on screen right now, which is state 66 that you see in front of you,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. Can't hear you very well. You're breaking out just a little bit.
I apologize. So this exhibit that you see in front of you right now, do you see the Polaroid still, which is states exhibit 66 for the record?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what this means?
What it means?
Yeah, I mean, it's a Polaroid. Is there anything about this particular photograph that means anything?
I really don't get your questions right. It just means there's a group of guys together who enjoyed themselves, apparently.
Right. Can you tell us when that photograph was taken?
No, I can't.
Can you tell us where that photograph was taken?
No.
In terms of the clothing that everyone's wearing at this particular point, do you know if that was how Mr. Davis dressed normally?
I have no idea how Mr. Davis dresses normally.
Now, this photograph that was taken from the 96 Chevy Impala, that was pursuant to your search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were looking for evidence that would help you substantiate as to who was responsible for the murder of Biggie Smalls, right?
Yes.
So can you tell us how this photograph helps you learn any more information as to who killed Biggie Smalls?
It may not be the actual person who pulled the trigger, but it may be one of the people that lead us to who did pull that trigger.
All right. So who are the other people that are in the photograph?
I don't recall the names. Orlando Anderson was one, and I don't recall the others.
Okay. But fair to say, of course, if there was a Polaroid with these people in there, it would have been part of your job as a detective at the time to look into and identify who those other individuals are, correct?
Yes.
And that didn't happen in this case?
I believe we did find out there was three or four more.
All right. And once again, did it help you solve the murder of Biggie Smalls?
No.
And fair to say, though, even though we've been talking about Mr. Duane Davis as somebody that was a potential target for your investigation, ultimately, at the end of the day, he was never charged with the murder of Biggie Smalls, right?
That's correct.
Now, in addition to that, fair to say that in your course and scope as a detective, when you do your investigations, you would have ran Mr. Davis's criminal history as part of your investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
Was there any indication on any of his criminal history that he'd ever been arrested or charged or convicted of any violent felony?
I don't recall.
Now, in addition to that, sir, your testimony here is that you did an investigation on Mr. Davis. Did you ever at any point look into the actual Impala itself? You said it was owned by somebody else, a Patrick Parker. Is that correct?
It wasn't owned by someone other than Mr. Davis, yes.
And with regard to that, did you ever interview Mr. Parker?
I do not recall.
And when you went to 1524, what was the purpose of going to that particular address?
I'm sorry, what?
You said you went to 1524 California. I apologize. That was my bad. But you went to 1524 California. Why to that address?
Because that's where we heard that Mr. Davis lived and that we'd had air units go by and check the location, and they observed a black Chevy Impala parked in the back. That's why.
Did you ever search the 1524 California residence in furtherance of your investigation?
I didn't. It was searched by the Compton Police Department.
Okay. And in their search of the 1524 California residence, fair to say that there was no evidence that was located that would have been helpful for your investigation?
Not at this point. That's correct.
Okay. What about the anything to do with a potential issue with Tupac Shakur's murder? Any evidence found at the 1524 California residence?
I'm not sure. That was not my case.
Now, at some point, your testimony is that there was a meeting between yourself, Mr. Davis, as well as Edie Fall, his attorney.
Yes, sir.
And in that meeting, it was recorded?
Yes.
And was that recorded surreptitiously, meaning it was done without their knowledge, or was it done with their knowledge?
I don't recall whether they were informed or not.
And just for our edification, where was the location of that meeting and recording?
Wow, I don't recall. I want to say it was at Parker Center, but I don't actually remember.
Is that where, would that have been LAPD headquarters, or are you talking about some other location?
That would be 150 North Los Angeles Street.
I don't know where that's at. Is that a?
It no longer exists. It was the old Parker Center, yes.
Okay.
The old police administration building.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. DeGiacomo?
No, no.
Any questions for this witness by the jurors? We do have at least one, so hang on with us, Mr. Miller, while we go through the question process.
Thank you.
Can I have the parties approach? All right, Mr. Okay, Mr. Miller, can you still hear me?
I'm sorry, what, Your Honor?
Okay, excellent. A question from one of our jurors. If the car was owned by someone else, why weren't they questioned?
I don't understand. I'm not hearing you correctly, Your Honor.
If the car was owned by someone else, why were they not questioned?
More likely he was, like I said, I do not recall whether he was interviewed or not. He was not by me that I remember.
Okay. Any follow-up, Mr. DeGiacomo?
No.
Any follow-up, Mr. Sand?
I do have one further question, Your Honor.
About that? Or about something else?
Sure.
Any objection to him reopening questioning?
No.
Okay. Mr. Samp, you may proceed with a different question.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. Thank you to the state as well. Sir, you had told us earlier that there was some indication that you believed that either Biggie or Sean Puffy Combs had owed my client money. You recall that line of questioning?
I remember that question, yes.
Was there any evidence that he actually was owed money by either one of those two individuals?
Not that I'm aware of.
No further questions, John.
Any questions based on that state? All right. Any questions based on that by the jurors? Seeing nothing at this time, Mr. Miller, you are excused. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think this is our last witness for the day. Is that correct, State?
Yes, although we can play that 1997 recording,
Oh,
at least
okay.
part of it. For,
I think we do have time. You said it was about 40 minutes?
I think part A is 40 minutes, and then there's a little bit that we may have to finish in the morning, but we
Okay,
can at least
sounds
do
good.
part of it.
Let's get started.
We got to switch over to the.
So you just heard testimony from Fred Miller, LAPD detective, who a jury asked a question. If you found the owner of the car, why didn't you question him? Why aren't you questioning everybody? And Fred Miller answered in what turned out to be his second to last question that he had to answer before Michael Sanft asked one more. So now Keffe D sitting there charged with orchestrating the shooting of the rap legend Tupac Shakur. We're going to hear the audio tapes they discussed a little while ago of an interview with Duane Davis and his attorney and the LAPD detective Fred Miller. Listen.
Coffee or soda? You have soda? Yeah, soda. What would you like? And soda. That's got it. Thank you. That. Coke. Coke?
Kind of warm today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were up in the valley earlier. It's really hot up there. Yeah, it's the worst. Is that you okay?
It's fine. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Davis, Detective Miller, my partner, Detective Poole. Mr. Davis here with Attorney Paul. You just way to do this, just tell what we're here and what we're all about. We are working the Christopher Wallace murder. Christopher Wallace is the notorious B.I.G. During the course of the investigation, as you know, you've been through hundreds of these, as I have. Many clues come in, anonymous calls. The investigation is to try and run down everybody that people say, was at the party, may have seen something, whatever. I mean, there were 1,700 people at that party.
That's right.
So what we're trying to do is contact as many of those people as we can, find out if they saw anything. That's what we're coming with. I'm aware of your traffic warrants. I could care less about those. I'm not a traffic cop. Okay? And I got Mr. Paul aware of that. So during the time period when he got killed, Chris got killed, until today, like I said, we received lots of calls. Originally, when this murder went down, there was a description given of a dark, possible four-door car. Okay. Some of the witnesses said it was Chrysler, some said it was Chevy SS. That's part of the investigation. To this day, I can't be positive. I can't tell you if I'm positive or not. So that's where we're at, and that's why you're here to find out. We heard you were at the party. You were an SS, a dark one. Just like about 85 other people we've talked to that had dark Chryslers or Chevys. So let me ask this: were you at the, I guess it was called the after part, Sport Training Award party? After part. Oh, okay. And were you alone? Did you ride with somebody else?
Okay, I was riding with a few friends, but
No, it's fine. You can do that. Mr. Paul explained that to me, and I'm sure he's already advised you. My thing is to you. All I want to know, if you saw anything, what happened there. Did you see anything unusual?
I didn't see anything unusual. I was, when he got shot, I was up under the parking garage waiting on the valet man with my car. The whole crowd just started running up under the parking garage. Talking about baby got shot. I said, Lord. So, about 3-4 minutes later, the man pulled over my car. Officer in the middle of the thing, waving us out of it, you know, waving the cars on. Get up out of here, you know.
From the parking structure, you mean?
From the parking structure.
It may be advantageous at his point sometimes if one of these witnesses were there just to verify. And like I said, right now, I'm not going to ask the names. I'm sure that we need him, you know.
Yeah, sure. At this point, his main interest is to tell you where he was,
right,
what car he was in, to exclude any suspicion that his car was involved or that he was involved.
I was in a green Cutlass.
Okay.
Green.
Newer, older?
It was 95 Cutlass.
And how many people were with you?
It was 3 altogether. It was me, Wendell Prince, and that's all.
Okay.
I don't, you know, his name Wonder Mike. I don't know his last name.
Wonder Mike?
Yeah.
Wonder? W-O-N-D-E-R?
Okay, let me back up. Let's start. What time did you arrive at the party? Do you recall?
Maybe about 11:30, 11 o'clock.
11:30?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you arrived there, there are 2 entrances to the location there. You know, that little street you pull on?
Yeah.
With the park church on one side and the museum's on the other?
Yeah.
Okay. You heard you come down Fairfax or down Orange? Came in there or?
I came down, what's that side street there?
Orange Drive?
Orange Grove?
Orange Grove, I'm sorry.
No, on the big one, Fairfax.
Fairfax?
Fairfax, yeah.
Okay. And then you pulled into the lot there?
I pulled in here, got my car valeted. No, I didn't get the car valeted. It was up in the corner. It was ready, parked right up here in the corner.
Okay, there are 3 levels to that parking structure.
Yeah.
You remember which level you were on?
I think I was the first
level?
In the corner.
Okay. Up front towards the museum or on the back side?
I was on the back side. But when he pulled, no, I was valet. He pulled the car up and the man told us, waved us up out there, big tall cop, he was going like this.
Okay. When you pulled out, did you pull out on Fairfax or did they make you go out the other way?
Pulled out on Fairfax.
Okay. When you pulled out on Fairfax, what did you see? Did you see anything? I mean,
I didn't see nothing.
No, when the cars parked in the street,
Look,
did you
there's
see
a lot of limos right there to the right.
along the curb there on Fairfax?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see the cars that Biggie was in?
I seen it when he was up under the parking garage.
Okay. Did you see that car in the street, you know, when you left? Or did you see it out there at all?
No, it wasn't out there.
No, it wasn't? Okay.
The crowd just came running up under the parking garage. Everybody was running. Said, Biggie got shot. Biggie got shot. Lord, and then we went to our car, and the man just waved us up out of there. Usually time they just like hold everybody here.
Right.
Yeah, because I was over here at the airport hotel, right there by the Duane.
Right.
And it was a gang shooting up in there, and they hold everybody here overnight in the hotel room and all that, you know.
Well, I'll ask you a couple questions, then I hope I'm not even, but what kind of business are you in? Are you in the entertainment business? I don't know.
No, I'm not in those.
Okay.
I do hydraulic cars.
I'm sorry?
Hydraulic cars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You have your own business?
No, it's like a co-business.
No, partnership.
Yeah, partnership, yeah.
Where do you live?
Where do I live?
Yes.
1524, California.
South California.
Yeah.
And the phone number?
638
638.
9042
And it's at 818?
3132.
Okay. And the business address?
It's 520 Long Beach Boulevard.
520. And your phone number there?
I don't know the right offhand. It's just like seasonal with the hydraulics, you know. Like in the winter, it is really no work. So, you know, when it get hot, that's when
What's the name of the business?
Compton Hydraulics.
Okay, so you arrived there between 11:30. How long were you there at the party before you left? I mean,
It was about, I think, about an hour.
an hour, okay. And while you were there, I'm sure you were roaming around, did you see any problems in the museum? Anything unusual?
No.
No?
There was a lot of stars there. Football players, basketball players, just a whole lot of stars there.
Yeah, we got some, we did, like I said, there was probably 11 or 1,200 people there at one time.
Yeah.
So it's,
The fire department closed it down because I think it was overcrowded or something.
right. Okay. Did you see Biggie there or Puffy there? Did you know Puffy comes this?
Yeah, I know what
Okay.
Puffy
Did you see them at the party?
Yeah, I seen both of them there.
Okay. Do you know them?
Do I know them?
Yeah, I mean, were you sitting with them or drinking with them or anything?
I wasn't sitting with them. No.
Okay. Do you recall who was with them when you saw them?
Him, Puffy, the little Caesar, and it was his entourage. You know, his bodyguard and stuff.
Okay. And Little Caesar, you know what his name is?
I don't know what his real name. Yeah,
Was he a rapper?
Rapper, yeah,
Okay.
he's a rapper.
How old is Little Caesar? I mean,
He a kid though, he's 18, 19.
do you know what company he sings for?
Bad Boy.
Bad Boy?
Yeah. Little Caesar.
Anybody else that you recognize was there at the table or around him? Like I said, there were so many people that are celebrities.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Now, if you can remember seeing them at the table or anybody who was talking to it, that's. No? Okay. Did you go up and talk to him or did you sit at the table?
No, I didn't sit at the table.
Did you talk to him? You know
He
him?
came by and spoke. How you doing? Gave me dog very young. That's all.
Who did you talk to?
Sean.
Oh, okay, Combs. Okay. Do you know Combs?
Oh, I know him a little bit.
I mean, business associate or
Yeah,
childhood?
I rather not.
No, that's fine.
No, just want to talk. Basically, he wants to talk about where he was and what he was doing.
Right. Okay.
As opposed to his relationship with any individual.
Okay, that's fine. Do you mind telling us where you were prior to the party?
Was in Compton.
In Compton?
Yeah.
And you came from Compton up to the party?
So we went to the state basketball championship.
Where was that at?
That was at the pond. The pond. Pond.
As I understand, you had a ticket to get in. Did you have a guest pass to get in?
Yes, yes. Yeah, we had like, I had like 1 year. I had one pass.
And Mike, tell us who you got that from?
No, I don't think he wants to get into.
Oh. Okay, when you pull out of the parking lot on the Fairfax, did you turn left or right, do you remember? After the party?
I think I made a left. No, they was making sure everybody go right.
Right?
Yeah, they was making sure he was right there. Officer, big tall officer, he was like waving
Was
everybody.
everybody north on, or right on?
Right,
Fairfax?
yeah.
Okay.
He pushing everybody the other way. I guess he didn't know what happened or nothing, you know. I don't know, he just waving everybody out. Cars was coming out and I just followed, the course.
Okay, When you were leaving the party, you said you saw Mr. Wallace in the parking structure, or I mean the parking area?
He was on the stairs, he came down, got in that truck, and it was just...
What was the truck at?
It was right in front of the parking area. Right, you know, as you come down the stairs?
Right.
Yeah, it was right there, parked right there.
Okay. Did you see any problems or anything unusual out there when you're walking down?
I see that.
Okay, and you came down the stairs, went in the first level, got your card, and pulled in there?
No, everybody was out there talking, boom. They left out. Then, about 5 minutes later, everybody started running. I didn't even hear the shots or nothing like that. You know, I didn't hear the shots.
Were you in your car? I'm sorry. Were you in your car when people came rushing back, or?
No, I was outside.
You still standing outside?
Still standing outside. Yeah.
Okay.
Got it on surveillance camera too. You could just check them out. Got on a blue jumpsuit, blue Michael Jordans.
That's what you were asking?
That's what I had on. You check the surveillance camera. I was right up under the parking garage.
And you said that Mr. Prince was with you?
Yes.
What was he dressed in, do you remember?
Oh, yeah. All I know, I had on Michael Jordan. They came out like a couple of days before then.
It was blue?
Huh? It was blue, yeah. I brought the blue jump in, the blue shoes, tennis shoes, and the blue jumpsuit.
Okay.
And over to the basketball game. My little friend, he played basketball at the meantime. Yeah.
Okay.
Your friend, what's your friend's name?
Saying Tayshawn Prince.
Tayshawn?
Tayshawn Prince.
Is he a senior?
He was a junior.
At the time this thing happened, he was a junior?
Yeah. Crowd just got to running. It was, you know how people run.
Oh, yeah.
They was running, and he just pulling hard up. I just got in my car when he pulled up, and the officer was leading people out like this. Then just made a right, went on to the freeway. Went to what that place, Jerry's Deli, out here in the Marine.
What time do you think it was when you got to Jerry's? Do you have any idea? Okay.
You say it was a police officer. Was that an LAPD police officer?
I know y'all didn't heard it before. Anyway, everybody was up about it.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get the time straight, because the police didn't get there until about 6 minutes after the accident that you were sitting there.
Okay, it was about that, you know.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
we just, there's just so many people there that people in time, as you know, is difficult when there's a small period of time to try and put everything together, so. Was it your car, the one you drove there?
No, it was a rental car.
And
The green Olds is a rent-a-car?
That was, yeah, it was green.
Two-door, four-door?
It was a 4-door.
You remember what model?
A little bitty one. I don't think SL or something like that. I don't know.
Who rented it?
My mother.
What's your mother's name?
Oh, we have it on paper.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Bernice Davis. That's my stepmom.
Right.
Bernice Davis.
Did any unusual or fancy anything about that car? I mean, just wait to figure out the videotape, the security camera.
No, it's a rental car.
Yeah.
96 rental.
Okay.
95, 96. Green rental car.
Dark green?
Dark green.
And you said there was 3 of you in that car?
3.
Okay. Was there any particular reason that you left the party after being there an hour?
Because they closed the party down.
Okay. Who closed it down?
I think the fire department, that's what they said on the thing, turned on the lights and said, party's over, and said the fire department closed it down, it's overcrowded.
Did you see any of your friends there at the party?
My friends?
Yeah. I mean, you went with 2 other friends. Did you see some more friends that, say, from your neighborhood where you live? Or...
You mean other people he knew?
Yeah, friends.
Yeah, I don't know if he wants to get into that. Again, he wants to limit himself to what he did or what he did not do.
Okay. The reason why I asked, we're trying to identify everybody who was there so we can interview them and see if we can't find out some more information about this.
Well, you only tell you the truth, okay?
Okay.
Y'all barking up the wrong tree. You know what I'm saying? They're wasting a lot of taxpayers' money. Every time something happens, y'all just blame that little neighborhood over there. But the guy from Compton Police, Brandon, he got y'all on the wild goose chase. Really.
Well, as you're trying to explain, I'm sure you're thinking, we get hundreds and hundreds of clues.
Well, okay.
We
the next
can't,
day after that,
if we don't do something, we'll do something in court.
The next day after it happened, next day after the Biggie got killed, he pulled over one of my nephews, said, "We know you did it, and come on, you know that's ridiculous."
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, I understand your problem with him. That's why, you'll find.
I know you called y'all to say, come take these guys out.
No,
it's wrong, man.
No,
Yeah,
I didn't meet him until here probably 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, when he pulled my nephew over, he probably was the anonymous tip. He's so obsessed with bringing somebody, to jail. I don't know what's his problem. He said we could have paid 3 times.
Well, see, that's the problem that I can explain to you. We get on.
I'm 34 years old. No. I'm not going to piss on cotton, man. I've been at 3 strikes before the law came out. Straight out. I'm not going to piss on cotton.
Okay, I just want you to know, we haven't picked you up from anybody. We have
all these we have to relax.
Yeah. If we thought you were involved, we would have brought you in a long time ago.
Yeah, you were putting on TV. But why? That's what I said.
Relax. We went through your attorney to have you come down here just because somebody gave us a clue that you were at the party. That's the only reason why you're here.
But let me tell you his concerns. You're hearing some type of anger or frustration from him. The reason being, we're talking about something very dangerous. Once word gets out that you are associated with certain crime, your life.
Watch your head, man.
Your life.
I know. I understand. That's why we're trying. I understand what you're saying.
That's why your life is in danger. I'm right down the street.
You understand? The reason we're doing this is because not just because because so many people have put the connection supposedly between Tupac and this. Well, I don't.
Okay. And he wants to come here because we know you're not Compton PD.
No.
We know you're not Brennan. Okay, and we don't have to hide anything. You probably had everything about Brennan and his family. The thing is, he thought if it comes to LAPD, answer your questions as to where he was, what he was doing. Hopefully, that will quell the rumor that was out there.
That's what we believe, because nothing
that he believes Brennan more in the rumors. And he just doesn't want to get involved.
That's what I knew you had warrants. We're going to come down to your house and drug you out and all this. I'm too busy to play silly little games.
Yeah.
I got, believe me, lots of people to talk to, and because of the anonymous calls, people call in and say, "Hey, checking this, checking that," and in your car,
in my car.
I have to eliminate it. I have to talk to you, and that's why we went through your attorney. And like I said, we could have done this, Zoom down there, but, you know, the appointment schedule works great. Because everybody has a busy schedule, okay? If you're my target, you've been booked by now.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well,
That's why we've talked to lots of people prior to you, and, you know, they said, hey, we saw Keffe D there. You know, we're just trying to confirm this and find out what people saw.
Yeah. Yeah, they seen me up under the parking garage.
Well, see, that's where we learned something new. We now know where you were at.
We can pay this camera, man. I'm in a blue jumpsuit, North Carolina hat on, and some blue Jumpman. I mean, Jordans.
That's what I'm trying to do. As much as you can tell us, it makes it easier for us to try and eliminate people or put them in spots so we can see that. That's all I'm trying to do.
Well,
okay, so that's what. Just relax.
Okay, the last thing you said was we're barking up the tree. Is there a direction that you can lead us in to help us out? I mean,
you guys know, you know what I'm saying? I ain't, you know.
Talking about Suge Knight?
I ain't saying nothing, you know, but y'all know.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Let me, you know, everyone may have their own theories.
Right.
Theories are just some facts. Here, you should just limit yourself to facts.
Okay.
Things you know, things you don't know. Don't get into what you think, because I don't want you to get into what you think.
That's
Well, I was up in the parking garage. The car ain't been moved 6 months. GE, I've been looking for the car since January, December. You know, you can call and check with them too.
Let me go back now. When you're in the parking structure and when you hear these people coming back or
running in there,
where were they coming from? I mean, did you recognize anybody, or I mean?
They were just running,
Is possibly anybody that came running from on Fairfax in that parking structure that you knew that may have been out there? So I'm saying, so they may have seen it. Did you recognize any stars, anybody that was running around from there, or anybody? Okay. Did you hear any conversations of anybody that may have seen a suspect, a car, or anything while you were there in the parking lot, waiting to get out?
Okay, when you left, you made the right turn. Where did you go then, after that?
What's that?
I mean, what was your destination after you left the party?
Dropped Wonder Mike, we went to eat, then I went drop Wonder Mike off.
Where'd you eat at?
Curious.
Jerry's?
Yeah.
In the marina?
Yeah.
Okay, and then where'd you go from there?
We went to went to drop Wonder Mike off. Then we drove in.
They live in Compton, or that area? I'm just trying to direction of travel.
Wonder Mike in jail. In jail.
I mean, where you dropped him off?
He's in jail, yeah.
Where you dropped him off? I mean, was it Los Angeles, Compton?
Compton.
Okay, so you left Jersey and went towards Compton?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, then next?
And I dropped Wendell Prince on.
Okay, same area?
Yeah.
Okay, then what?
Went on, went to bed.
Which address?
1524.
You didn't talk to anybody else at all after? Just went straight home?
Yeah.
About what time was that?
What time was that? Maybe about 2 o'clock. 2 or 3 o'clock.
I have you here. No, you're on. Oh, you have me. Thank you.
2 or 3 o'clock.
Went to bed between 2 and 3?
Yeah.
That's AM, right?
Yeah.
Now, at some point, I guess I'm gonna have to talk to both of you about his car. I understand it was picked up in connection with your investigation. At some point, I would expect that you would either rule the car in and then keep it for evidence, or rule it out and have to,
GMAC's made a claim against the car.
They have made a claim.
Yeah, they came and got it.
Okay. Okay, they made a claim. Okay, that's fine.
Whose car is it?
It's GM's car right now.
Okay, GM's car, but how did you purchase the car?
No, I did not.
We get those pictures, let's make sure we're making sure the car is the right car, 'cause we've been trying to keep cars out, so you're aware. This is this the car? It's yours?
Looks like it.
That's it.
Okay. So that'd be one of the California license plate 3 Noel Mary Robert 071, is it on it? Yeah, you got it, okay.
Okay, who purchased the car?
You know who purchased it.
You don't want to get into it.
Well, I need to find, what's the history behind it? Is it registered to you?
No, it's not.
Who's it registered to?
I think the registration
No,
is a public
it's
record. It's a public record.
That's the thing. What makes it your car? That's what I'm trying to find out here.
Well, he had possession, he had control over that car. Now, if GMAC, who is the lien holder, is making a claim, of course, he's going to respect that claim.
That's between you and him.
Right. So we don't want to get into that. But the car is registered, that's not a public record.
Okay, no. The question is he didn't purchase the car, he's in possession of the car. How does
That's what we're trying to find out.
How does it make it your car?
Did you buy it from somebody?
Again, that car was parked in a garage or backyard, in the backyard, and he parked it there. He had use of that car before this incident.
You see,
How long
a
have you
simple
had
question.
How long have you had possession of the car? Or how long has the car been in your possession?
What, July last year.
July 96? Okay. Has it been involved in any accidents or anything like that? Since you've had it?
Have I had it?
Yeah.
But I can remember.
And again, Detective Poole, our concern in terms of my not allowing him to answer more questions regarding how he got control of the car and so forth, have nothing to do with your criminal investigation. These are certain civil aspects of certain transactions that I don't want you to comment on. It's entirely civil. It has nothing to do with your criminal investigation.
Well, Mr. Fall, we're here just to get the truth, okay? And it's strange to me, something as simple as a possession of a car. It appears to me that what's there to hide? If it's your car, tell us how you got the car. That's what I'm saying.
But the point is, he has already informed you. He was there. He said he had control of that car.
Correct.
Around this time period. So, if he was trying to run away from anything, he would say, I have nothing to do with that car. It's not in my name. It's not registered in my, I have nothing to. But he's telling you that he had some control over that car. So that means he's not trying to hide anything from the point of view of your investigation.
I'll make a determination whether it's
okay, that is fine. That is fine. But he's here voluntarily talking to you. But in terms of any contract between GMAC and him and someone else and so forth, that's a question of contract between him and he just doesn't want to get into.
Okay, we'll go around another track there. How many sets of keys are there to the car?
That you know of?
Yeah, that's your aware of, yeah.
Just one set.
Okay, who has that key?
I had the key. Y'all got it now.
Okay, that's the key that, what was her name?
Paula?
Yeah.
Paula.
Is Paula your girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay.
What's her last name?
Clemens.
We talked to thousands of people.
Okay.
I remember all
All
that.
right.
It's ridiculous. When was the last time you drove a car?
I pulled it out about 2 weeks before y'all came over here. My niece drove it to the prom.
Okay, that's what somebody said. Paula said it, actually. Went to the prom or something.
Yeah. And that was the only time that car being used.
For how long have you been parked back there, would you say?
To be tell you the truth,
Yeah.
it was up under the thing since August.
August of '96?
Yeah, up under the thing, what you call it?
The awning there on the side of
Yeah,
the house?
yeah, yeah. It was up under there. Then GMC came around the corner and my parents' address, knocked on yours. They came looking for the car with the repossessors. So I pulled it in the back and shut the gate and locked it. And pulled up out of here, period.
Did you cover the car up with something when it was back there? I mean,
Well, when they first got there, it got covered over, got covered up, but I didn't have a long enough.
Scratch the cover?
Yeah, I didn't have a long enough cover, so the car was dirty anyway. I just kept it off.
And to your knowledge, who else had driven that car other than you? That you're aware of, that you remember. Who else had driven that? Other than Patrick, I know he drove.
Yeah, okay. Just me and him.
Okay. I mean, did you ever loan it out to anybody for a couple of days or anything like that? Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else in the file?
I have a lot of questions, but.
Well, yeah, I know. I was going to ask you something about the, if you know, when the car was purchased, did it come with the sunroof?
No.
Okay. Then this side, this side. Let's just about that, if that came with it or not. On the side, on the driver's side and rear, there is, it says Impala SS. Oh, here's a better picture, I'm sorry. Did that come stock or? I've seen it both ways, that's right.
You got the purchase it.
Oh, you do? Okay, when you bought this, the ones I've seen that are on the cars are black. So this didn't come with it, or?
It's black, yeah, didn't come with it.
Okay, so you put this, you had the, okay.
Well, it did, and the car did get wrecked though before too.
Oh, okay, what damage, you know what part of the car was damaged, or, well, there's no damage there now, it's fixed apparently.
Yeah,
Okay.
the driver's side.
Okay.
The man just backed up and came down the street, so wide, so
I gotta ask you, how much did you pay for those tires? That's gotta be expensive. Did you see those? Those are beautiful.
It's a show car.
Yeah, no, it was pretty pretty. Anything else about?
Just a comment that such a beautiful car sitting in the backyard, collecting dust. Why is it?
I got a lowrider, got chrome, everything, everywhere. And it don't be moved either. You know what I'm saying? Okay. A daddy truck I was in one day, driving down the street, get shot up, you know what I'm saying? A daddy truck. So I just.
What kind of truck is that?
The
new truck?
Yeah. And they got shot up. They caught the police note. And I ain't been in no car where nobody know where I be in at all. Cause I ain't, forget all this press, all that, man, that's just putting my life in danger,
Well, what cars are registered to you? Do you have any cars that are registered to you at all?
No.
Do you just rent cars, or do you own any cars?
I don't know.
Okay. drive other people's car? Like, does your girlfriend Paula have a car?
Yes.
Do you drive her car?
Sometimes.
Oh, which car is that?
Like 240, sometimes.
240 what?
The 240, the 240 Nissan. The 240 Nissan.
240 Nissan?
Yeah.
240Z?
No, that other little car. SE or something.
Okay, when we were over there was a Toyota Land Cruiser or something. Whose car is that?
That's her mother's car.
Her mother's?
Yeah.
And this Nissan 240 is Paula's?
Yes.
Land Cruiser is her mom's.
Right.
Were you at any time involved in the purchase of this car at all?
What car?
You. This Impala.
I think it's the same question that I told you Evans.
I can do all that. If you just think about what I said, Mike, what I'm trying to get from you is you can call anybody, in that parking structure area when you first heard that he was shot or whatever. I mean, entertainers, anything you would call anybody, that's, it might have been in that area where you were at, My concern being, they may have seen something.
Answer. The question is.
Okay, when he was walking there towards his car and he saw the people come running back around, my question is, did he recognize anybody, stars and whoever might have been running there, so I can talk to them and see if they need a witness, because they're coming back towards that parking structure. They may have been walking up the sidewalk on the east side of Fairfax towards the Wilshire, where the cars are parked, and my hope was, well, we might find somebody that may have witnessed something. My concern. But, we've identified a lot of people, we talked about a lot of people already, but I said, they didn't see everybody, they only knew a few people. Just like in there, because you may know one or two people, you won't know everybody was there. So we have to ask everybody the same thing to see if maybe they can lead to another possible witness. Is that fair?
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
I know, that's beyond the scope of what we had in mind. What we had in mind was he would come and tell you what he was, where he was, what he did, everything about him. But he made it very clear he doesn't want to be involved with other people. And that question is about other people.
Okay, I think we're here to try to clear up some questions here, and there's several questions that up to now have been unanswered, and that I'm not satisfied with. I'd like to just interview him one time, because we still got many other people to talk to, and I got many questions to ask, and I mean, we're here all to get the truth. If he's not involved in anything, I don't see any reason.
I'm not involved in nothing.
Well, that's why I'm saying, well, why not answer some of these very simple questions?
Because I think you know the reason, Detective. You know the reason. There's some. He doesn't want to be involved. He doesn't want to get involved. He does not want to get involved. He believes that he knows he was there. He was not involved in this crime, and he doesn't want to be dragged into it in any...
So we should just drop all investigations?
No, of course not.
And say, hey, the hell with it.
No, you're doing the right thing. You're doing your job.
That's what...
I'm not faulting you at all. You're doing your job. You're going out, locating people, talking to them, and I hope you continue to do. I don't have a problem with it.
But I'm saying, I didn't, like I said, my concern is just to talk to these people. I can tell us what they're into. Most of them we know were entertainers or something.
Yeah.
My concern is, did they see something?
he doesn't want to be in a situation where word gets around that he said
Yeah.
this and
Do
he
you
said that.
think we told you where he got his name or who told us about it? We don't do that.
The impression I have, this is my first time meeting you. And
No,
I
sir,
do
second
have,
time.
second time. And I do have a good impression of you, and I have no reason to question either of you. But he's had very bad problems with the Compton Police Department, and where things have been leaked out, putting him in a bad light. And he's very concerned about.
I understand that.
That's why
it has nothing to do with
LAPD.
No, that's why we took our time and consideration and went through you. Because, like I said, if he was a suspect, you know he'd be right now. Okay? He'd be in jail, and all I'm trying to do is, I do the same thing if it was your brother or your cousin, whoever got killed. And you can imagine some blood would talk shit to me if they stood right there in front and saw it. Well, people got to get out of this fucking mentality and start realizing that human life was destroyed.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, and that's all my concern is this could be just a kid or any other guy. It would have to be somebody who is famous. It doesn't make my job any different. As a human being.
Why don't let me suggest something. Let me walk out and have a chat with him, and we'll come.
Sure. Oh, you're fine.
Because I have not discussed this with him, and one thing, the condition he made clear to me.
Oh no, I understand. That's why I said that's so that you two could talk.
He did not want to do anything
right
that goes beyond talking about himself. Now I understand what you're doing, and I again I have no problem with that.
So
let me take a moment to chat with him,
Okay.
and then we'll stay.
Give you a chance to run out. You can go right in the next room, or you can sit out here, whatever comes for you.
Okay, 4 minutes to spare. All right, we're going to take a recess for the evening. We're having everyone back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Please follow Marshall Spees. Please rise, please.
The end of a long first day in the Tupac Shakur murder trial. Definitely a longer end of the day, Kyle.
Yes, and you can see the gallery behind the defendant, Duane Keffe D. Davis, charged with orchestrating the murder of Tupac Shakur. Do a little stretching after that 40-minute video of Detective Frank Miller. A more combative Frank Miller on tape than what we saw on the stand 40 years ago. Judge Carly Kearney presiding over the first day of a trial watched all across the world because of the people involved, the music, the stardom, the names that we're hearing. And you heard her at the end of the trial there saying, don't look this case up.
Yep.
Don't social media.
Talking to the jury.
These folks are lucky they're not in a hotel room with no news service.
That I remember was a consideration at the beginning, the sequestering of the jury, but I think the response was it's 2026. I mean, it's kind of impossible to do that nowadays.
Okay, so we're at a crossroads here because we're close to the 5 o'clock hour, and it's also where court we thought might end, but we're also watching the defense attorney and prosecutors speaking with Judge Kearney about what might be next. Sometimes this is very bookkeeping. And sometimes we may have, we're not sure exactly what they're talking about. So when they come back to the tables to say goodnight, we may find out something happened or that they want to address something. And I'm just not exactly sure, but it's certainly, they're speaking in hushed tones. The rest of the courtroom hears a loud white noise machine.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But I don't think we should back out of this coverage until we know
until we know what's happening
they're
here.
done. And so like you said, Sasha, we began right on time at about 9:30. They went on until lunchtime for about an hour and a half, and then we had a very full afternoon of police witnesses who talked about that night in September of 1996 and who discussed the twists and turns their investigations took from Las Vegas into gangland Los Angeles. They are now talking amongst themselves. but our feed is still running, which makes me think there's someone who knows a little bit more than I do that this issue, whatever they're discussing, is not over. And you're looking
something
at
to watch here.
Yes. Do I hear audio?
You're not in trouble, don't worry. Come on up.
Okay. Oh, all right. Well, that a little behind the scenes here. That is the feed operator who works for the network in charge of running our operation. So I'm guessing that there's a question about what should be aired across the stream, which is being taken not just by us, but probably national and international media outlets. And this is a little bit unusual that we would be watching the person responsible for doing the feed. It would appear he's explaining himself. I know this person. He's a very nice guy.
I heard the judge say, though, you're not in trouble.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly what the issue is here. Now it's just the prosecution. I'm not sure where Michael Sanft, the defense attorney, went.
He's a media professional.
Yeah.
And I agree. This does not look contentious, but I think they're going to be showing something that maybe wasn't supposed to have made the air. I didn't notice it, and I don't think I'm not going to start accusing or guessing. But I will say, well, the main thing that we try to do here is we don't want jury on the screen.
Yes.
We don't want the jurors' identities revealed. We don't want personal information of anybody to be revealed. You know, a witness, a juror, but clearly there is something about the stream that has gotten the judge's attention, and in my opinion, just based on the prosecutors' faces, they seem to be also curious about this answer. And you're right, at least we don't see Michael Sanft, the defense attorney, on the screen. We did a moment ago see Keffe D, Duane Davis, the defendant, at the defense table, which is where he usually would be. I can't see who that is to the left of the media professional being questioned. The judge is all smiles.
There's Michael Sanft.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. All right, well, this seems friendly enough, but I think we should discuss it. Perhaps we can get to the timeline just to refresh our viewers' recollections of how all this even took place.
So we want to start with, the opening statements? Do we
Well,
want to
no,
start
I
with,
think we have.
You mean the
way
timeline
back.
of the actual?
Yes,
of
I
the
think
actual
our staff
shooting.
created an excellent graphic here, and if somebody can play that, and we can simultaneously keep an eye on there, and so it all started with the Mike Tyson
with
fight
this fight
back in
here at the
'96.
MGM. September 7th, 1996. It was a quick one because, as you said, Mike Tyson dominated at
Yes,
the time.
Bruce Seldon. There's Bruce on the ground. Sorry.
So right after that is when Tupac Shakur was caught on camera along with several other people getting in an altercation or
Yes, you'll see it
roughing
here.
up.
This is the let out, as one witness
Yes.
referred to it. After the fight, there was a fracas. Then we see it here. At the bottom of this pile, if you believe what you read, is Keffe D's nephew, Baby Lane, Orlando Anderson. Orlando Anderson got jumped and kicked around by Suge Knight. This is all in the indictment. I don't think I'm saying anything out of turn. And then when Baby Lane told his uncle Keffe D, Duane Davis, and everything what happened, that's when all the chasing around, going to the
Yes.
clubs, and that's how they ended up on the streets.
Yes, and according to prosecutors and to Keffe D's book that came out in 2019, talking about kind of a retaliation from that fight where they essentially, waited for Tupac and Suge Knight to come to, 662?
Yep.
Yes, so waited for them to come to
Carriage
that
House.
club, to the Carriage House. They didn't. They decided, hey, we're going to give up. We're going to go party tonight.
There's the last picture of Tupac.
Yes,
with
and
Suge
then
Knight.
they see them, according to the book, they see them driving by, say, hey, that's them, make a U-turn. That's when that drive-by shooting happened, according to the book. But those are, of course, the videos of that crime scene afterward. And Tupac died several days later in the hospital. Was shot multiple times. And Suge Knight, there are conflicting reports whether he was actually hit by a bullet that grazed his head or if it was glass.
Yes,
from the
that's
car.
right.
Yeah.
And Suge was treated and released.
Yes.
Now, do we have eyes on the courtroom?
It looks like it's
we're
back
done.
to a seal, yes. So I think we've wrapped up for the day. So we, of course, will be back here at 7 o'clock right here on 8 News Plus. We'll have an entire breakdown of the day. A busy day it was,
What
Kyle.
a great first day. So much to talk about. Little things, big things, exciting things, kind of boring things.
Yep.
But all things to discuss.
Everything you could expect.
We thank you for watching us on 8 News Plus, where you can see today's coverage. And we were able to be joined today by our viewers on YouTube and on Facebook. But for the remainder of the trial, which is supposed to go on for another month, you have to download your 8 News Plus app, and you can stay with us. Look, Sasha and I are here for the duration, and we'd love to have you
We've got
be
a
with
couple
us.
cops back there.
Yep, we do. We have caffeine.
Yes.
Robert
and snacks.
Draskovich, the attorney, the criminal attorney in Massachusetts, or I'm sorry, in Las Vegas, who joined us today, was drinking an energy drink. So we're ready. We're loaded for bear. We look forward to being here and covering the trial with you. So we hope to see you every day, and then for our 7 p.m. show, wrapping things up. Sasha, excellent job today.
You as well, my
All right,
friend,
thank
and
you.
we'll see you in a couple hours.
We'll join our regularly scheduled program in process.